Y'all know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of the This and That podcast. We here tonight with the crew. You already know. Ego the Prince in the building.
Yer.
Demon the King X.
Yer.
And our guest for the night, exclusive, Damian the King Briggs in the
You
building. What's popping?
word. Let be here. Let be here. What's going on with y'all?
Ain't shit, man. You already know. You already know.
We
The
vibing.
talk of the town. The talk of the town. The shit. I'm sharing the stream real quick before we start with the questions and shit, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But talk of the town is in the building, folks. The one and only Damian the King Briggs. Oh, we already got people in here. Look at that. That's crazy. Share the stream, y'all, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sharing right now.
Before anything, too, since we got the guests in the buildings, make sure we give them a shout out. Shout out to TXT. We're gonna get
Yes,
into
sir.
that too.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
You already know.
Appreciate.
Oh
Let me know when we're
shit.
ready. I just shared it. Share this shit one more time. Yeet. No yeet.
Yeah, tell them. I'm ready. I'm on both. I got the chat open
I'm
as
ready
well.
too. Let's get it.
Oh,
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this and that podcast today is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And we are live on
is
Spotify.
that the beer?
You can
Is that the
always
beer you're
listen
drinking
to
right now?
Spotify.
Is that the beer you're drinking right now?
Yeah, technically I was drinking it yesterday. But that's this shit's always sponsored by whatever I'm drinking. Nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Cheers,
Yeah, so
cheers.
fuck that. Cheers. Nigga, y'all already know.
Let's get it.
If I
Let's
got
get it.
tequila, we drinking tequila and that's it.
Oh shit, man. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Anyways, Damian Briggs. Damian the King Briggs. We're gonna get to how you got the king, but we're gonna
Oh,
get how Damian Briggs became Damian Briggs. How does everyone know about Damian Briggs? When did he start? When was the beginning of your career? This Efed shit that we do.
All right. Well, shit. As far as the game itself goes, I think shit. We all been playing fucking wrestling games and video games in general since we was youngins, right?
for sure.
And for
Yeah, for
me,
me, No
Big
Mercy
facts.
was the beginning. Yeah, me too.
oh,
I ain't gonna lie. No Mercy was mine. That
Yep.
was
oh,
Yep.
damn! See, I'm an old head, so my first my beginning of wrestling games was the damn arcade joints. You go hit the corner store and play the fucking WWE superstar shit with
the, the
fucking
the Royal
Ultimate
Rumble
Warrior.
shit.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been on it
That's
since then, but shit, I've been making my actual creative wrestler since we were able to make creative wrestlers. You know what I mean? And even in other games as well. So Damien, the name in itself, that was always like a secondary name for me. You know, 'cause my real name is
right.
Anthony. But you tell
Copy.
people who you don't really want to know your name, what's your name? Oh, my name Damien.
yep.
So I've
Right.
always used Damien. And Damian and Briggs wasn't actually attached to my name until I want to say 2K20. It was either I think it was either 20 or 22.
Say
Damian
that.
was always Damian King was always a part of my name. It was always Damian King.
Mm.
But
Okay.
as if you read the promo that I put out today, it's the
Oh
same
yeah, we're
thing.
gonna
It's
get to that.
always been so many kings. Everybody is a king. Everybody want to be king. Everybody has king attached to
Please,
their
please
name.
speak. Say that.
So
Say that. Speak your facts.
right.
Talk about that.
So
Yep.
I've since I've started, creating any type of cause. Like I said, from wrestling to fucking NBA Live to Madden and all of that. I always had a core named Damian King.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I didn't get into EFES until uh 22. And even then I
That's
wasn't fully
that's that's
aware.
crazy. That's
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
even I wasn't even fully aware of what I didn't get fully invested into. Like I said, I got into EFES at 22, but I didn't get fully invested in the EFES until last year.
Oh,
So
okay.
Right.
once I first learned you could upload cores, this is all on like 22, you could upload cores and people will grab your cores and put them in their universe and stuff like that. They
Yeah.
downloaded Damian the King Briggs. Now the thing then is, like I said, I just added on Briggs to the name because it was always Damian King, but there's so many Kings. So I was just like, let me just do Damian the King Briggs because that sounds better than me to actually have a different last name rather than everybody be like, oh, you're a king, I'm a king too. We must be cousins and shit like that. No, I'm
No.
the king. I'm the
Yeah.
king of this shit. So that's how that actually came about as far as adding Briggs to the name of Damian the King Briggs. And I said people were downloading Damian the King Briggs in 22, and all throughout 23 and so on. So I think it like I said, I think it was last year. I had when we get to a point where we beat the game, you don't have
Yeah.
anything else to do on the game. You done ran through the whole My Rise. You ran through fucking Showcase. You might want to play the GM mode or, you know what I'm saying, do your own universe. But I've done my own universe and it got boring after a while because it's the same shit just repeated over and over and over. So I jump on Facebook. I'm like, what else is motherfuckers doing on this game? And I just so happen to throw WWE 2K into the fucking search. And you get all these fucking groups of
Bro.
people who play this game and everybody's
Yeah.
asking for your call and shit like that. So I'm like, whatever, I'll throw my call up on a page, and then that's when it started to get crazy because then everybody was like, hey, what's the tag for your call? Let me get your call. Let me get your call. And
Hmm.
I had this one guy who was like, hey man, you mind if I put your call on my show? And I was like, nah, he up there for you to grab him, so grab him. He was like, all right, I'm gonna send you the link to my show. And he was like, do you do promos? And I was like, the fuck I look like doing promos? Like, do whatever y'all do with that shit. Like,
Yeah.
that shit, I'm too cool for that shit. You know what I
Right.
mean? Take my cord, do whatever you do. But he ran his show, and the show was just like it was like lackluster. But I ended up running into another show where they picked up my card and actually put me on to how everything works. And from there on, it's just been, you know, full throttle. So
Facts. Well, that's kind of similar to like my shit and like most of these guys that are with me here too. Fucking my shit started like I'm an old head too when it comes to like the video games. So I was always in like competitive shit. Same thing with A Dot. Me I told everybody before. I don't know if you know, but me and A Dot we know each other from like outside, like from the video game world. Like I grew up with this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And
mhm.
so we were always like on some like video game shit, but we was also outside. You know, like playing ball and like chilling and smoking and doing whatever we doing as teenagers when we were growing up as young kids and becoming teenagers. But we always liked this wrestling shit because wrestling was
Right.
always like big, like for us. I guess I grew up in wrestling where I started watching wrestling when it was like Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, and
Yes,
then
sir.
I started transitioning into well, it was like Macho Man in them, but then it started transitioning into like Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And
Yep.
I was like, yo, this shit is lit, and I was like, this shit's gonna get even better. So when I hit the teenage years and we saw like the attitude era and shit, I was like, nah, we
Mhm.
wilding now. Like now we losing our minds. Well, like I ain't never gonna make it to adulthood now because like we were stuck in that. You know what I mean? And we was
Uh-huh.
like, yo, in junior high school and all that shit, bro. We were like fucking each other up and the whole like fake fighting, but like wrestling fake fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And hitting
I had
niggas with
homeboys who did the
stunners.
same. Yup.
We were
I had
wilding.
homeboys who did the same. We run down to the park, and our park had this big ass
The
fence. Motherfuckers
park,
that act like they actually in a steel cage and bring chairs
bro.
and be hitting motherfuckers with chairs and shit in the park. This
In the
continued
park,
from school to the
wilding.
park. You know what I mean? Just fake
Yeah.
fighting, and actually having like real matches with each other. This shit was crazy.
Yeah, she was super lit. And then when it came like for me, when it came to like at night, because I was outside all day until like it got dark, because that's how it was when you were a kid. So then when you
Mm-hmm.
got home, it was always at the video game time. So like nigga, I used to break night playing like Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, whenever the fuck it was that was popping at the time. But I never failed not to have a wrestling game. So even if we had them
Right.
bullshit wrestling games, I remember the first bullshit wrestling game that I was like, what the fuck is this? When I can actually comprehend how to play a game, right? It was Warzone, WWF Warzone, when Stone Cold was popping and shit. That shit was so ass, bro. I was like, what the fuck? And when it first came out, like that ass, that shit was like sold out in Electronic Boutique and in KB Toys, because that was the stores back in
Mm-hmm.
the days.
Yeah.
I don't know if
Hell
motherfuckers
yeah.
are old enough for that, but I'm old enough for that. So back in the days, we had those stores, and
Yeah,
if
I
you
worked
didn't
at
have
a
the
KB
game,
toy store.
that's crazy, right? Because KB Toy
Yeah.
Store was that was legit, like like a dead ass a store where they had no malls and whatever and shit. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so we used to cop and that shit was sold out. Man, it wasn't like nowadays. Nowadays you get the shit digital. But back in the
Yeah.
days, if your shit was sold out, you asked out, boy. You wait until that shit come out in fucking on a week or two.
Oh yeah,
Cause
you
you ain't
used to
getting
have to
that
go to
shit.
GameStop and pre-order or whatever store you had.
You're done. You're done. You had the chinks that like the Japanese dudes. They used to EB games. They had the China games. Like you had to chip your PlayStation and shit to play them. The Dreamcast and all that.
Hell yeah.
It was
Yep,
crazy.
I had a
It was
few had a
crazy.
few of those too. Yep.
Yeah, crazy. And that's how like when like my DVD character came out and basically in what was it? I want to say WrestleMania 2000, because in WrestleMania 2000 you could change the characters that were already there. So like I used to change my
Stop.
character. I changed Triple H basically, and I made DBD out of Triple H. And the reason I made DBD back then was it's crazy because I was like I liked the way Rob Van Dam used to be like raw like RVD, right? So I'm like, yo,
Uh-huh.
I got perfect three letters for that, and my shit makes sense. You know what I mean? And yo, it was wild. And I remember there was an ECW show, and a motherfucker named Dimebag Darrell. He's a guitarist, like he was like a heavy metal guitarist and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this boy was cooking in like an ECW show, like he was doing somebody's entrance and shit, right? And I was like, yo, this is perfect. Dimebag Dan, like you feel me? Because I'm smoking weed at this time too, mind you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so that's how DVD was created. WrestleMania 2000, I remember I changed Triple H because he had the best like outfit attire kind of shit that I liked to change at the time. So it was
Mm-hmm.
Triple H that changed. And then in No Mercy, you can create your own motherfucker. So that was it. I was like, oh, we doing it. And ever since then, after that, it was all like CDs and shit, like PlayStation and all that. So that's when we had like SmackDown and then SmackDown versus Raw, and the
Right,
shit got kind of
right.
corny afterwards. But I officially started like you, like in 22. Like in 22, this nigga A Dot comes up to me. He's like, "Yo, you want to play a WWE? You want to play your own character? You want to be a wrestler?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You got the game?" I'm like, "Yeah, I can get the game because it's Xbox and you got like fucking game like the Game Pass or whatever the fuck it was at the time, Game like Live or some shit."
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Yeah, all you gotta do is get the game and create your guy, and that's it. And I'll do a show on YouTube, and we're gonna talk shit, and we're gonna sell your guy." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm selling. Sounds good." And I was hyped because I just thought that all you had to do was just name your guy, create him, and just upload him. Bullshit, bro. That shit fucked everything up. I was dirt.
There's so much that go into it that you don't realize once you jump into this shit. It's
Stop.
Lucky he
as
had
you're
people that had love for him, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you lucky for that shit. Whereas once you
Bro,
get invested into this shit, then you're like, oh shit, I need to do this, that, and the third to my character and blah blah. Because when I first jumped into actual Fed, I was just like, I didn't know about the AI attributes and the fucking personality traits and none of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know about
I
none of that.
I already made my core, and I've been playing with my own core for X amount of time. I know he good, so just throw him in there and let's get it shaking. And then once I start realizing, I'm like, oh man, you need
You
to
don't
take
want
his
that weight.
weight down. Yeah, you don't want to, because Briggs is originally 275, 275 in a powerhouse. It don't blend well once you actually face a light heavyweight who's a technician or a striker, and and they get that
I had to learn
reversal
that shit,
edge. Yeah.
bro. I remember I came in and Adot was like, he's like I'm gonna say he's like a Vince McMahon kind of shit, right? This motherfucker had us out here talking about, yo, I can give you like an idea how to pitch your own promo for you could do like a little storyline and shit. And there's only like 4 or 5 of us, dead ass. It's like literally the most of us is like 6 of us, real talk. And we had like other characters, like we had like the Joker from Batman. We had like a caveman kind of character. We had bullshit characters like that. You know what I
The
mean?
KFC
And
guy.
the KFC guy, the Colonel, like shit like that, and whatever. Anyway, so we were doing it like that, and he's telling us like, yo, do a promo shit like this. And like I'm thinking, I'm like, all right, maybe just if I write and I talk shit in my promos, maybe I can get my guy to start winning. Bullshit, bro. My guy was dirt because I didn't know nothing about nothing. Like
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know shit. I didn't know how to like that you can edit your own entrance. I didn't know you could edit your moves. I didn't know none of that.
The
So
crazy shit that in the
I'm out here looking
promo,
crazy.
in the promos, he was talking so much crap. Like he was going in and
Crazy.
then
I was going
and I'm gonna do
off.
this and I already won. I
Yeah.
got you.
I,
And then
yo,
turn out
I was
that
going off, my dude. I
I
was
could
like,
have
yo,
I
my
could
nigga,
have I could imagine, because that shit, that's still that's who you are
that's me now.
today. Yeah, right. So
Yeah,
I can imagine that, because it's still just a bunch of shit talking that follows, and then even when you lose, you still talking
I'm
shit
still
like you
at it.
won.
Yeah. And no, and I'm over here, but on some good guy shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm on some, like, I'm literally like naive to this shit. I'm thinking that I'm like, all right, like, I didn't know nothing. And then this nigga ego comes in. And I see this nigga that he comes out with like a jacket that's like leather with chains, and
we
I'm
had
like, what the
Gucci and
fuck?
Jordans and all that shit.
I'm like, you could do that? Like, how you do that? Like, you got to buy that? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking, I'm like, I don't know about this shit. I'm over here running with what
Hmm.
Ados telling me. Ados telling me like, hey, tell the crowd that that you gave him a hell of a show tonight, and you're gonna do your best. I was one of those, right? And this motherfucker's
Hmm.
putting me in matches with multiple men matches and shit, and I'm
Oh
getting
shit.
smoked in like Hell in the Cells or chambers, all that, right? And then
Hmm.
Ego comes out and he shows this, and then I see that he's doing like mixed moves, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I'm like, well, like my guy's fighting like fucking, I don't know who was popping at the time, like maybe Roman or whoever, because I made him according to that.
Hmm.
And bro, I was wilding out there looking like a scrub, like a pure scrub, my G. I was out there looking bad. Like, and then I saw this thing come through, and I'm like, yo, who made these belts? I'm looking at custom belts. I'm like, who the fuck made this shit? I'm like, I'm thinking of fighting
Uh-huh.
for like WWE titles and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking naive. And this is 22. You feel me? And then this
Uh-huh.
thing comes and he talks about, I'm gonna do pay-per-views and all that. I was like, say word, you gonna step it up like that? He was like, yeah. And yo, he did like a regular pay-per-view. We were all like, baby faces type shit. And I was like, all right. And then it came to a time where I was like, yo, I kind of like this shit. So he pitched me an idea. He's like, yo, turn on your tag team partner and turn on your group that you're with and become like a singles like heel guy and talk your shit the way you talk shit. And I was like, I bet. And at this time, I already know how to like create your own clothes and like change it up and do your moves and entrance. I was like, nigga, we lit. And I was so hyped about that I went on Facebook like you did, like saw all these groups, bro. And I'm like, yo, all these groups are all like into it, and you got all these white boys and all these crazy motherfuckers talking shit, like they wrestlers too. I was like, say no more. I started sending the link out, like, yo, we do little shows here, and I'm this guy. I'm such. I always promote the show, but promoting myself as like the
Yeah,
face of the show. You get what I'm saying?
got to, yo.
Yeah. So I like if I'm gonna promote your shit, I'm gonna promote like, yo, you better come check out TXT because DBD's gonna be there, and y'all niggas know DBD don't fuck around. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. Where
Exactly. Hmm.
yeah. So that's what I was doing, and I was coming out with some creative shit, bro, like literally off the top, like freestyle and shit, just like, and niggas was feeling it, and like you see, like GW, we got like 90 calls, 80 something, whatever, and you're like, yo, how the fuck you got like 90 motherfuckers all in here talking shit and making their own character, making promos and all that. So I came from that, from like the No Mercy to this that we see right now, and I
Hmm.
started in 22, like you did. You feel me? But in
Yeah.
23, I was already like, oh, forget about it. By 23 and last year, I was already like, yo, I'm a fucking Hall of Fame. Like I'm Mount Rushmore on this shit. You know what I mean? Because we got to that now. You know. So that's how the DVD shit came out, and it's like similar to your shit. The thing is, like, like you was like, yeah, my guy's up there, so just go ahead and download him. I ain't doing no promo. I don't know nothing about promos and shit. Like I started with promos and all that shit.
Yeah, see that just wasn't my thing because I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know much about how any of this shit went. So a motherfucker asked me to do a promo. Like, what am a promo? Like, I don't even know what your show is, how your show goes, or anything like that. So you want me to say a couple of words about who my call is? Like, man, just grab the motherfucker and put them on your show or whatever, and I just watch that shit. And then, like I said, once I got added into a different fan, it's like, oh yeah, nah, this is how you got to do this. And if you do some promos, you get booked more, you get put on more shows. And I'm like, I treat this shit like it's real.
Yeah,
like,
motherfucker
like
shit is
motherfuckers really, really in the field with this shit. Like, all right, so let me go ahead and check some of this shit out. And, you know, once I started to get the hang of everything, it was a wrap from there. You know,
yeah, nah,
now,
that's
now
how it works for
got
me
me
too.
got
Like,
me invested. Now I'm about to talk some shit. Yeah, if I'm gonna talk some shit, y'all might not like this shit.
nah, that's what we do. We talk the shit. We talk
Uh,
the shit, bro. The Oos knows. This nigga
Fuck yeah.
Demon X too. I found him like, yo. I started, like I said, I started in GW. Or GW is always gonna be home, and I'm always gonna be home in GW. I came, like, I went and I explored because I felt like I'm already like seasoned in this shit. This is like in 23 and 24 now. So I'm like, yo, I'm going all over the place. And in 23, I found this nigga Demon X, and we were in some shit called MHW, Madhouse
Yeah.
Wrestling, and
Yes.
there was a
Yes.
bunch of motherfuckers over there though. Like they were really deep. Like
mm,
everybody was like, they were really deep. You know what I'm saying? And we were like, yo, they talking like promos, and they trying to do all this and they trying to do that. And me and this thing, I was like, yo, fuck it. We ran a little rivalry, and we cut her even. It was like 1-1. So it was like, yo, fuck it. Instead of doing the third match, just team up and just start fucking motherfuckers up. And we had they had like 3 shows because they were so deep. And of those 3 shows, we had the tag team titles in all 3 shows.
mm.
Tell them, X.
Facts.
He
That's
knows.
big facts.
Big facts. So that's how, like, like, so 22 is basically the beginning, like that's like your freshman type shit, and then
Hmm.
in 23, I'm guessing that's when you started, like, all right, that's when I guess you fucked with everybody that you in the groups, because basically you're in a lot of groups, which that brings me up to like the next question kind of shit, like ever since you found yourself like you saw 22 you started, so then 22 and 23, by 23 you already know how to like create your shit, right? So like,
Yeah, all right. So in 20, but by 22, I'm just figuring out the game. 23, I'm still figuring out shit, but I'm at the point where I'm actually learning about Efes now. And then my yeah, creating my code was just like secondhand nature. I already knew how to get everything that I wanted to put on them, but I was using all
Right
in
now.
game shit. I didn't learn about you know uploading images and all of that shit until 24 probably. 24 is when I actually learned because when I've always made my own
that's your
custom belts, I just use whatever's in game. So I use the renders and shit like that and just add on top of that shit, take some stuff and switch it here and there. But 24, I had started to venture. I stumbled upon the upload joint by mistake. Cause I'm like,
yeah.
man, where's everybody uploading these pictures? So I just threw it in the Google search and that shit came up. And then I uploaded the picture through the Google search and realized it was linked to my actual account. And then I was like, so how am I supposed to get this shit? Then I went on the game because nobody taught me none of this shit. I went
Yeah.
on the game and I just went to
Facts.
image utility and I seen it there and I was like, oh shit, I just uploaded this shit and it's here already. So let me see if I can put this on my course. And then that's how I started to create shit. So then I figured I could put images on myself and put images and titles and shit like that. So, yeah, I didn't know none of that shit until 24. Like they got if you look in the game, they have uh the standard image for King, which a lot of people have, and I had that shit myself, so I can't even knock it. I put that shit on myself. It's the stand when you go to the image, the standard image for King. And then once I learned I could just create my own shit, I'm like, I'm not gonna be wearing the same shit everybody else is wearing. I have a problem with that. If I got on something and you got on the same damn thing, it's the same thing with a move set. I hate to have a certain move and then I see that you have it, and that's why I had to
Yeah,
take the F10 off Briggs because a lot of people use that shit now and they use it as a regular move, which irritates the fuck out of me. Like certain moves you see where you
I
like
just
that's
call them
supposed
my
to end the match.
fans.
yeah.
That's a good way to
That's
look
fact.
at
But
No,
it
no,
too.
no.
uh,
That's facts.
to
Though
the
that's
truth,
facts. Facts.
it takes me literally like 2 weeks because we usually take like a 2 week break
Hmm.
when like we still do like the 24 shows while 25 is out, so we give people like
Right.
2 weeks kind of shit so we can get y'all ready to like let's go. Because sometimes like yo, what I did this year, you already know because you the one who put me on. Like this year, I just went, I created my name, I did my moves, but it took me 2 weeks to make my moves because these
Hmm.
motherfuckers were in the chat with me. But I like for some reason, I forgot the personal traits, the
And
persona
that was the
traits,
first shit I mentioned.
and that's the and that's the crazy part because it's right there, and I'm like, yo, how I missed that, like how I
Hmm.
dead ass
I'm
missed that, and
still,
then I'm
I'm
coming
still
out here.
wondering that question. I'm still wondering that answer to
That's
that question. How you
crazy.
missed that?
That's crazy because yo, and it's like I kind of picked like the same moves that I had like from the last game. You get what I'm saying? So when I had the same moves from the last similar, I'm like, how come these shits ain't hitting the way this guy's hitting? Like this, I don't know. I've said maybe it was the height and the weight. Maybe you had to fuck with that. So I was like, guys, something's up. Like it's either one of those two things. And boom, I did that update, and I thought that that was the problem. Nah, my guy was still trash. And then when you put me on to what it was, I tested that out, and I was like, holy shit, fucking kidding me? And it's like crazy. And the crazy part is that I have two different like the two different gimmicks. They have two different move sets because they have two different paybacks and they have two different like styles type shit. Well, they have the same style because they're strikers, but like like when I first started, it was more like a powerhouse kind of shit. So I was trying to go for like the Undertaker kind of thing, like a technician type powerhouse type thing.
Right.
So that's why the Reaper was a little. He's like, yo, he ain't hitting, boy. Like last year, he was hitting though, but this year he ain't hitting. Like I don't know. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to cancel that contract. Shit ain't working.
So I put that work in on the Reaper. The Reaper ain't been the same since. Like,
Yeah, nah, I know,
but
I know.
but the thing, the
He
reason
be honest
I
with that
even
shit.
came in,
Hold up.
the reason I came across it was because, like I said, all right, so we I guess we can get into this later, but my first interaction with you, the first match that we had, that shit went so tough. So that's also the answer Psycho question because I seen Psycho had a question in there and asked me what was my
You got a question?
Psycho had a question. He asked me what was my favorite match. My favorite match would be the first match that I had with DBD. We had an Iron Man Hell in the Cell, and that shit went hard for the whole match to the last
That's
2 minutes
facts.
where I actually pulled out the win. We
That's
fought in the
facts.
ring on top of the cage like the whole damn match. Nobody went for a pin until the last minute and 45 seconds. So, but
Yeah,
I took so much from that match. Like, man, DVD a tough ass core. And I seen your core
yeah,
before, and I had seen you fight the villain and shit like that. And that match that you fought the villain, that was the match I was like, that nigga raw. If
yeah.
you
That
want to have a
you know what?
champion, it need to be like that nigga. You know what I mean?
You know,
So
yeah. You know what? To me, I felt that in ASW. the like when I broke out, it was like before we had that banger, right? I broke out.
Mm-hmm.
He had a shout out to Hitman, by the way. He had a match where it was like I don't know if it was like 8 motherfuckers. It was like 8 of us anyway, and it was for like the world title. And I swear to God, bro, I was in there and I was putting in the beats on everybody. I was eliminating motherfuckers and like I probably eliminated like 2 people though, but even though I won that match, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yo, boom, and I was like the first like ASW heavyweight champion type shit over there, and I was like, yo, lit. And that's when we had that banger, that Iron Man shit that happened after that, and I was like,
Right.
yo, this motherfucker is certified. I was like, run that shit back because I got you. I was like, say less. And when we ran it back, you got me. So I was like, you know what? I can't talk shit no more. I'm gonna have to give it to him. You got it. You know what I'm saying?
But you still
Because
talk shit, so that's a
I still have
mute
to talk
point.
shit. Yeah, because I was like, you're like, don't think just because you won that, like, yo, like, you like, forget about this guy. Like, I'm coming back and I'm trying to get my respect back. Like, nigga, you threw my ball over the fence and you gonna go get that ball. You get what I'm saying? So
But from that
that's all.
first match, I realized like, man, this cord, this DVD cord, he is official. So as we're going on, of course, you know, you still putting in work. Like you said, last year you was a beast, but even going towards the end of last year, it seemed like it was the die down. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
think that fatal four, that Iron Man 4-way match that y'all had, you, Vega, Wolf,
That was in
and
24
fucking
though. That's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
I
In
know.
24, I won that shit. But then when it came to 25, no, it was 20. I don't know if it was 24, 25, but I know when it came to
No,
25, I got
you
smoked.
lost. No, you
Yeah, I
lost
lost
in
it.
24. You lost that Iron Man match, but then you won it in 25. But wait, did you win it in 25?
I
Yeah, I
Yep.
think
think
it
you won
was,
it
but
in 25.
it was a draw in 24. It was a draw in
Uh,
24. Like everybody, nobody won because it was like an Iron Man type shit, right? And then I
I
won the
still
match.
think Demon won that shit, but I see
Yeah,
that the ref didn't get the count on the drain. But yeah, he Demon won that
everybody
shit. We
says
gonna
that.
be honest.
Yeah, but 2K would have said it. That's how it like, you know. Okay, would have said it.
but
If he would have,
but
if to consider it was a draw, I was like, yo, you got to run this back, and I'm in this shit. And then when I won it, I was like, niggas ain't fucking with me.
that
But
was
I
the
didn't know
botch
that.
because that's just shit that have you should have not won that shit because the fucking game
Should
was
have.
still broken. So it was an
The
Iron
game
Man
was
match and you won and you just won the first four, which is crazy. But even so, you know, still you won it. You know, you can't take that away.
yeah,
But
yeah. You can't take that.
from but 25, but like I said, in 25, I start seeing like, man, this DVD is his core is good, but it's not the same. And when I ran my shit and I had that match against you and Shock, now of course you know Shock my brother, so fuck with Shock. Shout
Shout
out
out
to Shock.
Shockwave. Yes,
You
sir.
controlled that whole match for the most part. Like you was doing your thing that whole match, and then you folded in the end. So I was like, what the fuck? You know, like I didn't have no picks on who won. I could care less, you know, because tournament it goes how it
Yeah.
goes. But I'm like, something ain't right there. Like, you
Something
know
ain't
what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, nah, I know because the sliders were on point because there was not the matches were long matches. They were hitting, and like I was like, yo, but something ain't right. Like I
Hmm.
always noticed too. Like you know what it was too. Like my guy was waiting for you to hit me. Like he's waiting for you to like do something to me. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, yo,
Hmm.
why is he doing that? Like he doesn't do that. Like my guy is supposed to be like egotistical, where he's supposed to like be keep hitting you and like even if you're on the floor, he's still stomping you. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm like
Hmm.
this guy's like waiting for you to like a counter punch or something. Like what's he waiting for? And then like you hit me with spears, like in the shock shit in the shock match. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I'm
And
like,
the
this
shot
nigga's
match,
hitting me with spear every time I stand
you
up
got you got hit with two rolling stunners back to back and
and
got
stunners.
pinfalls on both of those. But I'm like, man, he controlled the match for the most part. It should have been a reversal somewhere in there, or he should have actually kicked out of that second one to show some, you know, show some will. But then I went and looked at your shit and I seen you have everything in your personality traits at zero. Like, well, this is why. Because if you don't have that
Bro,
perseverance,
shit was
so
wild.
they're not gonna kick out of nothing. They're gonna be like, oh fuck it, match over, pin me.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
okay, you
mean?
got it.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. So
Niggas knocking me out
Bro, I
in
literally
Fight
done
Club
sent
and
you
shit.
screenshots. I done sent you screenshots of my personal traits. I
Bro,
still
that's
don't know how you
crazy.
remember, bro.
I know I didn't like I just literally bypassed all of that, bro. Like I didn't even worry about the fucking signs, like you know, the crowd signs and shit. Like I was like,
hmm
fuck all
That is
this.
facts right
Live
there.
plates. I was like, fuck all of this. Let's get to the point.
Later.
And that's where I fucked up because I was supposed to go through all of that and make sure that everything's on point on that. So I made my own custom crowd signs and I got my custom side plates. So you already know.
hmm
You
And that's
know,
one of the
so
things that me and Hitman was even talking about. Like a lot of people were so in a rush to to get a show going or get their cause out there that a lot of people didn't pay attention to a lot of the stuff that they're supposed to be doing. Like you gonna make your call, but pay attention to everything. You know what I mean? You want to make sure that your move set is right. You want to make sure that your AI attributes is right, especially if we playing leagues where we all sitting at 100 overall. Then the next thing you have to do is make
facts.
sure your AI attributes is right because that determines on how they're gonna actually use that move set, and then go make sure your personality traits is right because that sets them apart overall from how they interact with the other cores. And like I tell you now, which you still didn't do, you have everything in your AI attributes at 100. You don't need to do that because you
No.
confuse your core. You confuse your core because he thinks he's supposed to be doing so much at the same time that he gets confused and then he just stuck on the island and getting
Yeah.
punched in the face and taking that shit.
I wanna fix that. I gotta tamper wall that. This I'm gonna come up with a new attire and shit. And
Hey,
I already have the
I
attire and shit, but
yeah, I just went back and looked into our messages in that blue joint that you put
yeah,
on.
the blue
Fire,
shit coming. Yeah.
fire. But
This
then
shit's
again, I'm all about the blue shit. Hit me if you talking
yeah,
shit about that shit. If it's blue, it's right.
black and blue. That's it.
Yeah,
Red.
that shit is fire. That shit fire, bro.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna come with that, but I'm gonna tamper with the moves because I'm gonna come with the KOV. I'm not coming with um with the Reaper. I'm gonna save the
Well, you
Reaper
know
for
how I feel about that shit anyway. KOV is the first of all, let
Reaper
me
one.
say this. Let me say this. I'm not even just talking about you at that point. The KOV, when I first got introduced to all of y'all, the Kingdom of Violence, y'all need to bring that shit back
Yeah,
for real. Cause that
yeah.
that that I was just getting my groove in with y'all and just figuring out who y'all was.
You know why we can't do it? We can't bring that back because DBD don't know the objective that this time he got to win the world title and pass that
Oh,
shit
I
on
Nah,
already
to
nah, but that
us.
was
yeah.
that's the thing I wanted to everybody to understand too. Like what I wanted to everybody understand is like in GW when it comes to because GW does storylines. You feel me? Like I don't really have friends in GW. This is why I'm running this whole thing that I'm doing now with Matt King and shit. This shit is going perfect, but we're freestyling this shit as we go.
Of
Like we
course.
have no conversation between me and this nigga. Have no inbox conversation talking about yo, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. Like we straight freestyle it before the show happens, like the day before the show. So like on Monday before Takedown Tuesday, I'll hit up A Dot and I'll tell him like, yo, me and Matt King, we're gonna have him attacking this guy or this guy attacking me, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we can sell that story. That's basically what I do in GW. So in GW, it's fuck Demon X, fuck Eagle the Prince, fuck Damian Briggs, fuck everybody. Like it's just straight DBD in GW. But when it comes
hmm
to like other shit, you know what I'm saying? And niggas trying to do storylines and niggas trying to like do teams, like these are my dudes. Like there's no way I'm not gonna like, you know what I mean? Like this is fam. That's why we do that DSF shit too, because the DSF that shit is lit. That shit is like legit. Like I get the concept of it, and we know what we're doing behind that too. So it's dope. Shout out to the DSF and what you may call it. But like yeah, like if you see me in ASW and you see Demon X in ASW, then you already know we like I ain't fighting him. Like this is my man. You know what I mean? And the
hmm
same thing with Ego. If Ego's there, like wherever we at, that's not GW. Like these are my dudes. But in GW, it's like, yo, the world title's mine. The only reason I feel like that in GW, I don't know if I explained this shit to like a lot of people, is that I feel like I I built GW. so I should be the champion. I feel like that John Cena shit. Like what John
Motherfucker, you
Cena's
wasn't the only
saying.
one.
You feel? Nah, I know I'm not the only one, but I feel like I'm the one that should be the face. I feel like when anybody sees DVD outside of GW, the first thing they think is, "Oh, GW." When they hear DVD, you get what I'm saying? Like when they think
Mhm.
about that back then, they're like, "Oh, that's the GW dude, right?" You get what I'm saying? Like everybody's gonna know that, or they say, "Oh, Fight Club," but Fight Club is GW, so they'd be like, "Oh, the Fight Club dude, right?" Or the GW dude, right? So I'm cool with that. But that's the thing. So in GW, until the day I retire, to when I'm done, I'm I'm gonna chase the world title, and I'm gonna be the biggest piece of shit. I had a promo one time that I said that I will bury my own mom. I will dime drop my own mother to get the world title.
That's some scumbag shit right there.
Right?
Yeah.
So imagine. It's a GW thing. It's like the story goes, like the story keeps going. A dot, like he loves this shit. So he's like, yo, y'all niggas is what makes GW because the way y'all talk y'all shit and the way y'all do your promos and the way y'all carry your character, it's like y'all do all the work. I just do the commentary, you know? And I was like, all right. So he's like, yo, go ahead, talk your shit. Cause I'm like the biggest promoter of GW. So every time you saw me on Facebook shit, everything you saw was GW this, come watch GW on da 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 day. And you get what I'm saying? Like I was lit like
Mhm.
that. So that's why they say like he's the greatest promoter. Cause I will fucking I used to comment on the Queen of England. They made that shit a big deal on Facebook, bro. Like that shit was on every post, like the whole feed. And I was posting GW tonight, 8 p.m. Don't be late. And it's fucking funeral service, bro. Like Queen of England, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, you scum motherfuckers, you British bastards, y'all better come and watch some GW because we lit, you know? And so but I made it sound professional. I wasn't like disrespectful. Like, yo, fuck that. Come watch GW. I was on some like, like, yo, you guys shouldn't be sad. Rest in peace to the queen. So you should come and watch GW to get your mind off this.
Yeah, that's real. That's real scumbag shit. Still.
That's aggressive. Man. Nah, but
But all
yeah,
right,
so
I'll say this. My thing as far as the and I get it, you know what I mean? And it shouldn't, probably it's not just you. All of y'all who came up and started GEW should feel that way. The world title is mine. But I also feel like when you in a faction like the faction that you guys are in, you know, the objective should not be get DVD the world title. It's not how that's
yeah.
supposed to go.
But
You gotta spread that love because that shows who you are, not even as a faction leader, just as a person. Like shit, my man's gotta eat. Like fuck, if I'm going after if I'm in the Fed and one of my men say, yeah, I want to go for the world heavyweight title, man. Personally, right now, how I feel, I don't want a bunch of titles across a lot of different feds. This is what I do. I'm a fucking title collector. So if say hit me and be like, yo, Briggs, I want to go after that world title. Yeah, do your thing, bro. Shit, I don't mind snatching up the mid card title. I might have a bomb ass fucking feud with somebody else who on that shit. You know what I mean?
right.
Right now, Demon X got that blood, sweat, and tears. I told them I want that shit. I don't even know the significance of what title means what in GW except for the world heavyweight title is the one. You know what I mean? And I got the IC title, and I don't even know if that's the second title. But give me all the other titles too, because I want them. Just straight like that. Ego, don't sleep. I'm coming for that title too. Believe that shit. You know what I mean?
No sleep,
World
bro.
I
title.
And I
want
have the
I
same
want
state of mind. Everything you got, I want
yeah,
it too.
I want everything. That's how I look at shit. Shit, bro, before I even made it to GW, you brought me in the Fight Club. I didn't even know what GW was. So I know Fight Club before GEW as a
Yeah.
whole. You brought me in the Fight Club. I seen the Discord, and once I got in the Discord, then I start seeing all the other tabs for everything else. And I'm like, what the fuck is GEW? Period. Because all I know is Fight Club. And I want the King of New York title over there. And I'm like, shit. I don't need no other
The
title over
world
here.
title, man.
I'm the king of New York. You know what I mean? so, so once I got brought in the GW and I start seeing how everything else working, what everything else was, and then Demon Funhouse on top of that, then I'm like, oh, this shit is just spread out all over. Like, you know what I mean? Cool. Bet
And if
that's
you
how we
ever
gonna
want to do
play.
boxing or UFC, you could come over here. We got that too.
Got
Right,
everything.
and
He's
then on
you.
that,
I
We
think
got
and
he. I
everything,
think
bro. We
he's.
got everything. We got it all
I think you're
combat
like
sport
the
thing.
IBF. I think you're like the IBF champion of the boxing shit that I got.
right, and I won.
I'm
Yeah,
not
won
sure.
that tournament. And the funny shit is, I still don't have nothing to do with that shit because I didn't even have the fucking boxing game. But it was fun to be a part of that shit, to watch that
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? Talk some
Hell
shit.
yeah.
So, so yeah. So once you start seeing everything as a whole, bet. All right, I see what this is now. Cool. I want everything. And I even when A said like, hey, you gotta chill, bro. You the IC champ. You gotta chill, you gotta relax. Yeah, I'm cool, but still I want everything. So cool. I got this IC title, and I'm gonna have to defend it. And one of the things that I do hope is Demon does win that match with BS to the next, because then we can actually do that what we was talking about. Put that blood, sweat, and tears title up with this icy title up, when it take over. I'm for it. Let's do it.
Bet.
Yeah.
You know
I
Bet.
what I
need
mean?
that Grand Slam too. To be honest.
Same thing that you said when you had the world title off that botched match, and you said, "Let me get past Lazarus High, and I'm gonna put this world title up." You put that IC title up because that'll add to my legacy. I'm with it. Let's do it. But you fumbled the bag, so
Yeah.
it
My
is
Bet.
guy
what it
was.
is.
Yeah. I promise you, if my guy was ready the way he's ready now, it would have been a whole different story. Because I don't think, honestly, the way my guy was built towards the ending of 24, like when the Reaper was like, I didn't even update him since, like, I probably updated him once before like February and shit, because the game drops what in March. So I probably updated him like in February, and boom, I left it like whatever you see is what you get. And I was on a tear, but I've been on a tear since November. Cause I remember I was talking shit. I was writing promos and I was talking crazy. I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna win this fucking $1 billion title. I'm gonna go ahead and cash this $1 billion title in, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna main event the 3 year anniversary shit." And I did
Hmm.
exactly every single thing I said I was gonna do. You get what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, how did how did 2K work with me that fucking officially to make me to make that happen? You get what I'm saying? And then I win the world title on the day that I said I was gonna cash in the thing, and I cashed in and I won the world title. The thing is, I wasn't so hyped because I knew the game was broken. So I was like, damn, I don't want to go crazy like promoting this shit and being like, yo, look at the fucking world champions, because I know I'm gonna lose the shit tomorrow. I had that feeling. And boom. And then the same thing what happened to Lazarus Hyde, because like I felt the game was so broken. Like if you would have won the world title today, you lose the world title tomorrow. And then the guy who lost who won the world title will lose that title the next day. You get what I'm saying? Because I think the game is so broken like that. Like the titles will switch hands every time. And that's
Yeah,
corny. Like there
which
should
is
be a
it's
title
just a
reign
glitch that
with your
it was a
creator.
glitch that they had in the system, which they actually need to fix. If you look at it now, if you actually pay attention to the game, most of the time, especially when you go through universe mode, the champion has a champion's advantage. So, like I tell you, same thing with the personality traits and shit.
That's a
That
fact.
perseverance is key. When you fighting a champion, he's not gonna go down so easy. It's not supposed to be a squash match. He has an advantage to where he's gonna kick out one of them times where he's not supposed to kick out. You know what I mean? It's going to be a little harder to do it. Not saying that you can't, because of course everybody loses titles, but he has a champion's advantage to where he has an extra boost, especially if you go and look at the power rankings too. If he's one of those top five, it's a extra extra advantage as far as the power rankings go. And I think number one has like 5 stars or some shit like that. But
You're right.
all that shit plays into a part. Now, when you take that shit out of universe and you say, let's do this shit and play now because universe is tripping, and you just throw everything out the window, that shit fucks up that aspect of it as well.
And plus, your
But
But
call does not. And plus, your call on play mode, it does not use all your move sets. It uses only half of the move sets.
hmm right,
yeah,
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 right.
it's like a watered
yeah.
No,
down version.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and the thing with the universe too that I like that is like important is like if you lose and if you win, the momentum shifts. So like if you
Hmm.
like you gotta lose in momentum. So like your momentum is like either depending on how you create your guy, like if
Hmm.
you lost, then he's gonna like work harder and grind harder to get a win. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
Compared to somebody who has like 3 wins already, then he's like due for a loss kind of shit.
and it also play what also plays a part into it, which I didn't even realize until I want to say sometime late last year, is the injuries. Now, of course, some of us jump in universe mode, we do our shit, and then
Mm-hmm.
we might look at the news feed, we might not. But I
I never
remember
look at it.
that I had
That's
Amaya, she
facts.
had Amaya
Shockwave,
had one of the
Shockwave put me up on that shit.
yeah, Shockwave
yeah.
says somebody today didn't have the good advantage though
Yeah.
as a champion.
That's a fact.
I had Amaya had won the title, and the owner of the Fed would still continuously run her every week, even though a match would be like a non-title match, he's still
Facts.
running her. But then one of the matches that she had, it seemed like it was a squash match, but he has his HUD on. So once she got hit, and within like the first 3 or 4 hits, her health bar or whatever, it went from to orange real fast. And I'm like, bro, something ain't right. It's the injuries. She's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have her
Yep.
out there fighting if she hurt,
Yep.
because
Exactly.
it's not gonna add up. It's not gonna be a good match. She's gonna lose this shit. I already know off the rip. But it's a good thing how we play now. We don't put the HUD on, but still, that still plays a part. You can't run a person every damn week. And I know some people be like, man, fuck that. I don't care about the injuries. I want to be on the show. Cool. Don't be mad when you lose, because you're gonna get
Exactly.
Yeah,
hurt. You're
Exactly.
gonna
get
get hurt, and then
done.
that shit is gonna fuck up your momentum. You're gonna be, yeah, because they'll tell you like, oh, this injury is gonna last 6 weeks or some shit like that. You have to
Mm-hmm.
actually take that into consideration. Like, damn,
Mm-hmm.
man, do I want to put him in the match? You know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people don't even
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah, I used to do that same shit. I used to just fucking like how you say I used to run my universe and I just put everybody in there, motherfucker. And then one day I'm like sitting there and I'm like, damn, like you said, I noticed shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something wrong. I'm like, what the fuck? She's not like at her full potential. When you check the fucking news, she's injured. I'm like, son of a bitch. But yeah, Shock is the one that put me up on that shit. Like, like if she's injured, don't put him out there. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna, hey,
Mhm.
motherfuckers can get mad. You know what I'm saying? Because oh, what'd you do to my claw? That's the first thing that's gonna come out their mouth. What'd you do to my claw?
Exactly. Yeah, they gonna look
Fuck
at
your
you like you
call.
the one that did something. You done changed something on my call because
Yeah,
he ain't fighting how he's supposed to.
yeah. And hey, you know what? Then the fucked up part about it is I don't touch nobody's
There's
shit.
people that is like that. There's people
Yeah,
that I had literally like on the live talk about, oh no, something's not right about my shit.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
if I
Mhm.
ever say some shit like that to you on your shit, like if I say that to like Demon, like he knows I'm only fucking around with him. You get what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
like realistically, like people who say that shit should only say that shit joking around. Because if
Yeah,
you know that you
Facts.
fuck on my show, then you know I don't fuck around like that. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
Right.
I'll go and I'll show you the settings. I'll be like, yo, you want to see? Boom, one the setting. Everybody's all on 100. You know, like because
that's
that's how we
it.
do it. You know, you set your core, like you said, your attributes, however you want to do it, your tendencies and all that shit. You do that however you want. That's according to you. I ain't touching that either. I'm making
Yeah,
sure your shit is on 100, and that's
that's
it.
it. That's it.
You know.
Mhm.
So like, but like there's people that like. I don't think it's that. I think it's that people don't know how to take a loss. Real talk.
Oh, that
Like a
too.
lot of
That's a
people,
fact.
like
That's a fact.
I
Like
can
I.
take a loss.
Yeah,
Like
if you
I'm
want
good
to
with
be
an
a
L.
champion, you gotta learn how to take a loss.
Like yo, how
Mhm.
many like you say like yo nigga, I'm like, oh, you're like 0-5 against me. Like I'll talk shit to you like I've never fought you in my life. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I'm like, you
yeah,
crazy, step
Mhm.
in the ring with me. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
That's how it is. So that's
So
that's
yeah, so it is, nigga. Like I'm cool with taking an L. I'm like, all right, you
You
got
have
me.
to be, because at the end of the day, what we all have to realize is this shit is a game. You know what I
Of
mean? And
course.
it's not us playing the game. It's AI versus AI, so anything can happen. But we get so caught up in the fact that I made this motherfucker. I know he nice. I know he
exactly,
gonna go in there and whoop some
man,
ass. You know what I mean? But
man.
you're not taking in consideration what the other person did. Like I can tell you, Briggs is nice. Briggs gonna go in there and whoop some ass. But I'm not. I might not be thinking. Well, Demon might hit Demon cores nice as hell too. He might whip some ass. So when I go in in a match with Demon, I'm thinking off the rip, I'm gonna bust his ass. And then
Yeah,
once he beat me, I'm like, yeah, man,
Like
something ain't
something
right
ain't
here.
right. Yeah,
yeah,
something ain't right. This shit's rigged. This
That's
yeah.
what
nigga
motherfuckers do.
think
You
we
gotta
can be
pay.
rigged.
Yeah,
Nigga think shit.
you don't know what a
Man,
motherfucker how he makes his call. Because like I said, everybody should be different, but this is shit that you should
All
pay
right.
attention to because you want to make it how you
fact.
want to make them. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I
so like
mean?
check this out. So check this out. Like DVD was telling you that story earlier about me and him being tag team champions and another
Oh yeah,
brand.
tell them.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
So me and DVD, we have a system. You know what I'm saying? Like we have a system. So one day we're sitting there watching. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm
Creators like
looking.
create when we create our move sets, we have a system
Yeah, and I'm sitting
like
there
to it.
looking and I'm
That's why
watching
we do this shit on the stream and shit.
and I'm watching this
They
shit and
got
I'm like, and I watch this man get up on the top rope and do a fucking 360 splash. I'm like, what the fuck? So I immediately hit this man in the DMs like, bro, did you see that shit? And he's like, I don't do that. I'm like, I know that, but did you see that shit? Then I'm looking again. Here I go. I get on the top rope. I'm like, the fuck is going on here? Like,
nigga doing a shooting star press and
and I'm
shit,
like, what
right?
the fuck? Like,
Doing
we
some
don't even do shit
ballerina
like this.
shit,
Like, what the
boy.
fuck? So yeah, like, bro, we've been in situations where motherfuckers fuck with your shit. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, Briggs, if you built that claw, you know what that claw can do. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, so yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it. I mean, unless you're seeing some shit like, oh well, I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Then you hit him like, hey man, why is my dude jumping off the top rope doing a fucking 430 splash on a motherfucker that he doesn't even supposed to be doing? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like, or why is my dude doing springboards and he don't even have springboards on him? You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. You know?
That's
Right.
pretty wild. That shit was wild sus. And we were the thing was that we were ready tag team champions in different shows. It's the same brand, but it's three different shows by three different show runners.
Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
We were the champs, and we got screwed out of them. Like we literally
yeah,
were watching like we started. Like I was talking to this nigga in the chat, and then I had him in his DM. I was like, "Yo, we're gonna lose this match. You already know that, right?" And he was like,
yep,
"Yeah," because we came out first of all. We came out first, and we were the champs.
yeah,
And
Hmm.
that already was like, "Oh, you're already trying to put your people over already." Like
Yeah.
we don't like we're the champs, and we don't even like we're supposed to be like like your stars, your show, but you putting your people before us, which is cool. So that's
Hmm.
people, but they don't work like that when it comes to titles. You feel
yeah.
me?
So yeah, you know, so I know what you mean. I mean, there's some like you said, there's some people that can't
I
take
was tight,
losses,
brother.
and
I was tight.
yeah, and there's some people that just can't fucking, you know what I'm saying? They just don't understand the concept of their building their claw. You know what I'm saying? Like some motherfuckers, they put a claw together. They're like, oh, I like the way these moves are look. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not about how they look. It's how they hit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
All that shit plays a part.
Because
You wanna
we didn't care
when
how
you
we look.
create your
We cared
code, you
about
wanna
how we
make
hit.
sure that shit flows fluently. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Big facts. Big facts. That's the
Man.
thing, though. Hold on. I think my mic's fucked up. Yeah, of course it is. Yo,
Yeah, I
mic
hear
check.
you. I hear
Yeah. I
you.
hear
Yeah,
you.
we're
Alright.
here.
Yeah, alright. So yeah, like I don't know. How do you feel about that? Yeah, you ever had an experience like that? Considering that, how many e-feds have you been a part of since 20? Well, since you started, which was 22.
Oh man, I've been in a bunch of feds. I never really had anybody actually mess with, not to my knowledge anyway. And then again, it's another thing when we saw a lot of some feds that I'm in. I probably won't even pay attention to them at times. It just depending on the mood that I'm in. If I feel like watching the show, 'cause some shit just be like, it's hit or miss, right?
So
So
it's like let's be real. Some of them like some of them don't hit like they like you just the guy. Like you're a cool person, so you can use my guy. But like you rarely catch their shows
exactly,
because they don't hit like the shows that you watch that really hit.
facts.
I
That's a
think there's a
fact.
group of us. We already know the groups that are basically the heavy hitters. You get what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
we basically all in the same streams all together. Basically, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
And so we already know what shows really hit and what shows don't.
Hmm.
And like, because this e-fest that I'm a part of, that you're a part of, that I am with, that I'm there too. I don't want to mention names because I don't really like know. Like,
Yeah.
you
No,
know,
we know.
I haven't been active over there. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't like said anything at all. And
Saying and recently I tried to, but it's still like a mute point. You don't really
yeah,
get the response, so
yeah.
I'm just like, whatever. It is what it
It's like
is. You
it's
can
like it,
try.
that's what I'm saying. Because in like places like that, to me, I feel like they more about their people and their
Right.
friends. putting them
Mm-hmm.
over and be those people being world champs than like the actual us. You get what I'm saying? Like, see
Mm-hmm.
how A Dot doesn't have like me as world champion like that. Like, if I was to automatically be the world champion without earning it, it'll be like sus because like, oh, because that's A
Yeah, I
Dot's
had
man.
to,
No
even
wonder
though
you're the
we're
world
A
champ.
Dot's boys, we had to earn that shit.
You had to
So
earn that. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And like, I don't
Right.
care what the like all you young guys that are not young, but like all you new guys that are new here. Like, I don't care about that.
Mm.
Like, if you guys want it, get it. I'm gonna talk my shit though because that's how I'm gonna sell my like my character. My character is
Right,
gonna
as
be
you
known.
should.
So like, if you're in the main event picture, that I'm in the main event picture. Even if I'm not the world champion, I'm fighting somebody who's already world champion or who is the world champion or like we're in like a drama where I don't have to be involved in the world championship title match, but I'm beefing with the world champion. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So like,
As you should, and I agree. I think that's how
right,
it's supposed to be, especially if you got time invested in the place. All right, like for me, I'll have time invested. I got time invested in a couple of feds, but I'm also known around in a lot of feds. Like the name itself, Damian the King Briggs. They know that that core is known in a lot of different places that I'm not even in. You know what I mean? People would hit
right,
me up and be like, "Hey man, look, I would love to get you over here." Or some people are watching and be like, "Man, I heard of this dude already." You know what I mean? I just need to
uh
get him in my show. But I always feel like the place that you consider a home, the place that you're more, more invested in, you should be in that picture. Especially like I said, if you're there, you've been there, you put that time and invested yourself. If your core is good like he's supposed to be, you should be in when it comes to that world title picture, you should be in the talks of that. Oh, you want the world title? You gotta go see DVD. You
yeah,
gotta go see Demon. You gotta go see Eagle. You know what I mean? Oh,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
GW. This is how we roll. You know what I
The,
mean? But
yeah, the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, what we do something like similar to that. Like, what I do is like if you're a new guy, damn, this fucking went's crazy. If there's a new guy, then you like if you got like 2 wins, like don't take shots at me. Like, if y'all listening, you know guys, if y'all listening, y'all already know what I'm talking about. Like, don't take shots at me with your 2 wins. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, you only debuted twice. Like, I didn't even see you on the fucking Thursday show. I only see you Tuesdays.
even
So
when you win your first title, even when some people win one
you
title and
know,
they go crazy.
they go
hmm
crazy with a mid card title. I'm like, dude, go to sleep. Like, sit down. What's wrong with you? I'm like, nigga, I'm a fucking 2-time world champion. Are you kidding me? Like, you gotta stop playing with me.
Yeah.
You can't come at me with 2 wins. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I fucking been here. Like, there was a point, on 22 to 23, I was undefeated in pay per views. Like, every time I was in a pay per view match, like when he had a pay per
hmm
view show, like, I was undefeated. But then that shit ended in like 23 and shit like that. But in 23, I won the world title, and like, real life shit happens. Like, sometimes, people got problems and shit in real life. So
Facts.
Ada had to like step away for a minute. Like, he had to step away for a couple months, and it fucked up my whole shit because it made my world title run seem like Drew McIntyre shit. Like,
Yeah.
it didn't last long. You know what I mean? So by the time we came back, I already had a defend. Even though I had like a defense, and when we came back, I defended it once and I won. But apparently, I lost it in the second defense. But I was defending it like on the low, real talk, without not even knowing. I was defending that shit on the ground. Like, I was streaming that shit on Discord, and I'll fight niggas like Jack Astra. Shout out to Jack Astra if he's listening or if wherever he's at. Um, he's like some British kid or like Australian or some shit like that, right?
Great Britain,
And
bro.
hmm
Brent, there you go. And he was like, "Oh, I think I could beat you." I was like, "You think your call could beat my call?" And he was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Say less. Let's run it." I even ran a PvP with him, and I smoked him. And so he was like, "Yeah, run your call against my call." I was like, "Ah, I bet. Let's run it." And when we ran it, I put the belt on the line and everything. I was like, "Yo, I swear to God, if I lose this belt, I will tell A Dot when he comes back in the shows that you're the world champion." And we ran it like that on the ground, and I smoked that boy. You feel me? And
Hmm.
I was hyped about that because I was like, yo, if A Dot would have been fucking having his shows, I would be fucking killing right now, killing niggas. But I felt like I got screwed out of it because my guy wasn't updated when we came back. Like he had whatever he had when he left on his break. You know what I'm saying? So he continued with the same momentum that we already had. That's why I won that defense. But then he got a new guy, which was Storm, rest in peace. Um, he updated his guy, and what he did was he had a brand new, fresh dude, up to date with the DLCs and all that shit. And my guy was already old, already washed up, because he was already fighting for like fucking 10 matches, and out of those 10 matches, I probably won like 7. You know, like I lost 1 here, then I won 3, then I lost 1, then I won like 4, type shit like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I felt like Storm came with a fresh new guy, fresh momentum, and he got the world title. And
That shit is crazy once you go ahead over somebody else who has an update and you don't have an update.
yeah,
How long did it take you to realize updating your code was a thing?
well, tell you the truth, I used to think that updating it was the bad thing. Like every time
It
you update it,
technically
I
is
think like,
it technically is a bad thing. It depends on the showrunner, because if all right, so let's just say GW for
like
instance, and
let's say
to
your shit right now. Let's say your shit right now. Like
mhm,
if like your shit right now, you got my you get a DVD that's right now brand new, fresh, and you put them up against Demon X that you already had for like the last time you had Demon X, and that was probably like a month ago, right? My
mhm,
DBD will beat your Demon X that you have because of the momentum. My momentum is brand new. It's like on 100. It's fresh. His momentum
mhm.
is like on like 80 something, maybe 90 something because of whatever his record is on the thing. You know they keep records in this shit now, right? Like when
Yeah.
you pick
Oh yeah,
when you
definitely.
pick
Yeah.
the you see the records
They
too when
keep
you
the
pick
record. Yeah,
your
they keep the
core to
records
fight.
in your universe. Yeah, and
Yeah.
once
Yeah,
you update your
yeah,
code, that record is gone.
Yeah.
But
mm-hmm,
here's the
mm-hmm.
thing. As you said, you would think that you will win with your updated core versus a Demon X core that's already been in there
Already
or
in your
whatever.
show.
That's
Yeah,
not actually true. That's because you're still coming in fresh. So granted, you don't really have momentum because your core is just being updated. So everything is still fresh for you. You're not coming in on 100. You might think that, but you're not. Where Demon X, if he's winning matches and he goes up
you're
against you,
right too.
it's a good chance. It's a good chance he can still win that. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that he's on momentum. If his core was injured,
That's the reason why I take forever to change my update.
yeah,
Yeah.
if his core was injured,
That's the
you could definitely win that. But it to update can be a good thing and a bad thing. It depends on the timing of it. If your core is injured and you want to be on the next show, then you update. You know what I mean? And get rid of that injury. You update
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
that makes
If
sense.
you wanna
But like,
if you want if you want to keep riding out that momentum and you have an update, don't do it yet. Wait till you actually take a loss. Like it's another Fed that I'm in, and I'm the world champion over there, and a guy beat me, and it was just it's a regular match, non-title, but he ended up getting lucky with a kick and he won. So to
right,
me, I tell everybody, like, if I'm the world champion, these matches that I have that are non-title matches, I see these matches as like sparring sessions. You know, it's a sparring session for me because it's no reward for it if I win. And if I lose, you get the bragging right. So it's a sparring session. So he won and I pinned the world champion. I said, that's cool. Now you got to do it when the title's on the line
but it
because
counts. Yeah, it counts.
that's a different monster. Yeah, it's a different monster. So now say he comes into that match and boom, I have an update. I want the update in there. I already have, you got to put the title on me. So you're giving me my champion's advantage back. You probably got to put me back at number 1 in the power rankings. You can't, and that, like I
That's
said,
the thing I
that's
was
why I
gonna
said
tell
it
you. Yeah,
runs.
that's the thing. That's funny
It
you
runs
mentioned
on the
that. My bad to cut
showrunner.
you off. My bad to
Oh
cut
yeah, go
you
ahead,
off.
do your
But
thing.
that's funny you said that because that's the catch to it when you get the update. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of niggas don't know that
Yeah,
shit though, but I know that. The thing
yeah,
is, like when you update the thing, you gotta put him back on the ranking that he was already in. So like if I'm
exactly, because
ranked
that shit will
5,
put you at the bottom.
right, it's
That,
definitely gonna put you in the bottom. That's why the
Yeah.
momentum is always shitty when you update your core. And I always
mm-hmm.
like I knew that, but I didn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? But because I know that A dot like didn't like do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't. He's a straight shooter. So like what he does basically is, you want to update? All right, cool. He updates it, he puts you in there. But I know that because I see that in the thing, and I'm like, yo, no wonder these motherfuckers is always, you know what I'm saying, winning because this nigga's ranked number 3, and I'm over here ranked
Mm-hmm.
number 35 and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
obviously it's gonna be like that. So like that's the thing now that we got to pay attention to when you update a call in the
Yeah.
feds in the e-feds.
Yeah.
You
Because
got to
if
make
you
sure. So
and
like
like I said, a lot of
when I give you
showrun.
an update, yeah. So like
Mm-hmm.
if I give
A
you an
lot of
update right
showrunners
now,
won't do it.
hmm you got to put me in the same rank that I'm already in. So like before you delete my old guy, make sure you memorize the rank that I'm in, and then when you update them, like when you delete them, put me back in that rank. Like if I'm ranked number 10, for example, put me back in number 10. You know what I'm saying? Like don't make me start from the bottom of the list type shit. You could do
Mm-hmm.
that only
Yeah.
when you lose the world title, which automatically does that anyway. Like if you're a champion and you lose the belt, like the universe automatically puts you back down to like I noticed that um right now, for example, I put the King of New York title on the line, right? And Ego loses it. If Ego loses the world title tonight to anybody, like the universe automatically when it books his matches before I customize it, it puts him with a like a multiple man match where he's gotta like earn his ranking back up kind of shit. Like they don't
Mm-hmm.
give him a rematch automatically set as the universe. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like it does that alone. So you don't have to tamper with that. You just leave that alone the way it is. The thing what you do is with the ranking though. Like if I'm
Mm-hmm.
number whatever it is, you gotta put me back in that rank because now I'm losing the advantage that I have going into your pay-per-view. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hey,
that's
you
a
hear
new
me?
shit
Like I got an
we on.
update. Just pay attention to that shit. Oh, he was number 5. Let me throw him back there because some motherfuckers just be like, oh, he got an update. Cool. Snatch him, delete the old update, and not knowing
And
you're
that's
back
it.
at the
Yeah, yeah.
bottom of their roster. So when you come in,
You're
like you
definitely at
said,
the
Exactly.
bottom.
you would think you would go in that match fighting Ego because you're fresh in and Ego has been. I mean, not Ego or Demon has been there already, and you think you might win that match. No, because the showrunner might not pay attention to that, and they might just be like, whatever, set the match up. But if it's a
Yeah.
Yeah,
motherfucker who pay attention to that shit, then like I'm gonna put DBD back where he was, and then boom, let's see how that play out.
yeah, yeah. Like that's the thing. Like a lot of motherfuckers wasn't on that. Like, and I was like, damn. And there's a lot of things that I caught on to that I'm like, all right. And you know what's crazy too that you got to watch out for, knowing that because now you got your own EFED going on. So you got to watch out for shit where if you got an idea and you expose your idea, there's a lot of motherfuckers out there that hate it. Like they basically looking at your shit and they're like, you know what? I like that
Oh,
idea
trust me,
that you
I
got on
yeah,
this
trust me,
shit,
I know it. I already see how
and
the
they run
game
that.
go. Yeah, I see how the game go. That
That
I
shit
have
is
I have
disgusting.
that triple crown title that I have where it has plates for different feds on it. I just seen somebody do that shit yesterday. Ask Hitman, and I just told him like motherfuckers watching. I already know they watching. You know, if you get into it with guys in our circle, I don't mind sharing shit. You know what I mean? If I'm cool with you, I don't mind throwing some shit to you. You know what I'm saying? Check this out, do this X Y Z. But it's always somebody watching because they're gonna see some shit and they're gonna be like, I seen this shit over here. Let me throw that into my show because that's just how the world works, especially with certain people. They can't come up with creative shit on their own, so it's like I have to see what else is out there, what else somebody else is doing, so I could try to feed off of that, and build on that. Oh shoot,
That's a fact.
he do a tournament like this. Let me do a tournament like this. Or he do
Yeah,
this
that's it.
kind of
Yeah,
match. Let me do that kind of
yeah, that
match.
shit
Yep.
right there. That shit
Yep.
fucking gets me. That gets me tight, bro. Like, especially if you can't
Yep.
come up with your own original shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I made my EFED like it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I see a motherfucker out there with some demon skulls and got the arena dark and you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, shit like that, yeah, man, we got a problem because you know what I'm saying. Like, I came up with my own
Where you
concept.
saw
Like,
that at? Yeah. Hmm.
But
And
like
for
just
me,
yeah,
like
and for
Briggs, but
with
just like
me, I'm
Briggs said, there's sometimes there's nothing you can do. There's gonna be people that's gonna try to copy. So what I try to do is try to be the first and
yeah.
yeah.
like and try to create something. I know somebody's gonna bite onto it, but when I post something to use new, to me it's already old because I got like the next 3 projects I'm already working. So that's what I
Hmm.
try to do to stay ahead of the game.
I'm so high
Everybody's
up on
different.
creativity that when I see some shit, I want to salute that shit. So like for instance, when I got into watching Demon show, I was watching Demon House, and he had this one show where he had the arena. It was like in the woods. That shit was so fucking fire to me. It's like who
Yeah,
creates shit like that? You know what I mean? Who put shit like this together? Where it's just like a bunch of
this thing
trees
could be.
surrounding a ring and shit. That shit is so fucking fire. I'm not about to copy
Yeah,
that shit. I'm gonna tell you where I seen it at. You know what I
My
Yeah.
mean? And then
favorite
if I
one
see
was
somebody else,
the
I see
lava arena he had.
yeah,
That was
that
fire.
too. And if I
That
see
was
somebody
nice.
who did that shit, I'm like, that's fucking demon shit.
Yep.
You know what I
I would
Exactly.
mean?
never
Yep.
copy, but what I'll do is be like, "Yo, bro, can you upload that arena? I need that." You know,
Yeah.
like I
I ain't
yeah.
got
won't
no.
Yeah.
post it. I
Like
I ain't
you,
got
won't
no. Hey,
post
you
it
know what?
on the
I don't have no
stream, but
problem. I
I
don't have
play
no
it. But my,
problem sharing shit like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, like they say, man, give me my cookies. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I seen this arena and I had to ask the guy. You know what I'm saying? If I could use it. You know what I'm saying? Don't just go in there and take my shit and then, like, you know what I'm saying? Switch some shit around. Like I ain't gonna know that you took my fucking arena and put
yeah, that's
your you put
facts.
your put your fucking logo right there, and might change a little bit something right here. Motherfucker, I know my shit because I'm the one that paid the
Yeah, that's
motherfucker. You know
facts.
what I'm saying?
When you
hmm
make your arenas, it's like when you make your calls and your titles, you know what you put. But like if I
yeah,
download an arena from anybody else, I won't like stream it. I'll just play on that arena on my personal, like if I'm playing right now or something, I'll just play in that arena. But I never try to post nobody else's arena because I feel like you said, that's stealing from them. The most I'll do is like what we do in GW. We create an arena. We'll add your logo to our barricade. All the other logos and different companies to give you shout outs. But as far as stealing
that's
people's
facts.
ideas in arenas, we don't do that. If you
Yeah,
want to
so I
be
was gonna
part
say
of it,
too.
all you gotta do is be like, "Yo, like, what's up? I want to be down." That's
That's
all.
what
It's,
I was gonna
it's
say
this,
too, Briggs. I need you to send me your logo so I can put it in my arena too, bro.
Oh, sure, bet I got you. I'll
Yeah,
send that shit in a bit. I got you.
don't worry about it. Just
So
whenever you get a chance.
rebounding on that, right? How does it feel from transitioning from a wrestler creator to a showrunner now that you're starting to run your own show and you see like how it is? Because you gotta
I
like
mean,
remember
oh,
like
okay.
you got like 80 motherfuckers sometimes that you gotta download and
Yeah,
shit. You know what I mean? Like I
yeah.
literally
I
have
think my
like
roster
two
now.
motherfuckers.
I think my roster now
Mhm.
I'm up to about like 80 people or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But all
That's
right, so
crazy, right?
I was supposed to run. I was supposed to run my Fed last year. I had a bunch of people who kept asking me to run shows for them just because I have so many ideas, and booking it comes natural to me. Like
Mm-hmm.
I can put a card together with no problem. Let me just go ahead and
Mm-hmm.
see who's on the roster and give me whatever rivals you got going on or what the storylines is. I could throw something together quick. I could put the match type together, the match type that I would like to see. You know what I mean? This shit is simple for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I was so busy last year because I was working two fucking jobs and shit, and I got my kids and all of that. So I'm like, I ain't got time for it. Plus, I don't have the dedication that a lot of y'all have for the shit. Like, I salute
real
y'all
life
for it.
first. You gotta
Yeah,
take the
I
family
salute a
first.
lot of
Yeah,
y'all
you gotta have
for
time.
doing for right. I salute a lot of y'all for doing the shit because sometimes I just be like, man, whatever. I got other shit going on, so my patience ain't there. I don't have the dedication. I'm not about to sit and chat on the joint for about 4, 5, 6, 7 hours like I see motherfuckers doing. If we
Mm-hmm.
ain't finished this, we ain't wrapping this shit up in under three. I'm about to
Yeah,
start getting annoyed. Now I
Yeah.
understand the PLE can run like that, but god damn, you know what I
that
mean?
shit.
But
Tell you the truth,
yeah.
I always have to feel like I have to break the 3 hour mark. I'm like, yo, I had to give 3 hours because Twitch don't pay you unless you do 3 hours.
Now
Yeah,
right
they
now,
want
okay,
like at
so
least 10 hours a week. Yeah,
yes,
they
all
You
right. So
gotta,
they
here's the
charge that
thing,
much.
yeah.
and I just got affiliated today. I just hit
Oh,
fucking
there you
Congratulations.
go.
affiliation.
Yeah, shout out to
Appreciate it.
you,
Congratulations.
man.
Right
Congratulations. Shout out to David
now,
Briggs. Make sure y'all give
I
him a follow, ladies and gentlemen, and a
I didn't
subscription.
Facts, hey, dog.
I
That's all I
used
want to is a great show.
yeah I used to stream a while back, but I didn't stream wrestling. I streamed Madden. Cause
Yeah, me too. I used to stream Madden.
me and my boys, we get an online franchise going, and we like to watch each other games. So motherfuckers always jump in the chat like, "Who's streaming?" who got a game today? Stream that shit, especially if it's a user versus user, because we about to watch that shit and talk some shit. Like our Madden franchise back then was huge,
I was waiting.
and yeah, I used to stream on. I streamed on
A
Twitch,
Dot
but
said
then
he'll destroy you in Madden.
he probably will now because I suck now. It's just I don't give a fuck about that game because
I was let.
it went so downhill. You know what I mean? I had jumped back into college because college was our thing. We were so hyped up on college that man, when they canceled that, that shit put all of us in a badass mood. They stopped dropping the college game. So when they brought this shit back, oh man, we was all hyped. Me and all my homeboys got it. We decided to start up a fucking online franchise again, and I won like my first two games, and then the computer stuff. And we wasn't even playing on fucking Heisman. We playing on All American. The
Yeah.
computer started busting my ass. So I'm like, I'm not playing this shit anymore. I'm getting torched by the computer. I'm throwing 6 to 7 interceptions and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, my football days is over. And Madden is the same way,
Yeah.
man. I think I can't remember the last Madden game I played. It was probably like 21 or 22. Whenever Jalen Hurts got into the league, I can't remember his first year,
Okay.
but his
I
first year in
think.
the league.
Yeah. I think my last Madden was when we had My last Madden was when we had Amari Cooper. That was our main receiver. That was
Oh
a
yeah,
couple years already
yeah, yeah.
now.
Yeah,
That was the
exactly.
last
Yeah,
time. And I
I,
played Madden
I
like 3
forgot
years
that
ago against
fast.
A-Dot. Yeah. I'm a Cowboy fan, so I play
Yeah, I
only the
forgot that
Cowboys.
fast.
It's y'all
That
niggas that be
and
playing with different teams and shit.
hell
Y'all
no,
play with the
I'm the
Super Bowl
same.
champs.
I play with the 49ers.
I don't play
That's
with
my
no other team.
squad.
I don't play with no other team but my team, bro, and that's it, bro.
Me too. That's it. I
Exactly.
play with
Yeah,
my team.
that's me. I play with Floyd. I play with 49ers. That's all I don't give a fuck about anybody else's team. But yeah, I forgot that fast. You was a Cowboy fan. Y'all suck, bro.
Oh,
Hey, y'all been
That's
sucking for a
crazy.
long ass
Yo.
time, man. Hell yeah.
oh,
Shit. Hey, look, you know what's
Yeah.
up with you know what's up with me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk that
Yeah.
shit, bro.
oh
Especially
shit.
I mean,
especially when it
especially if
comes to
you're
the
a
49ers and the
49ers.
Cowboys. Exactly, bro.
Ah,
Like,
yeah. That's
I
the
tell everybody
rivalry
this
since the '90s.
right. I tell everybody this show all the time because they were like, "How you from New York and you a Niner fan, bro?" I came up off rivalries, bro. In my household, I was the 49er fan. My brother is a Cowboys fan, and my cousin was a Giants fan. And all we did was talk shit within the three of us because it's a rivalry each way you turn when it comes to that. Same thing when it comes to
Yeah,
basketball. Yeah, I'm from New York, but I'm a Bulls fan. Built off rivalry. Jordan used to come to the Garden and
that's
bust the Knicks' ass. I'm
that's
for it.
disgusting.
That is that's
Unless
not
unless
disgusting.
you
That's
was
the
in the Jordan
truth.
era, that's disgusting. That's
Yeah,
disrespectful.
right. Right. I came up in the
It's like,
Jordan
hey,
era.
this motherfucker's a fucking Pacers fan.
Yeah, now that one I don't
He's,
get. I
I don't
don't
get
I don't
that.
get
This
that.
motherfucker's from
They
Brooklyn.
was lit. Stop playing. They was lit back in the day. I
Hey,
even had a
they
Grant
was.
Hill.
I don't know.
I had a
Hey,
Grant Hill poster on my wall
Jinxing
back
them
in the
by
Reggie
day.
Miller was
liking them.
that dude.
Stop playing.
Reg, Reggie Miller was that guy.
Reggie goaded.
Reggie Miller was
Reggie
that dude
goaded.
until he came up against Black Jesus, though. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That boy
facts.
goaded. That boy Reggie goaded. That boy
Hey,
Reggie had hands too. He didn't give a fuck. Like,
that
these
man
niggas suck.
Reggie Miller said he'll never talk shit to Jordan ever again.
Jordan put hands on him. Jordan and Kobe put hands. Yeah, he put hands on Kobe though, but because Kobe couldn't fight. Remember when Chris Childs did to Kobe?
Yeah, hit him with the quick two piece.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah,
he
pop
hit him
pop.
with the he had take. He gave him the extra one. The extra one was a drink. He was like, "Here, no ice." That boys, he cooked them, man. That was the good time to watch basketball though, because ball now it ain't no
Yeah,
more, man.
the game nowadays, all games nowadays are so fucking watered down. It's hard to actually just
Yeah,
sit there and go through a whole game and enjoy the shit. Like this fucking like the
yeah,
Nuggets and the Thunder. My girl hit me up the other day and was like, "You see this shit? They gave Shea 2 fouls in the first quarter already." I was like, "Cause they trying to get that money. They're gonna force a game 7 for that." And of course, the game 7 was today, and Thunder washed the Nuggets. It's all about the betting now. Vegas is getting so much
yeah.
fucking money off of this
That's
shit.
what I was trying to tell A Dot. I was trying to tell a lot of motherfuckers that watch sports. I was like, yo, if y'all really watch sports for the love of it, like I feel bad for you because it ain't about that
Mm-hmm.
no more. You feel
Mm-hmm.
me?
Yeah.
Because now it's all about the best. Like it's just
Politics.
scripted to me. Like they already know in the beginning of the year, like yo, we're gonna make this person a superstar. Like that's what they did with Patrick Mahomes and
Oh yeah.
Travis Kelsey.
Facts.
Like in football, that's what they
Facts.
did. They literally built them niggas, and then them niggas is like the faces of football type shit. Like Tom Brady was the face of football until he retired. Now it's Patrick
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
you got Kelsey because of Taylor Swift type shit. And it's like, come on, dude.
Which is
Like,
crazy
you gotta
because
cut it out.
you literally made Taylor Swift bigger than the NFL. I don't care what
Exactly.
nobody
You
say.
get
That's
me?
always going to be a thing for me, and especially
Yeah.
due to the fact that I'm a Niners fan and we went to the Super Bowl to play them while this shit was going on. Anytime the Chiefs made a good play, they show fucking Taylor Swift. I'm like, come on, bro, this shit is rigged.
Yep.
Like,
Bro, you know how you know that football is crazy? Like this is how you know if you're a football fan compared to you just watching the Super Bowl because Super Bowl's entertainment, right?
mm,
If you go to somebody's crib and you watch football and you play fantasy football, what are you gonna see inside your crib when you got your boys over? Everybody got their team's jersey on, right? Or
oh
at
yeah,
least a
facts,
hat
yeah,
or a T-shirt or something, right?
mm-hmm,
When you see the Super Bowl, like when everybody was watching Super Bowl commercials and all that shit, the halftime show, everybody was mainly watching the Super Bowl this year because of that. They was watching it
mm-hmm.
because like, oh, we gotta see what Kendrick does. You know what I mean? And like they knew that he was gonna take shots at Drake. So everybody was like, yo, we gotta watch Super Bowl. So when they were showing you like the reactions of people filming the reactions of when he was doing his shit, everybody that was filming it was like older white people and shit. Like they don't do nothing. Like they have nothing to do with the game. Like they ain't really watching the game. Like you got grandmas there watching the game, like the show. You got mothers and ladies and women and shit. They're not there for that. They're not there for the football game. You get what I'm saying? Like
No,
we
yeah, it's
already
all
knew
about
who
the
was gonna win the
entertainment.
game by halftime. That's crazy. It's like, what the fuck? And 9 out of 10
Yeah,
times, it's never your teams. It's never your teams. And the reason is everybody was so hyped because that's how they did it. Like they got Vegas so hyped. Everybody was like, "Oh, you crazy? The fucking Chiefs, of course they're gonna three-peat. They're gonna make a history.
mm-hmm.
They're gonna make history, and they're gonna do all that. They got everybody for their money. So everybody was like, hell yeah, they're gonna do that. Hell yeah, because they're like, "Dude, that's the fucking golden boys of the NFL, right? Bullshit.
Hell yeah,
Niggas lost everything at that shit. The
man.
fucking Eagles come out and pull off the
The
win.
game used to be so fucking good back in the days where it was
Deion
no
Sanders
like,
time.
yeah, man. You talking about hard hitting? Oh, that's when it was fire. These motherfuckers nowadays can't take a hit. Like
Yeah,
it's built to
you talking about Lawrence
it's
Taylor hitting Zach Thomas.
yeah, man.
Fucking
I
shit.
hit you and put you down for some weeks. Nowadays,
Ray Lewis.
Mahomes get tapped on the ass cheek and it's a 15-yard
That's it. Yeah.
flag
Yep.
and shit.
Yeah, you pull his jersey, you be like, yo, he wrinkled it. What are you doing? It's illegal. You wrinkled my jersey.
Yeah,
What the fuck is wrong with these niggas?
Hell yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's just wild stuff,
real.
man. But yeah,
Hmm.
nah. But jumping back to the thing, so like the transition from doing this as a creator, as a wrestler and shit, and competing to running your own show. Like, how do you think
Right.
of like the
So
is it
I
easy
mean,
transition for you or what?
yeah, it's an easy transition for me just to the fact that, like I said, I was supposed to already run the show just because of I just doing what I do anyway. Like I said, I booking for me becomes natural. I can put together shows and shit like that, no problem. The only thing that like I said, for me, I want to say that I'm not comfortable with, or that can get frustrating, is just the fact that actually just sitting there and running through the damn show for as long as a motherfucker will run through a show for. That part I could care less about. I'm not trying to be sitting in the chair for about 3 to 4 hours and calling out all the damn moves going on and blah 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 blah. So if you watch my last show, like, I finally got my mic to work, but I ran it was a lot of music in the background because I was also fixing shit around the crib and stuff like that, and I didn't even realize that the mic was working because I tried to get it to work before, and it was fucking with me. because the settings on the actual game, you have to unmute it there. You can have your mic unmuted and everything, but you have to go into the game while you're broadcasting and unmute that shit. That shit was a pain for me. So my last show that I ran, I had some music playing in the background, which is cool. But like I said, me sitting there for some time and going through all the moves and just doing talking and shit like that. Like I love to watch a show where motherfuckers do their commentary and they so hyped about the shit. Like watching a fucking GEW show, man, I have so much respect for A Dot and the shit that he do. The
That's
fucking
wild. I know.
right,
Mm.
the fucking animation he put behind calling these matches or the shit talking that he do. I love that shit. A show within a show,
Uh,
fucking fire. I never seen nobody do it like that. So I have so much respect for him for doing his show
I
how he do it. When
I
you do
always
your
tell them that.
show,
Uh,
yeah, when you do your
your show's
show,
different.
I fuck with Fight Club because you get on there and you talk shit. You be low sometimes, but still you get on there and talk shit, and then you might bounce and go do a little smoke break, but you come back and you still talk shit. And of
Oh
course,
yeah.
the relationship that me and you got, we talk shit to each other naturally. So that shit is fucking. It always hits for me if I, especially if I'm, fully paying attention and shit. It's always a good one. And the same thing with the rest of you guys. I always enjoy watching Demon House. You know what I mean? Demon put on a great ass show. When I get a chance to get in to watch Eagle Show, I haven't watched too much Eagle Show to see. Eagle, do you do commentary?
The reason why I barely talk is because some of these UFC shows be running like 4 hours, 5 hours. So I'm like, damn,
Right.
that's a lot. Plus, I'm
I
always
seen a
doing
couple of
shit in the background.
right.
So I'm
Okay,
gonna
now see,
try to
boom,
start. Yeah,
that's
I'm gonna
me.
try to
Same thing.
start.
I be doing shit in the background, but I'll try to get in and get some commentary going for y'all when I can. But at the same time, I got a lot of shit going on. But that's
Yeah,
my
'cause I
main
can't
thing
really just
about the
sit.
shit.
Yeah, I can't really
Right.
just sit there for like 3, 4 hours. I got shit to do, so I'm always trying to, get the most of the
Ex-
day. You know.
exactly. And even watching Jenny show, she do her commentary too. I fuck with it. You know what I mean? I fuck with all of y'all who do commentary, and I appreciate that shit. Me personally, I'm gonna try. I'll try to do it. I'll even try to do it more, but I got a lot of shit going on as well. But as far as just the actual act of, coming from, just being a core creator to actually running the show, it was an easy transition. It's not a big deal for me. And putting on a great show is, second nature as well, because I have every the cores that I have, you know what I mean? It's dope to watch y'all actually do your thing. Speaking of, let me put this out there, Ego. If you want to get on TXT, bro, just let me know. You know what I mean? I'll grab your call and throw you on there. A dot, same thing with you. If you want to throw A dot on there, hey, you more than welcome. Y'all already know that. It's open for y'all if y'all want to get on. But I have all of
You
y'all.
gonna need,
I have
you gonna need
everybody's
them
cause.
ridiculous red boots.
Oh yeah, I
You need
already
Yeah.
them
know.
stupid ass red boots to get these
But
Yeah,
hey,
that's
hey,
videos.
but
that's
oh
bad.
look, but check this out, bro. Like when all right, so of course we all bought the fucking Bloodline edition, so we already had 100 and whatever thousand points
Yeah,
off
yeah.
rip, and then I ended up getting another what was it, like 400 and something thousand points. I got money to spend. I still got about 160 something thousand on in the bank, right? Well, shit, 300,000, I think probably. But I tell everybody, man, if you got something on the island and you need me to get it, just let me know. I don't mind doing that shit because again, when I started this shit and I pretty much ran through the game, trying to figure out what else am I supposed to do. You know what I mean?
What is your thoughts
Somebody
from
had the
what
fucking
you
R
said?
Truth mask, and to get that R Truth mask, you gotta have like 200 and something points of live matches, bro. That shit
Yeah,
was a
you got to do the
fucking
my
headache.
rise, the my rise.
Yeah, and you got to do a bunch of live because I beat the My Rise about 4 or 5 times now, but still didn't have none of those
What
live
you got to
event
do is
points.
focus on the side missions. That's what I did. Like I'm
Yeah,
I'm doing one playthrough to the my rise, but I focus on the side missions first. So I made sure I did everything to unlock DDP, R-True, Balor, all those characters. And
I
then I
still need to
started
unlock the
focusing on
last
story.
two. Yeah, I still need to unlock the last two. I just focused on getting to the fucking truth shit so I can get that fucking mask. Cause some guy had it and he was like, yeah, his core, you couldn't download his core without it, but he a cool dude and he wanted to be on the show. So I'm like, bet I'm not going to tell him to take it off. Your core is your core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I say I'm so high up on creation. What you create is your creation. I'm not about to tell you to alter that shit just to be on my show. Fuck you. If you want to be on my show and you have XYZ that I need to go get, I'm gonna go get that shit. I spent hours busting ass in these live matches. Granted, just throw the shit on easy, but still, you want 5-star matches so you get 5 points every fucking time, every fucking time. And that shit was annoying as hell. But yeah, I don't mind going to grab stuff for somebody who has something that I don't have. Because I might have something that, motherfuckers need. Like when DVD got the fucking Nikes, the red and white Nikes. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
didn't have them
I
at
feel
first, but fuck it, I'll go ahead and grab those. And while I'm at it, let me grab these blue ones too, because I like them shits. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I'm the same way. I try to max out, try to do all the missions, my rides, showcase, just in case if somebody has something, I could be able to grab them without an issue.
yeah, right. You know what I mean? It's all just all a part about. For me, that's the part about accommodating everybody who want to be on your shit anyway. You know what I mean? We're
Hmm.
gonna have some fun with the shit. So yeah, like I said, I have calls that I want to see in some matches together. I want to see some matches and motherfuckers gonna turn up. It's gonna put on a good show. And of course, when I even started, I was looking for some good sliders. Everybody jumped the gun and start trying to put their own sliders together and shit like that. I went looking for some and then ran my own matches and seeing how they played out. See if I like these shits now, and instead of just like saying, "Oh yeah, I'm keeping these shits to myself." Boom, nah, try these shits out. I'm sending these shits out to everybody. See if y'all like these shits because the game is so fucked up. Everybody having these quick ass matches and these tap out matches so damn fast. I want to see some bangers. So
facts.
Big facts.
Yeah, like that's how ego and like demon feel this year too. Like they ain't trying to like get their cause out unless you're
I,
like a
yeah,
serious showrunner. Like you get what I'm saying? Like because if you're gonna be on some like fuck shit and like
hmm
use they dudes as scrubs, then I don't think they want to be a part of that shit. Like I
of
felt the
course
same way
not.
too, but I was like, you know what, fuck it, because I know they can still like see my dude out there and they still gonna grab him. You know what I mean? And
All right, so here's the
it's
thing with
whatever.
that. A
not
lot of
only that,
people.
but I'm sorry for cutting you off. Not only that, but
Go
like especially right now in global productions, without because we didn't set this up. You guys just put my car in there and let him do what he does naturally. And
hmm
naturally, I won titles on all three shows. So to see that and then to see my guy be a scrub on another show, I'm like, all right, this not naturally
It
he
makes
didn't
no
even look
sense.
like that.
That make you feel a kind of way.
And then to me, the one that takes me over the line is when they don't even let you lose the match. You get pinned, and then a cutscene happens, and all of a sudden you lose. To me, I'm like,
Yeah,
damn. Like at least
man.
make a story out of that. Don't just
hmm
force someone to lose. So that to me don't make sense.
A lot of people don't
Yeah,
realize once you implemented a fucking rivalry action, that shit happens like that. Like, okay, so watching A Dot show how he does it, he lets the match play out and then he has a cutscene and he has a cutscene for either way that the match plays out. I fuck with that so heavy because most people don't realize if you just throw a rivalry action on there, you're already telling the game to switch it a certain way. Even though
Yep.
you might not think you're doing that, it does that automatically. So but
That's why I
especially it
don't
goes
fuck.
off the momentum
That's
and
why I
some of
don't
that
fuck with.
shit
That's why I
too.
don't fuck with the rivalries, bro. That's why I don't fuck. I make my own rivalries. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
facts.
Exactly.
I don't let the game do the rivalries. I do the rivalries myself. Like I
Yeah, I
take
don't do
that
that.
option off. Like you feel me? Like we
Yeah,
don't need that. I don't need the universe to do that for me because like if I want a rivalry with Damian Briggs, I'm gonna set that myself. I'm not gonna let the universe set that. You get what I'm saying? Like
Facts.
I'm gonna be like, fuck it. Me and Briggs are gonna run best out of three stages of hell type shit, three different type of matches, and like
Yeah, and on top of that, we already talk shit heavy, so the promo
that's
is going
it.
to flow. You know what I mean?
yep.
So it's always perfect that way. You just put that shit together yourself. You let the fucking universe do it. Somebody gonna get screwed, and of course, at the end of the day, you are gonna have somebody feeling the kind of way. Oh man, you put me in this match where I only where the match is because this shit happened to me. Somebody put me in a match where I was already, like I said, I'm me. I'm one of the number one contenders for whatever title was online. I come out there, I start throwing some punches, whooping the champion ass, and next thing you know, he put me in a submission and I tap out. And the match don't last more. The entrance was longer than the match was
Oh yeah.
because he set a rivalry for somebody else in the champion. Don't use me
That's
as a
crazy.
jobber. You
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
Yeah,
mean?
no,
that's that's the point.
yeah, that's the
So
point.
then
That's the point.
that's when I start to feel some kind of way because you know who I am, you know what my core is capable of and about, but you just put me as a jobber just to get the next man over. You didn't even
Yep.
have to use me
Facts.
for that.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you, I
And
mean,
if
go
that's
ahead.
the case, also as creators, you got people for that or calls for that you make to become jobbers. So
Well,
if that's what you're looking for, we can just provide you for that. Don't use someone's
Simple.
main
That's it.
call that they built to make them look like a bozo. That's crazy.
well,
That's another thing. That's another question that I have actually because I have a couple questions lined up, and
Yeah, go
it's
ahead and shoot him.
crazy how as we going through the as we going through the conversation, I'm asking the other question and we rebounding off that question. You know what I'm saying? So that's rebounding off this question. So like right, it's how do you like separate the creativity that you have in your vision from yourself and how you will run your show. You get what I'm saying? Because like, all right, like you know how every time I go up in the show and shit, like I'm always clowning motherfuckers because that's my gimmick. My gimmick is like, yo,
Right.
I'm the fucking shit, and I don't give a fuck. Look at you. Look at this motherfucker looking like whatever the fuck it is that you look like at the moment that comes into my head. You get what I'm saying? So I'm quick on it with that.
Mm-hmm.
So like you have a certain style. So like my shit is basically like hip hop. So like if you're gonna hear any music on my show, you're gonna basically hear like hip hop music unless you have an entrance where it's like rock and roll or any other type of shit. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
like how do you separate your vision from the way you are and the way you carry yourself in like e-feds and the way you run your
Yeah,
show that you gotta accept everybody's different type of style and personalities and shit that they have.
yeah, because well, here my take on it is I think that when you're running your own show, you got to remember you have so many different personalities involved in your show. It's your show, but you have these people a part of your show, so you still have to cater to them. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Still cater to them while putting on the best show. Try to remember what they want or they like and add that to your show because it's not all about you. You're putting on the show, but you have to cater to everybody else. Me personally, my core,
Facts.
I'm who I am. You know what I mean? Me and you run hand in hand. You know what I mean? We both assholes, both talk
Yep.
shit. You know,
Yep.
I'm the best. You claim you the best. That's just how we vibe. Like I said,
I see
everything
what
when you
you
tried
did
to
there.
run that, you tried to run. No, I'm just saying that I think
No,
I'm the
no,
best.
no,
You
no.
think you the
Yeah.
best. But when like I said, when you tried to run that whole I'm a face, I'm a baby face, give me that shit don't sit right with me because I know you're a liar. You know what I mean? I know you
Yeah,
full
yeah.
of shit.
We was telling
You
him
know
that
what I
shit
mean?
though every day.
Yeah, you
Everybody
not
kept
about to
telling me that. They
convince
were
me.
like,
You
"What are you
not about to
talking about?"
convince me of that shit. But like I said, we work, well off each other. That's me outside. That's Briggs. That's the core Briggs. Me as running the show, you gotta cater to everybody. So I gotta know what everybody likes. I gotta know well, like I said, I'll figure out everybody's theme music when I get a chance to. You know what I mean? I have to figure out
Talking to,
uh who likes to fight with who or who puts on a good match with who. How I can use this person here or how I can use this person there. The whole thing about running the show is catering as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? It's still your show, but cater to the people you have on your show as well as catering to the people that are watching your show because that's where you'll get
that's a fact.
the approval. You know what I mean? They'll tell you putting on a good show, and that's what it's all about. I can't remember. It was I'm pretty sure it was Jenny who was like, "Yeah, don't do it for the views, do it for the love," which is a fact. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't never really care about views. I'm not the type of person that'll run back and look and see how many views did I get on this episode. That's not my thing. If we having fun in the chat, that's my whole thing. Like I said, the last show we was in there talking shit or any show, you in there talking shit about whatever matches is going on and we vibing off of each other and just talking shit. That's what I do the shit for. We want to have some fun. I don't mind jumping into one of you guys' streams and everybody in there and they just talking shit, which I think is one of the main reasons why I get over on GW in the chat because we're gonna be in there talking some shit. The chat is always lit, which is
Mm-hmm.
fire. You get so far ahead when you have that kind of interaction in the chat, not even in the Facebook chat or the page or in the fucking streaming chat. Because everybody is active, everybody is watching, everybody want to talk shit to each other. That's what pushes that shit. So yeah, for me,
Yeah,
that's how I
that's
separate
a
that.
major part of it for me too. Like the trash talk.
Yeah,
Like I
because
love that shit. That's
it
Fight Club
pushes
is
a lot. It
basically
pushes a
based
lot of
on that.
shit.
Mhm. Like Fight Club's basically based on that. Like Fight Club's based on like call outs and like, yo, what? I'll fucking wash you up. But then I also give y'all chances to like brag about something where like I'll give y'all the King of New York title. But now I'm trying to do it like on some legitimate tournament shit where like you can't just be a new guy coming in and you get one win and all of a sudden think you're the King of New York type contender because it don't work like that. You know what I mean?
Like I
But
said, it's all about creativity, bro. You have so many ideas you
creativity,
want to implement into
it's straight
different
call
shit.
outs.
Like, yeah, like for
If you
me,
really notice, everybody on my show on Fight Club is basically active and they
yeah.
basically watching the show because they doing their call outs. You get what I'm saying? Like that's the whole thing I'm
Hmm.
basically based on. I always made it sure that I always made sure that that's what the whole goal was to make sure that everybody who's on the show is basically you on the show because you were actually active and you called somebody out on either part of the group chats, wherever we're in.
Facts. That always hits. Like I said, if you got interaction with everybody, everybody active, then it's definitely going to succeed. So I'm all for the call outs. But like you said, you want to start doing other shit like tournaments and all of that shit. That's a positive, bro. You had, like I said, you had so much creativity. You can just come up with some shit like, all right, so
Yeah,
now for the King of New York title, we gonna do this fucking 16-man gauntlet or whatever. We're gonna have a gauntlet this day and a gauntlet the next day. Or you have a gauntlet this day and the winner of this gauntlet faces the winner of that gauntlet. There's so much different shit that we can actually do with this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Again,
last year
this
I
is
was
free
running
game. You know what I
tournaments.
mean?
Yeah, last year I was running tournaments because I was actually doing WWE. But the
Mm.
downside was that tournaments were only on Play Now. So that's
Right,
kind of why I
yeah.
yeah.
stopped until the
It's different
guys
now
told
though.
me that now you can add it to the universe. I was like, oh,
But even now,
who knows,
with
maybe
them
down the
adding it to
line.
the universe, when I did my tournaments, I still did them in play now because the universe is still so fucked up. Like I just did my first show in the universe and it's still fucked up. That shit wiped out my whole universe once they did that
Yeah.
last patch. But I did
Yeah.
my tournaments in play now. You know what I mean? But even so, still, you can do the tournaments in universe now, but they still have it set up to. And of course, we could change it, but they have it set up to. Oh yeah, you won, you get the fight at SummerSlam or some shit like that, whatever. But yeah, I'd rather just control my own shit. So I just did it and play now. Still turned out to be fire. And then what I did after that was go in the universe and just set up the matches as if they were, you know, played and just simulated them, pick the winner who actually won. So if I go to my rankings now, I think you have Hammerman or tied at number one and number two, vice versa, and then you got Haley and Britt Graves three and four, some shit like that because they won the tournaments. You know what I mean? But they have them as a top four in the power rankings, and everybody else just falls under.
So it's crazy that I remember that when I first started Fight Club, I started Fight Club in like 22, I think it was. And like I was out there promoting the shit so much that like
Hmm.
everybody basically, like I said, Fight Club is basically everybody that's like active. So if you're active in the Discord or like in the chats and the Facebook shit, whatever that we in, then
Hmm.
you're basically calling somebody else or you're getting booked, right? And I remember I met Penny, like Shockwave's lady, his wife.
Hmm.
Um, I met her years ago, bro, on this EFED shit. Like, that's how crazy this EFED shit is, bro. Like, it's literally everywhere. Like, you can meet people from all over the world, and it's just such a small world that it's a coincidence that she's, like, with Shock and shit, right? And
Hmm.
I had her on Fight Club. She was the first ever Queen of New York that we had in Fight Club. and she was a
Dope.
random. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because that's
Mm-hmm.
what it was. Like, it wasn't like you see how I don't even know Penny from a hole in the wall. All I know was that she was down with the EFED shit, and she was watching the shows, and she was in Fight Club, and she was the first ever
Mm-hmm.
Queen of New York, and I did that shit like on some tournament mode shit. And back then I couldn't stream, so A-Dot was like streaming it, and then we had some other dude which we don't fuck with no more and shit. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he was running the shows, but he was fucking up the show, the whole concept of it, and we was like, yo man, we don't fuck with it like that, bro. Sorry. Anyway, but it's crazy how the world works. Penny was the first Queen of New York, and she was like that's the that we were talking about earlier. Like we don't put our own people over. We don't make sure that our man's or our homegirl is like the world champ. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we don't know nobody from a hole in the wall, and that person could be the world champ. If you earn it, you earn it. That's it.
Yeah,
Straight like that.
exactly. And that's a big thing for me. I don't want to be like starting my own fed. Like I said, Briggs don't win titles all across a bunch of different feds. So I don't have to be the face of my company. This is my company. I want everybody to shine. I don't need to be, of course, I put myself in the tournament because I'm still a top act, you know what I mean? But I don't need to be the champion of my shit. It's my shit. But I know it's people out there
Exactly.
that's like, fuck that. I need to hold my title. For what?
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
everybody else
yeah,
shine. You know what I mean? I'm gonna throw myself in a. I don't. You might not see Briggs on every damn show. I don't need to be because I can go watch somebody else show and I can guarantee you I'm probably either main event or co-main event over there. You know what I mean? Like
And
yeah.
it's.
I haven't placed myself in a UFC fight in like 3, 4 months. And I'm trying to show that to people that you don't have to be there all the time. The show's not about
Yeah.
you. The show's about the people, you know, about the people,
Exactly.
everybody in your chat.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
That's
I
what
don't
what
do that
I've been
either.
doing with Fight Club. That's what I do in Fight Club. I have a you can call me out for $1. Like I'll fight you for $1. Like you feel me? Because
That's
there's no
smart though.
point. There's no point in me putting
I
myself
did
in
see
tag
that
matches.
shit.
Yeah,
And
like
I
I'm
now
not
it's down, and I was thinking of something like that, like shit, you can cash in and fight Briggs, but the low tone of it, which nobody knows. I'm not still haven't implemented it yet. I'm still working on trying to figure out a lot of shit. But I was thinking about a thing like that, like you can cash in and fight Briggs, but what's not known is if you beat Briggs, you get moved up in the rankings
yeah,
unexpectedly or
yeah,
some shit like that.
What?
yeah,
Just thinking about doing shit like
Huh?
that. You know what I mean? It's just
yeah.
creativity with some of this
Like
shit.
like I was thinking of doing something like where like when you call me out, I'll fight you, and like you'll get like a title, but it won't be a title where you have to defend or nothing like that, and you won't keep it like a title. It'll be like an award, but it'll be
Mm,
presented to you as like a title in a title form. But then after that, like you don't lose it. I'll name it like the King of Violence match type shit, for example, right?
You
And
see?
I'll
mm,
make a belt. So that means every time you cash in, you win. If you win that match, then you win that belt, but it's not really a belt that you walk around with and carry.
Which
It's
one is it?
basically like
It's
you
like
win it,
It's more
that
like a
name, and you won
slammy,
it, that
like a
name. It's
slammy.
like a slam. It's like an award.
which
Yeah,
one?
you won it, but now that qualifies you to probably, like he said, he'll probably put you up in
Oh
the
yeah.
ranking, but I could probably give you a number one contender spot for like a multiple man match that I have for like a triple crown, because triple crown matches for that belt is always triple threat. You know what I mean? And then
mm-hmm,
when I have the Iron Tables, that's the United States Championship. That's a only tables match. So it could be either four
mm-hmm.
people or it could be just one on one or whatever. You know what I mean?
Dope.
But
Yeah.
it's like those are different type of matches. So I'll do like an ambulance match. You cash in, you fight DBD in an ambulance match on a violent match type shit. And if you win, you be number one contender. And if somebody else cashes in to fight DBD that same night, whatever, then boom, you beat me too. Then you guys are both number one contenders for the whoever the Triple Crown champion is. Boom. You know what
Mm,
I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Mm.
Makes
And
sense.
we can do that shit like every show type shit until somebody gets their spot. And then when the spots are cleared up, we do it again next week when niggas cash in or whatever. That's only when they cash in. Like, if not, and it's only $1. So it's easy chance for y'all to get yourselves up there. But like, I
Facts.
come up with little ideas like that. And the thing is, like I learned, like me, Ego, and Demon, we spoke about it. Like, yo, when we come up with ideas, we talk within ourselves in the Discord, and we do the ideas and we do it on the show instead of talking about it before on a podcast type shit. Even though we talking
Yeah,
about it right now,
definitely.
but it's all good. But we already know if our ideas that you tell me right now and whatever you say right now, if you see that shit happening before you did it, you already know they heard it here, and
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
they took it because they got it from here. You know what I mean? So,
Of course.
because y'all niggas is out there, y'all snakes. Y'all probably didn't even comment in the chat, but y'all listening and y'all watching.
Oh,
Y'all
you
know
already
they
know how
know.
that's gonna go that way. Look, before we go any further, I actually wanna answer a question that Ada asked, and I don't want
Yeah,
to
the
get lost.
GW one. I was gonna ask you that one. Yeah,
Right.
I know
So
what you're talking about.
what got me into GW was, like I said, I had the fucking DVD. We jumped in the ASW chat. Was like, I got Fight Club going on. Let me know if y'all want to be a part of it. XYZ, blah blah blah. And like I said, my interaction with DVD, and like click we click instantly. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll go over there and jump on the show and see what it's about. Came to Fight
Fact.
Club, had good matches, and then I won the fucking King of New York title. At this time, I still didn't know what GEW was as a whole, but I'm like, shit, I'm the champion over there in fucking GEW. That's what's up. Not knowing that it's GEW as a whole, I'm the champion of Fight Club, but I'm thinking I'm the champion of GEW. And then once I actually paid attention to Discord, I started to see everything as a whole, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I got added to the GW chat. I didn't even know I was in the GW chat. I got added to the GW chat. And then I was just like, oh, okay, bet. Well, yo, my core is this, and y'all can grab me from here. And since I've been on the show, bro, and compared to other feds, it's fucking night and day. It's a big difference, but I've had an amazing experience over here. You know what I mean? I love being in GW, so take that how it is. But definitely to me, one of the premier feds out there. I love the way that the whole show is crafted. You know what I mean? And
It's different.
what I will say is that fucking cash in shit that I did, we gonna make a movie with that shit. That shit. At first, there's not a lot of people doing shit like that, and I appreciate that. The whole original idea of that shit when I did it, first of all, when A said it, I was like, oh, cool. I could use that as a stepping stool to promote my brand. You know what I mean? And then once I actually did it, and I sent A the poster what the show's gonna be called and shit like that. But it's to me that is dope because not a lot of people doing shit like that. But it's a show on
Yep.
your show, but it's also a helping tool. You know what I mean? I'm gonna help you promote
Yeah.
your show as well as you putting the show on over here. So we are definitely gonna make a movie with that shit. I had some dope ass matches lined up that I wanted to put together. Um yeah, we're gonna make a movie with that shit. But yeah, I love GW. It's a dope ass vibe. All of y'all are good people. You know what I mean? The show is just
Yeah,
fucking fire.
we appreciate you. We're glad you're here.
What
To
I
answer
like,
the
what I like the
question,
fact.
go
Yeah, go
ahead.
ahead.
Nah, that's big facts. You solid. You straight up. You've been straight and solid so far.
I
So
was
Bro,
just
gonna ask
I'm
you.
gonna tell y'all if y'all don't know, I'm a real ass nigga from Long Island, New York. I'm from the Veld. You know what I mean? I'm down to earth. I at this I'm grown, bro. You know what I mean? I'm in my early 40s. At this point in life, I'm done with all the bullshit. I want to chill, kick back, relax. And I play video games for so fucking long. This is my outlet. So we can have fun doing this shit. We gonna talk some shit, but it's never no real personal bullshit. If y'all
right,
niggas ever going
right.
through shit, y'all niggas can hit me up and be like, yo, I need to talk. You know what I mean? I'm there to listen. I'm that type of nigga. You know what I mean? Because
Thanks.
my older days is, this shit talking that motherfuckers do, oh, we going to see each other. I don't give a fuck if I'm not in New York now. I will come there because I visit on a regular. Like certain shit that people say they don't realize that we take things different ways. You know what I mean? So you could say something to me and it could trigger something. You know what I mean? I'll
Yep,
Yeah.
be,
that's a fact.
No,
That's
on
why I
my
always tell
way.
people before you do a rivalry, try to know your
Hmm.
opponent, or at
That part,
least
yeah.
if you want to get the upper hand, text them on a DM like, "Yo, look, this is the route we trying to go. What's your input on that?" And yeah, go from
Hmm.
there because you don't know
Uh,
what the person is going through. You know.
right. I don't let a lot of shit bother me because it don't. I'm like I said, I'm past a whole bunch of different shit. But when it comes to a certain word, some people just say shit they don't realize what they saying. But when it comes to this game shit, I understand we all having fun, we all playing games. This shit can get hot sometimes. You want to say shit to disrespect the core, and not the actual person. But
Yes.
still, at sometimes you have to realize that actual person might take that shit a certain way, whether it's cool or not. Like some woman had said to me, like I was having a back and forth with another guy, and he was, we just talking shit, and she was like, "Oh, Briggs was too
Appreciate you,
busy
Ada.
out there." She's like, "Briggs was too busy out there eating dick." I had to tell her, like, "Hold up now, core or no core, in character, out of character. I don't play like that. Watch your mouth with me."
No,
You know
yeah,
what I
that's real
mean?
talk. But at the end of the day, like Ego said, you gotta have that tough skin. If you ain't got that tough skin, then this shit ain't for you. This shit ain't for you, bro.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Facts.
I was gonna answer a
Facts.
question that Ada was saying earlier in the chat.
So,
So they also have we're trying to do something called the legend contract, kind of like how Undertaker, and these
Mm-hmm.
guys that if you don't have to be, like say if you want to retire, you can still pop up every now and then, like something different. You don't have to be as active as people. Like save Zay because he's a legend already. If he wants to
Mm-hmm.
come back, he could automatically be in that position of like on the Undertaker contract. Wolf Danger, he's about to retire. He
Right.
he could be in a position for something like that too.
That's a
So
dope ass idea.
I
That's
wish
so
they
fire.
that's
would
what
have
we're
been
trying to
around
bring
for this
forward.
Briggs era. You would have loved
Yeah,
that
yeah.
boy. If you think I'm crazy,
I meant, like I said before, the whole KOV, y'all as a whole, I fuck with y'all. Like my first running into y'all, I'm like, oh, okay, these them niggas. All right, I'm that nigga. We gonna clash. Now, my main thing was I had the setup was me and DBD, and then Demon was talking shit. So I'm like, you know, okay, we could shake. You know what I mean? Ego and Tolos didn't really say much, but y'all two motherfuckers, oh, it's up. It is up. And then I'm like, it is cool. I'm gonna fight them two. And Tolos and Ego, y'all quiet, but we gonna shake too. Y'all might not know it, but it's going there. Now for three,
fact.
y'all. But that shit has had the build up for me. That I'm like, man, that's why I was like, y'all need to bring that shit back. But that's just me being selfish. That's my shit. Cause I'm like, that was a rivalry that started just off some random shit. And definitely shout out to Hitman, bro. That's my dog. Shout out to Hitman and
Yeah,
ASW. And
shout out
Hitman
Hitman.
got some fucking
Man,
great
for
ass
sure.
creativity and shit. So definitely shout out to him. But that shit starts there. And like I said, I done been through a bunch of different feds, but it's once I jump into his fed, and it was just like, you know, it was a turning point for me. So that whole setup with me versus DBD, that shit is big to me, and it's actually a big stepping stone into my Efed career because that was like he that nigga over here. You want to be that nigga, you got to take out this nigga. Like we going to Shay, and we had a
Fact.
dope ass match. But even the lead up to that match, I had to fight Demon before that match, and that match was fucking fire. We come out with the whole KOV, and y'all whole setup was fire. The fucking song and everything, like now, here's the thing
Word.
that y'all don't know. Like when I first, like I said, when Briggs was Briggs, I used to wear the fucking crown. That Triple H crown that y'all came out with, they used to be my shit. I had old pictures with me wearing that crown. I stopped wearing the crown a long time ago. 'Cause I'm like, I don't need it. You know what I mean? I don't have to keep wearing a crown to come out to the ring.
Yeah, it's
I'm
in the
the fucking
name. It's in the
king. Yeah,
name. That's
I'm
why
the
I
king.
left it.
But
Uh,
man, y'all whole appearance, the setup and everything, that shit was fire. I fucked with it. I'm like, who do you niggas think they is?
yeah, nah,
Niggas
but
dumb.
that's
I'm not.
what we were going for is what you were seeing. That's exactly what we were going for when we was thinking about it.
Yeah,
Because
Mm,
yeah.
when I was talking to them, I was like, "Yo, we gotta come out like this on some, like we're the kingdom of violence. Like we're all like
mm,
it's royalty here. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna baptize these people in blood, so the throne is gonna be full of blood and shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
mm-hmm.
like we had like a vision for it, and I shout out to Hitman, like you said, man, because Hitman let it rock and Hitman let it go. And we was also doing, but we were doing the other shit. We were doing the KOV and ASW and then an XWF at the time before it was XPWF.
Mm-hmm.
We were fucking with the Gravedigger shit over there. You know what I'm
Right now,
saying?
see,
We
I
were doing
didn't
the
know about that
Gravediggers.
because I got
Mhm.
I got in shock show late. So I didn't know about
Yeah,
that shit. So when you bought the Gravedigger shit, and it worked out so fucking perfect because when you had put up the Reaper, you was like, we about to fight again, but you ain't about to get the KOV, you about to get the Reaper. And I'm like, well, cool, I got the fucking
fact,
Nightmare. And my
fact.
Nightmare core was fucking that bro. At like I want to say at about like 16 fights, he lost one, and the one that he lost was like a multi-man match. I don't know. The setup with for him was just crazy because it was one of my old builds. You know what I mean? It's an old submission build. And he was just like that. But when you said you was bringing out the Reaper, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll bring out the Nightmare. I knew the match was gonna be fire, but shit. I didn't like I said, I didn't know y'all
Yeah,
was doing the whole grave digger shit. Like I'm all I know was the KLV. So once y'all bought that shit out, I'm like, oh man, I mean it's cool, but this ain't it.
yeah,
I need that old thing back. But yeah. I mean, like I said, the Reaper was dope. The attire was dope, but your whole setup was just off, you know.
yeah. The whole, the whole, what I was going for, like, it didn't work. It worked better at the ending of 24. Which, when I say the ending, I always consider like from like December and up kind of shit,
Mm-hmm.
because that's like I always think of like the new year, the new game's
Yeah, the
gonna
New
come
Year's
out
when
in
the new
March. So,
game. Yeah, I
so
Right.
I
think the
always
same.
look at it like that. So towards the ending of it, I was like, yo, nobody's fucking with me, bro. Like I was calling it. I was like, yo, I'm gonna walk in this match and I'm gonna win. And I was dead ass doing that shit. And I was cooking
Mm-hmm.
like that. And I was like, yo, 2K is like the 2K gods are loving me right now. But then 25 came out, like you said, and he wasn't on it. So it made the whole gimmick look weak. Like, it looked like, but this is like a waste. Like it's dry now. Like you had
Mm-hmm.
that run already. Like I should have, if I would have known that I was gonna come out on a losing streak like that and like showing up like trash, I would have came with like some different. I would have came as the
It was
KOB.
just
Like
bad
you know what?
timing.
Yeah, because I shouldn't have damaged the like
What you should have
the
did since
vision
you
of it.
was trying to be baby face was do the
I
hippie
was doing it wrong.
style.
You know, the baby face thing. I'm gonna do the pothead shit. I'm gonna do the whole like Matt Riddle shit. You know what I mean? But
that
the
might
KOB,
actually
yeah,
work.
like I can't see the KOB or the Reaper as like a baby face
I
because
told you
They're
that.
so
I
not.
much shit.
told you that. I told you
Yeah,
that when you first started trying to talk about being a baby.
I
I'm
know.
like you.
I was convinced otherwise, and you guys were the ones telling me that's 100.
I was like, you
He's
got
like,
it
I'm a
out.
baby face. The
Yeah, I was
fans
like,
love
then you
me.
got this
I'm
shit. You
like,
got this shit all ass backwards. You know
now
what I'm
with the
saying?
mask you got, the whole
Yeah.
vibe. I'm like, nah, bro, you gotta switch it up.
So that
What
you know what
was
I'm
that? I didn't
saying?
even know why you put that mask on in the first place. I get it for the entrance, but during the match, me personally, I have a pet peeve about that shit
He
with
usually
certain
takes
people.
it
Like,
off. He usually
mm-hmm.
takes it off, but this year he decided to use it. 'Cause
Yeah, I
in the
was like,
previous years, he only had it for the entrance.
yeah, I was
Yeah,
like, that's not the move, bro. That's not the move.
I know. I had to take it off. I was like, yeah, I don't like it the way it looks. I always said that too.
It was because of the skin complexion. What you had to do if you was gonna use the mask, use like a full bodysuit to do like that Reaper type of thing.
Yeah, I don't.
'Cause,
I didn't want to do the bodysuit. I didn't want to do like the makeup either, because they was like, yo, so then just put like a skull face like Savage. Of course, shout out to Savage Vega. He was like, yo, put like fucking makeup up his skull and shit. I was like, come on, bro. Fuck, I look like a fucking Superman movie. You know, like
That's another
when
one I gotta
Superman's
lock in with.
he has
I gotta lock in with Vega one day too.
shout out to Savage Vega. Yeah, he's one of the
yeah,
old
he has a
school
lot
ones
of he
too.
has a lot of great creations, and he also helps
You
out
know,
too. Great logo guy
Hmm.
too.
I wish you would have.
It's
I
actually why
wish
I
you
got
was
my
around
ego
for when you
logo
met
from
like
Savage. Time.
Zay and fucking Storm. We had fun with those guys, man. Storm too. But like thing with Storm was he's like a monster creator. He was one of those
Hmm.
guys. Like he'll take any logo, he'll make logos and shit, and he'll put it on your attire. He was good with that, and he knew how to pick moves because he was like I guess he's one of those gamers. Like he was probably one of those PvP guys, and when like you're like an ego kind of guy. Like ego's the PvP guy.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like
That's how it
every
started.
move that
I was yeah.
every move that he picks for his guy, he knows that he's gonna do that move if he plays PvP with you. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm. Yeah,
I'm nice with
2K.
PvP too, but it's just you guys ain't on my level because you ain't on my PlayStation. On my
He
This
console.
man
capping. He
right here.
capping.
This
The real
hey, this nigga
But
work
problem
at
yeah,
is he's on
Lids, bro.
Xbox. He's on
really,
Xbox. That's his issue. So
Yeah.
not a lot of people have Xbox, so they're not able to game with
Uh-huh.
him. So
that's
that's why he
fair.
be talking all that shit. But
That's
you
fair.
know, shout
2K
out to him.
2K
I've seen him
2K
put in work
itself.
though. Not gonna lie. I seen him on stream whoop somebody's ass on PvP. So
That
I
was
can't
Oh
Khan.
front.
yeah, I whooped Khan's
Yeah.
ass. I
That
Straight
was
whooped
up,
Khan.
nigga.
Jack Astra's ass. I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure I whooped
2K
like a random or two.
2K itself killed PvP for me because of how they fucking online shit would crash so much. It was just a fucking turn off for me. Like I got annoyed by that shit so fast because I jump into a match and then my fucking game crashes or the game
The
freezes up
best
and
way to
won't let
play
you in the
is
match.
like say you're on
Yeah.
PlayStation, right? And you guys invite each other to a party and you
Hmm.
do share play and you play through that is the best
Hmm.
way because you actually get one-to-one connection. When it comes to the
Oh,
online, it starts glitching and it depends on your internet connection.
yeah, that
So
shit
it's
was
best
just
to do it
horrible
through
for
share
me.
play.
And I tried to do that, like I said, once I done did all I could with the game. So I'm looking for outlets and shit to fuck with. I'm like, oh, let me go try out some PvP. And that shit just went horrible for me. So I was just like, yeah, I'm done with this shit.
Shit. Okay.
What are things you be it's just sports games
Yes.
or what else? Call of
Yeah,
Duty.
man. I used to be in the role playing games and shit like fucking what was the one called like The Last of Us, some shit like that. Played that for a while. Uncharted and shit like that. I used to be in all kind of games like that. But as I got older, it just became sports games. Just so much of a competitor. Give me fucking 2K, give me Madden and like I said, college ball. Play some fucking WWE. I play UFC. Here's my thing with UFC. I love the UFC games, but they made it so difficult. I mean, it's probably not now because I haven't played it since probably like UFC 2 or 3, one of them. But they made it so difficult to get out of the submissions or whatever. And I always found myself tapping. I could be having a great ass match and whooping somebody ass, and then they throw me in the submission, and I end up tapping because I can't figure out a way to get out of that shit. So I'm just like, I'm done playing this shit. But yeah, for the most part, me now is just sports games.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're doing mainly like combat shit right now.
And my boy,
Just
my bad. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't even played the
That's
fucking
just
boxing yet, but
WWE.
I heard EA Sports supposed to be dropping another fight night soon. Don't know how true it is.
Boxing is alright.
I
Yeah, I
like
was
it.
all for that shit too. I'm down with the boxing games as well. I just haven't played this last one, but yeah, I used to run them shits as well. Do my fucking career modes and all of that shit.
Yeah.
The way they used to have they shit set up was fire. Run the career mode, pick your fights, defend the title, but then once you actually ran out of competition in the game, is just like, it's nothing else you could do.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Mhm.
I'm fucking with GTA and shit like that.
You know what? When it comes to GTA, and granted, I didn't had all of them, but man,
16.
this the role
One
playing
of mine
shit.
from GTA.
I don't know when that shit started, but that shit is so fucking fire to me. I just haven't done it, and I don't know if that's because if it's just on like PC or whatever.
Holy shit, man.
But it's
Sorry.
something that I wanna get into. So I guess once this one comes out, GTA 6. That's an avenue to try out. But that shit is dope to me. Y'all play that shit? Y'all do like
Yeah,
the
I
role
fuck with it
playing shit?
heavy. I fuck with GTA heavy, Red Dead, all
Nah,
that shit.
I haven't fucked with GTA since fucking shit. I don't even. I can't even remember, bro. Like it's been. Matter of fact, I think it was on my Xbox years when I had the Xbox. But yeah, it's been a minute.
They do that role playing shit, and I just watched the videos of that shit on YouTube now with some of the fucking creators who post that shit, and they be fucking with motherfuckers, and yeah, like you got to get jobs and shit like that, and fucking, complete do side missions and all that. It's dope,
Yeah. It
but
depends, like if you got a team and yeah, focus on like making sure everybody's good and you become like the owners of the establishment instead of you trying to look for work, you know. So it
mm,
depends on who you know and shit.
yeah, because I'd fuck with that shit if that was the case. Like I said, I haven't played GTA in a good minute. Like I've had all of them, even to this one, the GTA 5. I just haven't had any of these fucking expansion shits the add-ons and none of that shit. I
Yeah.
had the
They're
actual
all
game when
free.
it first came out.
The online, well, all
Yeah.
you gotta do is get the online part, but as far as the
Hmm.
expansions, they're all free. The DLCs are all free. You just gotta have the
Yeah, see,
online part of the game, which I think
I
is
ain't know
like
none of that.
$20. So
That's dope. Yeah, I didn't know any of that.
it's just like the storyline, but you create your own car and you basically build them up. You start from the ground up. So what me and my brothers and my cousins, what we did is we created our cars, but we made them look like our wrestling characters. So we'd be yeah, we'd be in the Lambos and shit, cutting the promos.
That's
But hey,
crazy.
that since you gotta be family oriented, he just said everything's valid. You know, you're good, but just don't use weapons, drugs, and obviously like sex and stuff. But
Hmm.
other than that, you could use your properties, whatever you have, promos and
That's
shit. So
fire. That's fire. I know. I think I'm not sure if it was 4 or 5. Me and my homeboys used to get on there, and we all joined to the fucking online shit. But one of my homeboys, he had this car. It was like a platinum. I want to say like a platinum Aston Martin, possibly.
mhm.
But it was the
Yeah,
money car, and it was a fucking cheat code. So all you do is take that shit to the chop shop, sell that shit,
sell
and
it.
while
Yeah,
they're processing your money, you back out, and when you come back in, you have the money and you still have the car. So we would do that shit continuously and just rack up millions and millions of dollars. We all had the fucking best apartment and the fucking we had 10 car garages and all that shit. And then
yeah.
we just go on missions with each other, going to
It's
wars with
pretty
other crews
much
and shit.
it's like the same thing going on now, but they got like a certain mission that it pays out like 1.5 million, and you're doing that shit like
Mm,
every 15 minutes. So you
mm.
just caking, you know. We just hit each other up like, yo, how much you trying to make today? Yeah, I need to hold like 10 mil. We just knocking that out like a couple hours, you know. Sometimes we do stupid bets. We'll race cars or play golf or whatever, tennis. And we're putting bread on the line. Like, yo, let's race around the whole map, 10 mil on the line. So
That's fucking
if you go to
dope.
my brother's Twitch, he did that with one of my cousins. It's actually on his
That's dope
page.
ass shit. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
definitely get involved in that shit if I actually had time to sit down and fuck around with it like that. Yeah, that's some dope ass shit. But you haven't actually jumped into a fucking GTA game in a long ass time. I am looking forward to 6 coming out,
Push back.
and I I just don't want to come out and not get bored with the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel like that happens with a lot of games nowadays. Some shit come out, you think it's going to be dope. Like I got fucking what's the game? God of War, I think it was.
Mhm.
It came with my system. I downloaded it, but I have never played it. Never even
Because you got
played
it in
it.
your library and just chilling there.
Facts.
If you
Facts.
stream, just won't you stream that? Because I'm starting to get back into that. Just stream actual like one player games sometimes that I be running through. Because I play them off
Uh-huh.
stream, but I'm like, fuck, I might as well stream that and get the hours in too.
Hell yeah,
So
definitely. Definitely. Like I think I need to start figuring out. other games to play. Like, I'll be looking in the search to see what's new and what's coming out new because I might want to cop something eventually, cop something different rather than just sports games or what we playing on the regular. But I had to actually invest myself in actually getting something. But I see some dope shit out there, and I think that'll probably be a dope ass way to go about it.
Yeah. As far as back to wrestling, what was your most memorable, like your favorite match of your career, your Efed career?
Oh, like I said, it'd be the first match I had with DVD, that Hell in the Cell match. That shit was just overall dope. You know what I mean? But let me see. Outside of that, I've had a bunch of different matches. Um, let's see. Shit, matter of fact, I had a great ass match today. I actually ended up fighting Hitman on ASW. That was a dope ass match. Um, I went against fucking Grimlord. That was good. I thought I was gonna lose that actually. That ended up being a great ass match. I have a bunch of different matches that are defined Briggs. Um, I had beat.
You can
I'm
even
pretty
name
sure
some
you
out of GW. You don't have to be, just GW.
yeah. I'm gonna say I had a match with Big Lou. I'm pretty sure you guys heard of Big Lou. We had a dope ass Iron Man match for a title in DPW, and that shit was that was a pretty dope ass match. I got a match
What kind of
coming up that
match?
I'm looking forward. We had an Iron Man
Title on
Extreme
the line?
Rules match. Yes, yep, world title on the line, and I think I won 4-3. And I got the last
Oh,
pin with like in the last couple of minutes.
overall, how many titles you think you've won throughout the Efed, like since 22?
Oh
Throughout your whole
man,
career?
I gotta be well into like late 30s, early 40s, somewhere around there. I won a bunch of titles. And a lot of them mid, but I won a bunch of world titles as well. Like I said, for me, I'm title collecting. I don't give a damn if it's the top title or the lowest title. You know what I mean? I mean, I give a damn if it's the lowest title because I'm not gonna brag too much about it, but I'ma still want more. So no matter what fed I go into, I want to know who got what title and just know you're somebody that I'm gunning for. So
Respect
I
that.
would think somewhere around there about 30 to 40 something like that.
That's good. That's good.
And that's just as Briggs. I have other cores too, but for the main part, Briggs is my main core. And yeah, with Briggs, I had about 30 to 40 something.
All right. This is usually hard. So I'm gonna give you top five modern wrestlers. They don't have to be strictly WWE. It could be AEW, TNA, and then
Hmm.
top five WWE, but through all times, like one of each generation, like Golden Era, Attitude Era. You know,
Oh yeah. That definitely is gonna be tough. All right, so let's see. Top five modern. Um, damn. Let's see. Who do I like? I'm gonna throw Roman in there.
you got to throw the Tribal Chief, throw the throw the ones up
Yeah,
in there.
got to, got to. He one of the ones. All right, quick side story.
Go
I
ahead, do
got.
your thing.
It was a time. It was a time where I stopped watching wrestling for a good minute because it became so like watered down to me. And I got back into wrestling probably 21, 22. I seen fucking Bianca Belair, and I was like, who the fuck is this? Like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and watch this shit because I was trying to find something to watch on TV, and Hell in the Cell was on. And I was just like, I haven't seen wrestling in a long time. Let me see what they got going on. I seen Bianca Belair, and I was like, oh my god, that bitch is bad. I'm gonna sit here and watch this shit. So then after I seen her, I went and on the Google search and put in women of wrestling, and I ended up coming across Jade Cargill. And I was like, where she wrestle at? And from there I started watching AEW. I don't even watch AEW now, but I watched it because she was over there. But in doing so, I got caught up in the whole who's the champion and who the fuck is Roman Reigns? What is he the tribal chief of? And I started getting the whole story and everything, and that shit actually got me hooked on as well. Like, oh, this is a good ass storyline, you know. So, and since then, I became a fan of Roman Reigns. No, I think he's a great ass talent. You know, he deserves the position that he's in. So I definitely throw him in there.
That's fact.
Um, I would throw mm, I'll throw Seth Rollins in there. I fuck with Seth. You know,
He's a
I think Seth is
workhorse.
pretty. Yeah, he's pretty dope. Let me see. Even AEW, I like fucking what's the big dude name? Powerhouse Hobbs. I like him.
Yeah.
Throw him in there. Shit. Who else? Throw Rhea Ripley in there. I fuck with Rhea.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. And yeah, like I
Actually
said,
came a
I
long way, character development, you know. So
yeah,
shout out to her.
facts. Like I said, I'll throw Bianca in there because she's the one that actually got me back into watching wrestling as well. I don't think she's like the best talent after, getting back into watching wrestling and stuff like that. I see a bunch of flaws in there as well, but at the same time, she is good,
Yeah, they're the future, though.
Right.
Realistic
Now,
things.
as far as like top five from all the past eras, that's kind of hard to do.
You could do
But
one
I
of
got
each generation.
it's not really like
You could do one of
I mean
golden era, one of attitude era, you know,
because
yeah,
one of
basically if you're talking golden era, you gotta like that's debatable because the golden era is always gonna be like Hogan,
everybody, yeah, I was gonna say everybody gonna
Hogan,
say
Flair,
Hogan.
Ultimate Warrior. There was a lot of good
Uh huh.
ones. Like I'm more of a Ric Flair guy. I wasn't a
Ric
Hogan fan. My
Flair,
brother liked
the
Hulk
golden
Hogan,
era.
you know. So
Back yeah, even back
Yeah,
in those days. I mean,
100%
granted,
Lord
we were
Hogan.
we were pretty much force fed to like Hulk Hogan. Now I can't say I was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
biggest fan of Hogan. I was more of a Sting guy. But then,
yeah,
like
purple
you
Stain.
could
But
Sting
I like
Sting
the Crow.
transitions.
The Crow
Yeah,
making Sting.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Sting transitions into different eras flawlessly. You know what I mean? His character never really changed. He is
The crow,
always
the
great.
crow thing was the best thing ever. The crow
Yeah,
thing, like
he killed
the,
that
the
shit.
stinger with the pony, with the little rat tail. That shit wasn't it.
hmm
Just drinking
I
vitamins, like that
Yeah,
wasn't
I
it.
hated I hated it when he tried to do the Joker because I'm like, you
Oh yeah,
can't
yeah,
pull
yeah. I
that
yeah.
shit
wasn't
off
feeling
like
it. I
that.
wasn't feeling it.
It's
But
madness
yeah,
when they try to do shit like you know what it is. Like you, I think the only person that can pull off a little bit of a Joker kind of theme is Seth Rollins, to be honest.
yeah,
But besides that, but Seth Rollins doesn't need makeup.
Yeah, he
He
don't need
doesn't
a
wear
paint
makeup.
face.
So, you know what I
hmm
mean? So it's gonna be hard to like but like Sting, when he tried it, like you said, it wasn't it. Like you gotta cut it out. Sometimes you gotta know your range. Like sometimes
hmm
you gotta know, like nigga, you shooting like a sniper with a
Jeff Hardy
fucking
messed up a
shotgun.
couple
You
times
know?
too. Not
Oh
Jeff Hardy
hell
had some
yeah,
dope ones, and he had some that I was like, oh, it's not it. You rushed that one, you
You
know,
know,
because he would do it
you got
himself.
it, and then you got world class wrestlers too that are good on the mic and are good in the ring. And those people that are overlooked, like you know who's overlooked as a legend, and a lot of niggas don't even like respect him like that. Jeff Jarrett.
That's facts.
I don't know if y'all know about Double J. Jeff Jarrett. That boy was tough.
yeah. Jeff Jarrett
Yeah.
is cold, but Jeff Jarrett is also like,
He's a yes man. That's the problem with him.
yeah, facts.
Mhm.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Like he like if they tell him, yo, you're gonna have to go fucking ride a horse down the fucking aisle, down the ramp, he's gonna ride the horse down the ramp. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like how like the Miz, kind of like how the Miz be doing.
That's what the
But even though
Yeah.
that's what
Miz
it
is
is though.
goaded, but he's still.
It's either that or you get cut. So a lot of niggas be like, yo, they got pride. They be like, yo, fuck that, I'm not
Yeah,
doing it.
that's how they be surviving those cuts.
Yeah,
Hmm.
the
Shit
Miz
that
like, yo,
nobody
I'll
want
do
to
it.
do.
What you want me to do? You want me to take a clothesline and an elbow from Snoop Dogg? Sure, why not? You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Because he was
So
technically
yeah.
supposed to fight Shane, and Shane fucked up. He tore something, and
Yeah,
Snoop
he
had a
tore his
they
fucking
pulled
he
in the
tore
audible with Snoop. It was like, yo, drop the people's elbow, Snoop. But they had Uncle Wallet up there, right? I was like, what are you doing, Unc? What's wrong with this man? Man, like this nigga high as fuck. You know he
I
was
don't
high. He
know.
had graveyard the whole time. It's nighttime. When the outdoor arena, this nigga is fucking wild in Philadelphia.
That
Talking
shit was
about
fucking
what?
hilarious.
Dropping the elbow. I was like, this shit is fucked up, bro. Niggas gotta pull an order. It worked though, but
Hell
it was
yeah.
sloppy.
But yeah,
But it
I
worked.
would definitely say I say Sting is one of them. I would go with The Rock. I fuck with The Rock
Oh,
heavy.
Gotta
the
have the rock.
charisma.
Yeah. Bret Hart is definitely in there.
Can I ask why?
The Hitman is goaded. Uh
Yeah, now that you say
Stab.
the
I'm more of
Hitman,
a
I
Shawn
gotta go
Michaels
for
guy. That's what I gotta
yeah.
He was a
ask.
Shawn Michaels guy.
Him
Nah,
and Shawn Michaels.
that was a great ass rivalry. But yeah, I was definitely on Hitman. I was a Hitman fan for a long ass time, so I couldn't like I liked Shawn Michaels, but he wasn't the Hitman to me. And even when they was going at it, we were still young. So I was still taking, even though we knew wrestling wasn't real, I was still taking that shit personal. Like, who the fuck you think he talking to? The
Yeah,
Hitman. He need to watch his
Shawn
mouth.
Michaels, that guy.
yeah. Like, yo, give me them shades. I always wanted to go to the show just for the shades.
Hell yeah. Drop them shades up to the front row. Come on, man. Give me them shits. Yeah, Hitman was my guy. And
Now that I rewatch history tapes and shit back in the day, shit on the Peacock thing, I've
hmm
noticed it doesn't hardly give shades to black people, like black kids. It's mainly giving them to white girls and little white boys and shit.
oh hell yeah. Bro.
He
Look.
was afraid
Fucking
of the
crazy.
top rope. And he was afraid of the top rope. Let's talk about it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, then you had to have them first of all, you had to have them good seats. No, they wasn't giving them to black kids. If they did, it was always the white kids that was next on like
Cause
me.
I was always a Brett guy too. Like I like the Brett more than Shawn Michaels, but Shawn Michaels grew on me because I was like, nah, you gotta be this nigga. This nigga gets all the bitches, and this nigga's like
Yeah,
the real deal.
man. When he
So
had won the Royal Rumble and got to come out with fucking Pamela Anderson, bro. I was
uh,
a
he
huge
was
Pamela
wild.
Anderson fan back then. Like I had the
Word,
magazines, bro, with Pamela Anderson on
word. That,
them.
yo, that's crazy. I was talking about that the other day. I was passing through a spot in Brooklyn, in like an old neighborhood in Brooklyn and shit. And I was like, yo, I remember this place. It's not a newsstand no more, but back in the days, it used to be a newsstand. And I used to go there for like the rest of the magazines, like the WWF magazines. And then they had
hmm
other magazines where it was like between all the companies type shit. And then they had Playboy magazines. So I
mm.
was there like, yo, this is the plug right here. And I was like fucking 13, 12, you know what I'm saying? I was like, let me see Sable. Let me see fucking Tori Wilson. Who was the other bitches? Candace some shit
Shit.
and
You
China,
have
right?
yep, fucking Victoria, fucking
It's like yo, like you already
Jacqueline.
know. Like yeah, you already know. If they were popping in WWE and like in WWF, they were popping around that time, then you already know. Like get ready within a couple months because you're about to see this bitch in Playboy for like $3. You know what I'm saying? That's how
Mm-hmm.
much it was the cost, right? It was like $3.99 or some shit. We were wilding back then, man. Everything is on technology now, though. Like,
Hell yeah, you can catch everything, just look it up.
Yeah, anything you can look up now. It's like, damn, y'all niggas got it so easy now, you little niggas, bro. Back in the day, we had to scrape for this shit. I remember we had to look for people sometimes, like whoever old adult we used to see, we used to be like, hey, sir, excuse me, think you can get me this magazine here? He'd be like, are you crazy, kid? Like, wow. You know what I mean? It's like, wow. Can't hook a little nigga up, but say less. It's like, it was disrespectful times, man. But it was good times because,
Hell yeah.
what's crazy? Yeah, this is a little off topic though, but like not too long ago, like a few years back, I was looking up um the worth of Pokemon cards, like the first edition shit, like when there was just like 150 of them motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
And nigga, I had that shit when I was young. I had the whole 151 because I even went to the movies and I got the exclusive Mew card, which the only people that get that card is the people who go the first day, opening day to see it, the premiere. And I had all that shit in a binder, bro. I had that shit in an official like Pokemon Trapper Keeper. Like that shit was like worth like I don't know. I don't know. It wasn't worth shit back then because I didn't know when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But I looked up the prices a few years ago, and I saw some shit that said $1.2 million if they were still in good mint condition, which they was. And I was like, yo, if I had that shit right now in my possession, I'm like, nigga, give me 1 point. Just give me the whole mill. You can keep the two. You know what
Bro,
I'm
that's a
saying?
come up. That's a kind of the crazy. I didn't even play. I never played with Pokemon
I
and
didn't.
nothing like that with the cards and all of
I,
that shit.
yeah, I never really played the cards either. I just collected them because I knew that they
Mm.
were gonna be bad. But I played the games for like Game Boy and all that shit. Nintendo
Mm-hmm.
64. I remember we had to buy the exclusive little middle piece in the 64 to play the game that it came out. Like it was like
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon Stadium or some shit like that. It was wild. The best Nintendo 64 game. I don't care what nobody says. There's only two of them, and it's GoldenEye 007 GoldenEye and
Facts.
Zelda Gold. There's no other games that are better than those two games for Nintendo 64.
I never played like
Eh.
I don't care
Perfect
what nobody says.
Dark, none of those other games.
None of that. No, not can match
I
those games for 64. Or
I
maybe
don't know.
maybe
All
can match
right, so I
those.
fucked with Zelda. I fucked with Zelda, but at the same time, I'd prefer to play one of the wrestling games over Zelda. Like, give me fucking
Oh,
WrestleMania
like
2000 or
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
No
I
Mercy
mean,
or
but
something
that's
like that.
different. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's different though. But I'm talking about like because when we used to play those games, we played those games based on what we really wanted to do as wrestlers and what we were really watching during the time of wrestling when we were watching it. You get what I'm saying? Because the
Mm-hmm.
Attitude Era was like the best era of wrestling, like
Facts.
hands down. You know what I'm saying? Like so, and that was the Attitude Era, and that's when WCW was even popping with that NWO shit. Like that was
Mm-hmm.
different. When I saw that, I was like, yo, these niggas are doing gang shit and wrestling, my nigga. Like this is real deal. You know what I'm saying? This shit
they
professional.
whole take came from hip hop culture. You
That
know.
whole thing came from that, yeah, NWA shit. Like that's basically what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
They were going for that.
Hell yeah. Easy E, Sleazy E.
I was that.
Hell
I was
yeah.
that.
Kevin Nash said they had to tell Hogan like stop saying brother.
Yeah.
So it was like it's the
He said,
NWO
he said, what
brother.
if I bring? He said, what if I bring Dennis Rodman out? Would that be okay? Like, sure. Bring Dennis Rodman out from the fucking NBA Finals. It's not like it's important, you know. Motherfuckers was wild. So that's how you know that it was big. Like wrestling was huge, bro. Like it's like
Mm-hmm.
you can't erase the history that WWF made and like the impact. Like people can hate Vince McMahon all they want, but you can't front like without Vince McMahon, we wouldn't have what we have now. And like a lot of people like don't fuck with Diddy and shit. I understand Diddy's a piece of shit, but without Diddy, we wouldn't have Biggie either. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
true.
Like it's like things like that. Like this shit is reality. Man. Like I get it. Some people fucking like because some people are scumbags in real life, and that shit is fucked up. The scumbag shit that people do, like
Mm-hmm.
Diddy and like Hefner before he fucking died, that old bastard, and Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein, like these motherfuckers are all like sick rapist bastards, and they use their money to like get away with the shit. You
Hell
feel me? And
yeah.
it's like, damn, it's like, damn.
Hell yeah.
And you would think that you want to be like these niggas though, because you're like, yo, I wish I could be like this motherfucker, and like be like you like see the like listen to the have the ear for it, like Diddy has the ear, like see the eye, like this guy has the eye for directing and shit like that. But
Cause
in reality,
bro, on the outside
yeah,
looking into this shit and
right,
looking into all the glitz and the glamour and shit that these motherfuckers is throwing in your face. You know what I mean? So of course you like, oh shit, this motherfucker got this kind of car. I want that kind of car. You idolize this type of shit. You
of
know what I
course.
mean? Not knowing what's
Like
going on in the background.
it's like how many like if you was to hear about a Diddy party back then, like before this shit happened, you would want to go to a Diddy party. Be like, wow, these niggas
Facts.
gonna be there, these bitches are gonna be there. Hell yeah, I want to go. You know what I'm saying? But now that
Hmm.
you know what happens in there, you're like, yo, that's crazy.
Yep. All that shit that's
And
coming out now just make you look at a lot of shit different.
it's crazy how people like the niggas are shitting bricks right now. Like the niggas hiding and hoping that nigga don't rat on them. But in
Hell yeah, cause
reality,
you know
like
motherfuckers about to get called out. Motherfuckers
it's
about to get
crazy.
called out and put on stands and shit. Hell yeah.
But that's the
Everybody on
crazy
high
part, though.
alert.
Everybody on it. The crazy part is that Vince was like that too, but in the wrestling world, bro, like he was making motherfuckers
Uh-huh.
do some wild shit, and like Pat Patterson, I heard Pat Patterson was like he was boning niggas and shit, like this
Yeah.
young motherfuckers. Like that's crazy. I saw the
Mm-hmm.
documentary. That shit was wild, bro. I was like, yo, this nigga Vince is a piece of shit, my nigga. Like he's really like that, and he was banging all those wrestling chicks, and he was having them
Mm-hmm.
chicks like bang other dudes. Like he used to have them like he basically had like black dudes bang these chicks in front of him, and I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yo. When I read that shit, when I saw that shit, I was like, get the fuck out of here. This nigga Vince was like that. But meanwhile, this nigga's responsible for giving you masterpieces like fucking Razor Ramon, fucking Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold Steve
Mm-hmm.
Austin. You hear what I'm saying? Like, but the Undertaker's basically him. He made that character.
Yeah, facts. It's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga was a genius, but he's a piece of shit. So, like, that's the thing that mainly what I'm asking. It's like, how do you feel about giving people the credibility when it comes to shit like that? Like, these guys are trendsetters and they open the doors for everything that we know about life making now when it comes to the entertainment world. But
Mm-hmm. You
knowing
got
that there's pieces of shit in the background, like how
yeah,
would you like take it? You know?
you gotta separate it. And I know it's hard to do because they're still one, but you gotta separate the work that they did from the person that they are. Like I said,
Right.
it's hard to do, but it is what it is. You know, you got because you can't take away what they've done. You know, you still have to give credit for it. Just like
Cause
for instance, R. Kelly. You know what I mean? A lot of
right.
people won't listen to R. Kelly, but man, the music that he put out back then before the
It's
allegations and
perfect.
shit, motherfuckers
Yeah.
still listen to it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
a lot of
Yeah.
people try to throw that shit out like, oh, Robert didn't, R. Kelly didn't do that. Robert did that shit because they try to separate the two. You have to separate the actual business, the
The good with the
actual
bad. Yeah. Yeah. The good with the bad.
yeah,
You gotta take the good
separate the
with the bad
person from the
first.
work. So I think
Yeah.
that's the same. It's the same thing with Vincent. Man, he gave us a great ass company to pay attention to keep our eyes on. You know what I mean? We all love watching wrestling and shit. Like I said, it was a time where I stopped watching wrestling. And they brought that
Yeah.
shit back. They done brought me back into watching that shit. He gave us a great thing to put our eyes on, but him as a person, he's a piece of shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
He's the biggest.
Diddy gave us great music, gave us great acts to look forward to and all of that shit. But him himself, he's a piece of shit. You know, you see him do shit like fucking beating up Cassie. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
weird. You know what I mean?
yeah. It's, I think just the fact that a man overpowering a woman and beating her like that, it's like you really making it like worse than what it has to be. You know what I'm saying? Because like you're
Facts.
physically
Hmm.
already, you know what I mean? And just the fact that you can get away with that shit because you got money is wild to me. Like you know what I'm saying? Because if it was one of us, it would have been like, nah, boy, he's done. You know what
Right.
I mean? But considering that this man, like this shit, like even if you have the proof on video, that shit still won't matter. Like meanwhile, you can do the same shit and you have no proof that you did that, and you're still doing the time because we ain't got the
Hmm.
money that you got. You know what I'm saying? So and that goes for the same shit with like the Harvey Weinstein too, bro. Like without him, we wouldn't know about Sam Hayek and fucking like a lot of these, like who's the chick from Star Wars and from like Portman, Natalie Portman.
Oh yeah,
You
Natalie
wouldn't
Portman.
know about
Yeah, man.
you wouldn't know about them because he found them when they were little girls though. But you didn't even
Hmm.
know that this dude was like he was basically like you know like touching them and like raping them and taking pictures of them naked. He was blackmailing them. Like he used to
Hmm.
heard that he did that shit to like Sam Hayek type shit. Like he had to like he was doing what Diddy was doing. Like he had to drink like drugged up and shit when she was drinking, and then he had pulled out a tape talking about if you say anything, I'm gonna take this tape and I'm gonna show it to the world, and they'll expose you for the fraud that you are. The same shit with like Diddy. Diddy got mad people on tape, even dudes. That's the
Hmm.
crazy part. Like, dude, you're a homo, bro. Like, I don't care. Like if you're gay, you're gay. Like that's on you, man. Like that's your life, whatever, bro. But come on, man. You don't do that shit to
Yeah.
young little niggas, man. Like you know what I'm saying? That's pedophile rapist shit, man.
Hmm.
Like
It's
these niggas
true.
like he was doing that shit to Usher, like Justin Bieber and these niggas like that. Like that's wild. And even his own kids, like his adopted kids. Like that's wild, man.
Hmm.
You adopt kids to do that shit too? That's crazy. Like
Yeah, I think
I don't think he
we
deserves
live
to
the
live.
world we live in is just is so crazy because you have all these people in high ass positions and you don't know what they're actually like behind the scenes, and then all of this shit
Yeah,
start to come out, and it make you look at them different. You know what I mean?
it's crazy. And it's like you wanna work for these people and you wanna like be like them and you wanna like be next to them type people. You know what I'm saying? But you don't really want to. You know what I'm saying? Because
Facts.
you don't know somebody until you know somebody, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, that
So
part definitely.
that's how I feel about Vince. Vince is a piece of shit. Just like Diddy. That nigga Vince is wild.
Hey, he definitely a piece of shit. You can't, like I said, you can't take away what he did. But yeah, he definitely a piece of shit, bro.
It's like if you're not like if you're innocent for the charges, you don't have to hide and try to pay people off. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Like you don't have to make it known that that's what you're trying to do. You just you just do it. You get what I'm saying? And like hide it.
Hmm.
And that's what these motherfuckers were doing for years, but they don't do that shit no more. You know? Yeah. Fucking Vince McMahon, piece of shit, scumbag, sex traffickers. You know how it go. So Damian Briggs, TXT. Tell us about TXT. What we explained and what we expecting from TXT coming up. When's like the
Oh
schedule
man.
so people can know and shit too. Like
So all right, so as far as the schedule goes, I'm trying to, keep it on a consistent basis of running on Wednesdays and Fridays. And then we'll do PLEs on Saturdays. Saturdays and Sundays if I do a 2-day PLE, but for the most part, Saturdays for the PLE and Wednesday and Fridays for the main shows. TXT. So for those who don't know, I used to I had a clothing company that I was working on, and the clothing company was called 10 by 10. So if you don't know, 10 by 10 is pretty much, 10 times 10 is 100. So in this world we live in today, all your clothes, everybody's your clothing, your sneakers, it's always on display, and everybody wants to know if your shit is 100% authentic. So that's where 10 by 10 came about. 10 by 10 is 100% authentic clothing. So I had this
That's
clothing
fire.
line put into play. Fact, I just appreciate it. I had this whole clothing line put into play. Still, I can still put it out there. I'm just working on details and shit like that. But once I decided I was going to go ahead and actually go through with my Fed, I'm like, damn, I don't want to, have a name that everybody else has. A bunch of different names out there with a bunch of different feds out there with the same name. I could tell you about like 4 or 5 different uh PFWs or TNWs and shit. Everything has a W at the end. I get it. So I'm trying to find something that's different from everybody else. I'm like, fuck it, I'll just use my clothing line, but just use the initials. So that's where TXT comes from, because it still represents
Uh,
10 by 10. You know what I mean? So put that together like that. Like I said, the show itself, what I intend for it to bring is just some, fire content, and of course another place for all of us to have some fun at. Like I said, well, like you even said earlier, we all in a bunch of different feds, you know what I mean? So it's just another outlet for us to come through, enjoy some fucking great matches, talk some shit, and have fun, and
yeah, man.
you know what I mean?
Like
And
that's because that's exactly how I look at it, bro. Like I look at it as as like an escape route type shit, because like sometimes the shit that we
exactly.
deal with in real life, bro, it's like it's real, and you're like,
Yeah.
yo, you know what? I need some time to like chill with my boys. Sometimes like your boys ain't really around,
Hmm.
so like it's crazy because I met so many motherfuckers through this shit, like you, for example, and everybody else that like are like from California, like Demon X, like uh, SGK from Scotland. Like we got people from different parts of the place, like different places and
Hmm.
shit, parts of the world and all that. And like it's crazy because I'm like, yo, how you genuinely have a relationship with somebody like that? Like,
Right.
like, me and SGK, we got together. We got fucking everybody that was in GW like a couple years ago, and we got A Dot and his lady, the first lady Sadie. We got them a real life wrestling belt. Shit that he shows you on the shows. Like we
Yeah,
got them
yeah,
that as a
yeah.
group. You know what I mean? And we
And
put the
that's dope
initials
as
in it
shit.
and all that. Hell yeah, that's the world title. That's the world title
Yeah,
that we have.
right.
That's that belt.
Hmm.
So it's only right that we keep that belt as a every other belt every year we could update it, but that belt stays the same type shit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I fuck with that.
Yeah,
I fuck that.
that's
I
what we
remember I
did
seen.
it.
I remember
Like,
I remember watching him show it on the stream. That's dope. But that's the
it's
type of
not
shit that I
nothing funny
appreciate.
than
Like I
me.
said, it's just another outlet for everybody to have fun. You know what I mean? So I look forward to shit
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. I'm gonna fix the mic issue with the stream shit, cause like what I do with the stream shit, like how to like you said, some people don't do the commentary shit because everybody has different energy and different vibe to it. Like A
Hmm.
Dot, you see how he does. Like A Dot he's on match with his energy. Like I don't even know anybody. I never seen nobody do E-Fed the way he does it. Cause like he's all over the place with it. Like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Like it's like, oh
Uh huh.
shit, that's crazy. He gives you the thing where you feel it. They're like, yo, I felt that shit. Like that's dope.
Right.
You know.
As
So
he
like he's
put so much
talented.
behind that shit, it definitely makes you feel
Yeah,
like you actually watching something that's legit. You know what I mean? So,
yeah,
like I said, I
legit.
definitely
Right,
appreciate that. It makes you want to come and watch the show. His commentary,
right,
I can only say I've seen one other guy who gets as hyped as he does, and their show is cool too. I fuck with that show as well. And then for the most part, other people they don't really have so much of a high energy, but you can still talk that shit on the mic and still grab somebody's attention. So I've seen a few different people whose fans I actually enjoy that, you know, come off like that. You just talk some shit on the mic. I'm gonna talk some shit about the match that's going on. I'm gonna also talk y'all in the chat. As long as everybody is active and shit like
right.
that, and that shit keeps that shit going. I fuck with that heavy.
Facts. Yeah, nah, that's what it like. It's like sometimes. like the energy is like that energy that the commentator brings. It's like what makes the show. You get what I'm saying? So like you said, it makes
Hmm.
you feel like you're part of something authentic, and it makes you feel like, yo, I'm hyped over here because this shit is legit. This shit is legit fire over here. You know, like it
Hey, and
makes
then
you like,
on top
mhm,
of that, especially when you're watching the match and you're watching like your specific core and they're giving
yeah,
you props and talking the shit about your core and you like hell yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm
hell
up.
yeah,
So like, oh yeah, Briggs doing this, that, and the third. Yes, I have been doing this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? I like that shit.
uh,
Talk about my guy. I appreciate that. So it all goes hand in hand.
yeah, and like you, like it's like everybody has their own style. You get what I'm saying? Like you said, like see,
Hmm.
my shit will be like I talk shit, like I'm clowning niggas and shit when y'all coming down. I'll talk some shit like that. But like if you're a good guy, like if I would know if you're a heel by your entrance kind of shit. So like if I wanna
Hmm.
like I don't introduce you because I don't know where you're from sometimes. I don't want to fuck that up. So I let the announcer do it. But I just call like the matches sometimes if I want to see it. If I'm lit, sometimes
Hmm.
I'm not that lit, but sometimes I am. I'm like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. And like, but sometimes it's just like right now, I'm either high and I'm tired because I wake up early and shit on a Sunday morning to go to work. That's a
Oh shit,
motherfucker.
hey, you and me both, bro. Shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, especially, like, because like, that's why my Saturday nights, that shit is trash. Because I got to go to sleep early and shit because I got to wake up early on Sunday morning.
Mm,
Mhm.
I feel that.
You smoke weed?
I stopped smoking a long time ago, bro. I used
Oh,
to.
no.
I used to smoke heavy. I stopped smoking in damn. I started smoking in 2010, maybe
Oh,
2009,
damn.
2010. When they legalized weed, like I said, I live in Colorado now. When they legalized weed
Right.
out here, I moved out here and stopped smoking weed when I moved out here and they legalized weed like the very next year.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got beat. And you're like,
Yeah.
for
Hell
that
yeah.
shit to get beat.
And then now I work for the governments and I get random. I work for the government. I get
Yeah,
random drug tests, so I definitely can't smoke. You know what I mean? But
yeah, you can't
yeah,
fumble the bag. Yeah,
hell
nah.
yeah. So now I get my drink and I'm cool. I used to vape because vaping was great for me, but then I had to quit doing that as well. So yeah, now to have me a nice drink here and there and call it a night.
Yeah, it's like I think it comes with age. I think once you hit a certain age, sometimes you're like, you know what, man, I'm just gonna relax, just have me a little drink
Yeah,
here
man.
and there, you know.
Hell yeah. That shit sets the mood for you. Put a real nice ending to your night. That's the definition of getting a good ass nightcap. Get yourself a nice
Oh yeah,
nice drink. I don't even drink to get drunk no more like I used to. When I was a kid, I used to, hey man, I'm turned up. Give me, 5, 10 shots. I'm on it. But now I need one glass of something nice. You know what I mean? Glass of something nice, and I'll
right,
call it a night after that.
right. Oh yeah. So from what you've seen in this EFED shit, because you already know, like, there's a group, like you said, like we're like a little small little community, but we all got
Hmm.
like certain people that do different shows. Like you're part of one of them and shit. You do one of the shows, you do your own shows and stuff. Like besides your show, what other like shows you see the talent that you're like, you know what, I fuck with this show because like you gotta have like top three like talent that basically fuck with all the shows. Like you're in GW, you're in ASW, you're in XPWF, you in if you got a female call, you're in WWM. You know what I'm saying? You're in
Hmm.
Demons Funhouse type shit. So give me at least like your top three guys that are in all those E-Feds. That also shout out to Game Breaker Wrestling, GBW, so BS to the next, Keith Jackson and them. Um, you gotta like stick. three guys that you could say, be like, not including yourself or your company,
Three,
like
three, three of my three guys that I would say is top talent.
tap talent. They like, yo, I know about this motherfuckers. I seen them here. I seen them here. And, like you know about them. Like I'm one of the people like that. Like I'm everywhere type shit. So because be like, oh shit, this motherfucker's here too. Like
Hmm.
when I saw you in a certain place one time.
Hmm. Yeah, I would definitely say you. Like I said, me and you pretty much going hand in hand. So you would definitely be one. Um, of course, I would throw Hitman in there, and I'm throwing Shock in there. You know what I mean?
And shock
uh,
facts.
Hitman, me even linking with Hitman came from just me watching Hitman's core and be like, that's a dope ass core. And seeing him put on dope ass matches, I'm like, he could tune up this here and the third or whatever, but that his core itself is, he put on dope ass matches, a fire ass core. And then
Yeah,
Shock, I mean, with Shock you can go so many different ways, and especially this fucking this storyline that he throwing together now, where it's Shaq and Calypso, and he got twin brothers and all of that. It's fire, and both of the chords pretty much seem like the same, but they're not. But his whole his whole ordeal as a whole is just fire, and he got a lot of dope ass shit going on over here. So I'll definitely put him in as one of my top guys as well. Like I
dope.
said, and
Oh yeah,
with you, it's just first of all, you get so much props from me on your promo alone, just the shit talking that you do alone. If I know anything, I'm gonna get, good ass shit talking, which is what we all are
yeah.
in this for.
That's
We love about that aspect of this shit. You want to talk some
that's
shit,
a fact.
and I'm gonna definitely get comedy relief from this shit because I feel like you feel like that you just that guy. You know what I mean? And when you
Yeah,
feel like that, the conversation that you had, you just talk that shit like, you know what, y'all wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for me. Blah 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 blah. Y'all are
facts.
nothing without me. I'm the fit. That shit is like, stand your ground. I'm that nigga. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
appreciate that
yeah.
shit because you need somebody to actually say that shit so you can have everybody else like, oh, I'm gonna knock him off
Like
that
no, you're
pedestal.
not. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like no,
exactly.
you're not. Yeah.
Right. So
That's
it
it's
starts
like you always need a bad guy to every story. You know what I'm saying? And like
facts.
why not? You know what I mean?
Exactly. So when I think of your core, that's the first thing that I think about, which is why that you get put in one of those spots from me because you could talk that shit, but you still back it up as well. Now, granted, like you said, your core might have been off here and there, so you losing some matches, but you still win some matches. You still back that shit up. You willing to go in there, you don't back down from nobody. They say, DVD, you fighting such, you be like, let's go, line it up. I'm
Yeah.
with it. You know what I
Facts.
mean? It's never like you need to do this, that, and the third to fight me and nothing like that. You like, fuck it, let's go. And I can
Yeah.
appreciate that. Granted, sometimes
Nah.
that shit is
Facts.
necessary. You know what I mean? Because like you said, if you a top guy, you the heavyweight champion, and the motherfucker only got 2 wins. Don't come calling me out. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Like like who are you? Like what? Like I can't see you from up here, boy. Like chill out.
Right.
Like
Right, but at the same time, you still know about those people that are around you who are in contention, and you be like, man, fuck that, man.
yeah.
I know what Briggs is capable of. Me and Briggs gonna go at it, so let's line that shit up. You know what I mean?
Facts.
That shit is
That's what
appreciated.
like
So,
that's why like in GW, I'm always like the gimmick that I'm running with is like the scumbag shit where I'm like, yo, fuck everybody. I don't need you to be my friend. You know what I'm saying? And the only
mm-hmm.
thing that is working with this Mac King thing is because like he's going along with what we doing. What we doing right now is dead ass freestyle, and he's going
Oh
along with
yeah,
it so great, and he's adding his 2 cents into it that makes perfect like sense. And I'm like, yo, this is perfect because I can milk this shit and I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you guys are gonna be like, "Yo, you gonna let this man talk like that?" And he's gonna be like, "Yeah, because I want him to be the world heavyweight champion." and that's gonna get people so tight. Be like, yo, I want to fuck this nigga up because he's so like, why would you do that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Uh-huh.
so like, I love
Oop,
that I could do that,
my
and
bad.
like,
We got a phone call.
you good. So I
Yeah, you
love that
straight,
I could
bro.
do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's why I feel like this thing like that's why I say the things that I say because I feel like yo, honestly, like I'm built for this shit, kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like this was meant for me to be in part of. Like I was meant to be a part of this shit because of the shit talking
Mm-hmm.
that I do. Because I keep the shit humble and I keep the shit on some fun gaming shit. Like I don't cross the line. Like I don't talk about like you said, like I don't talk about Anthony. I talk about Damian Briggs. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
Damian the King Briggs and shit. I don't talk about who's the man behind them. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's like that's the thing I do. But I talk shit because like I make it fun. Like I'm having fun with it. Like yo, I'm like no, you can't see me. And I like so what up? Run it. You think you got hands for me? You don't got hands for me. Like you know I'll talk shit like and I'll make that shit sound good. You know what I'm saying? Like. I'm like, so run it. And then you'd be like, yo, this guy's getting me so tight. I wish the show was right now. I want to fight him right now. You know, I'll
Yeah,
get you to that point,
exactly.
you know?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
'Cause
And
there
that's the
was a
shit
time
that's
where me
that
and you were going at it. And like, I felt that way too. I was like, yo, if this nigga could run this show right now. I was like, if this nigga could run this show right now, I want to show this nigga something, you know? But, you know, it's shit like
uh,
that. Like that's what I do it for. 'Cause I do it for that feeling. I like it. I
yeah,
love it.
that's the
Like, I
that
get
yeah, that's
reality
the
with
shit
it.
that make that it makes it fun. You know what I mean? You enjoy shit like that. It makes you wanna actually be in this shit to compete. You know what I mean? It's the talk
Facts.
shit aspect, and then once you get somebody hyped up, because like you said, even though it's still talking shit, we still in game, it's still in character. But I still feel like my core is like that. So you're gonna have to
Yeah,
prove that your core is like that as well, because you
yeah,
talking a bunch of shit. Now you gotta back that shit up. But it's just the fun behind that shit. So yeah, I appreciate that shit.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's like when like the last Fight Club that I had, right? I fought Fly
Hmm.
Guy. Like the video that you showed that clip, right? Like that shit is so funny. Like it's funny because the shit talking that I was doing when I was walking down, as like I was walking down, I was introducing myself as like, yo, I'm about to fuck this nigga up. I'm about to put hands on this man. Like, look at this clown, the way he's dressed and all this and that. And then all of a sudden,
Uh-huh.
this nigga knocks me out and leaves me like wobbly, standing. The bell rings. The shit's over. You feel me? And I'm like, yo, that's like it's funny because if you rewind like the whole thing from the beginning of the match and you hear the shit talking that I'm talking during the match, and then all of a sudden the way it ended, you're like, oh, this motherfucker knocked him the fuck out. And like that shit is
Hell
hilarious
yeah.
because everybody's gonna
That's
be like, nigga, he knocked you the fuck out. So what I'm gonna do, I
yeah.
have no choice but to laugh and be like, so what? He got lucky with a sucker punch. You know, like I'm not losing this
Yeah,
conversation.
downgraded.
You know,
Hell
I'm gonna make
yeah.
you look like, oh, please, I slipped. You know,
Yeah. Your broken clock is wrong twice a day.
you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, cut it out. He's not about that. So what? He knocked me the fuck out.
Oh
That nigga
man, that shit was
was so funny.
hilarious too.
Yeah, nah, it was, and that's what I do it for. Cause I'm like, all right, and he called me out because he did the cash in. So I was like, fuck it, let's run it, cause that's what he wants. So let's do it. He paid for it, so let's get it. So I'm willing to do that shit for my shows type shit. So I was like, it's all love, you know. But I
Yeah,
mainly want
that's
to use
dope.
be on my show as like a ref or like as a, you know,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
like I
have
said,
some
you don't need to
ideas that
be
I'm
the
gonna get
face
back.
of your show. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
your show.
Yeah, it's my show. Exactly. That's what we always do. Like I don't want to be the king of New York in my show because
Hmm.
I made the belt. So it's like I created it. Like why do I want to be the champion of something I created? Like that's
Hmm.
that's something I created for you guys to be under my wing. You get what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
so like I don't know. Some people really dead ass don't want to be champions of their own shows. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I've
Like it's
always
kind of
said like if Briggs was the champion of my show, I'd turn around and throw myself in like a multi-man match right after. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Because there's no need to be like, I'm the man. You know what I mean? Granted,
Right.
cool. I won the title. Now it's time to give somebody else a shot because I don't need to continue to hold my title. I made this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's that
Exactly.
you
That's what
know
it's
you're the man
about.
already in your show.
It's
You already
chasing the
know that.
accolades, not really the title, you know? Chase the
Yeah,
Facts.
accolades.
That's
You know,
true.
yeah,
like I get like if you're starting a show and people want to see you, so obviously you're gonna be the champion in the beginning. But after a while, it shouldn't be about you. It should be about,
Mm-hmm.
you know, especially the people in the chat, whoever's live and active.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
hell yeah. Give me a dream match type shit that you want to see in this EFED shit.
Oh, a dream match for me or just a dream match period?
They could be for both. You could have two. Like you could have a dream match for like yourself, and then you could have a dream match. They'd be like, you know what? I want to see these two motherfuckers go at it because they have different styles, but they you know it's like you know how like for example like see how I'm always active and I'm always talking shit. There's got to be somebody
Mm.
else out there that's similar to what I do, but looks completely different and talks completely different from what I am. But you know they give you the same vibe. Like yo, this nigga and this nigga right here. Like if they was
But
to
I'm
go
not
at
gonna
it,
lie to
that would be
you. The only
masterpiece.
the only person that really the only person I really seen that matches you with that shit is me or the villain.
Right? Hmm.
And I know you and the
Yeah,
villain
Billy
got a
been going
match
off.
coming up. Yes, and
Yeah,
I
he was
think
going
that's
off.
y'all got another match coming up, and that looking forward to that shit. Like highly looking forward to that because, like I said, the first match that I actually seen you win was the triple threat that y'all had where he won the title, and then when you took it back the next show or whatever,
Yeah,
that match was
it was
so
a good
fucking
show.
fire. I was like,
Yeah,
damn, that's the type of shit I like to see. So I'm definitely looking forward to that match again. Like I said, I know you got it coming up, so I'm waiting for that shit. But another match that I would like to see is somebody that I haven't fought, but I'm looking forward to fighting is fucking is Vega. I introduced to
oh, that's
Vega in a different company, you know what I mean, and we just chopped it up briefly before I even knew he was in GEW. Chopped it up briefly with him, and I was like, they're telling me, oh yeah, he's a legend, and blah 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 blah. Cool, that's what's up. So I got to GEW and seen he was over here. Like, maybe that shit should probably happen one of these days. Briggs versus Vega, I can see that.
yeah. It's crazy because like I said earlier, like I started exploring like other E-Feds after like 22. And 23, I
Mm-hmm.
was exploring everywhere. I became a world champ in GW, and I started exploring everywhere else because I was like, yeah, if I'm the world champ at my shit, I'm a world champ. I'm gonna be world champ somewhere else because I'm world champ material. And
Mm-hmm.
we won a break. Technically, it was all good. Like I had the game. Like I'm not gonna let my guy collect dust. I was carrying the GW flag, but I was taking that flag everywhere I went. That's how I went to.
Mm-hmm.
It was WCCW at the time. Where it was Shock and Hitman. You feel me? And
Mm-hmm.
that's how I ran into Hitman and Shock because I was down with this shit like that together. Then they had that little split where they had and
Mm-hmm.
I was still fucking with both of them. I was like, fuck it, all right, I'll go over here and I'm going over here too. You know what I'm saying? But I always
Mm-hmm.
wanted like what I really was trying to go for was like what I was telling you earlier with Demon X and with Ego. Like I was trying to like in in shock shit. I wanted to do like the Reaper shit because he had like Dawn and he had these little video things. That I was like, yo, this is perfect for the Reaper because the Reaper fits in this type of environment kind of shit. It's like the Demon Funhouse, right? And then
Right.
I wanted to do that KOV shit in ASW because ASW is more like there's a lot of competition here. Like a lot of motherfuckers go hard here. You know what I'm saying? And it's it's
Mm-hmm.
it's legit wrestling type shit. So I figured like, yo, we could do this KOV shit over here. Like we brawlers, we fighters. We all got different styles. Cause me, Ego, and Demon, we all three different type of styles. Like you see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And if it's
I have
perfect
more of a
when you
high
started
fly
affecting.
team.
Man, I don't
Yeah.
care what nobody said. Like I told Ego before, I think Ego be on drugs. Cause that motherfucker come out and he just like high, energetic, and all over the place. Like
Well, there's a
you can't.
backstory to Ego. I'll let DVD explain it.
Yeah, the whole management shit too. Like this, like he's a luchador. Like he came from the luchador shit. Like it sounds better when you explain it because you know more about it because it's your
Right.
shit.
So yeah,
But,
because like I started off as a manager originally. Like I was
Mm-hmm.
managing
yeah,
my brother, my cousins, and shit like that. Try
like
to
you
put them
started
on
making
because
he was making the belts and like the
I was
arenas and
doing
shit when
the
we first started.
titles, arenas. I was more of a backstage doing management because I always played the games, but I was doing PvP before
Mm.
we joined GW. So when we started joining the GW, everybody was like, "Yo, why don't you just instead of doing managing, like have your character fight too?" So I'm like, "Fuck it, I'll give it a try because it's different for me. You know, when you're used to playing and then actually seeing your character is different." So I was like, "Fuck it," but then it started clicking off. And I don't know if you remember 2K20, how they kind of had like the demonic characters and all that shit. So me and one
Mm-hmm.
of my friends, he's called Morningstar KG. I don't know if y'all know him. He's in a different UFED now. But
I know
we
him,
had
but I don't think so.
demonic versions of our characters. So I had brought the Demon Eagle to GW. Because in GW in the beginning, when we told we had like the KFC and we had God character, we had the double GW,
Joker,
all those type of characters. So in storyline wise, I buried the devil character. I retired him from GW.
Mm.
So then I was like, fuck it, I already have this character. It makes sense now to bring him to GW. You know, I can introduce the demon version. So I did that. But I ended up doing a story with DVD and we had a buried alive match. And so happened
first
that it was
ever.
DVD's birthday. Yeah, for
Yeah,
he beat me.
that
So
shit was legit. That shit was
so
legit.
I didn't
Like
use the
that shit
demon
made
character,
like
I used the
that was the
priest. Go ahead.
COVID time too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a crazy
Like we
era.
imagine being locked in. All I had was like a bottle and yeah. But I went through like a real bad, like a rough time before COVID and during the COVID because I was like battling alcoholism. I was
Mm.
like I was hitting the bottle a lot, like bananas, like every day type shit. And I used to go to work wrecked, and I used to work two jobs. You feel me?
Shit.
Like I used to go to sleep, and I used to work overnight. So I used to go to my job wrecked, and I used to fall asleep in my job to wake up in the morning and go to my other job. And then my job was based on answering phones and shit overnight. You feel me? And I'm asleep.
That's crazy.
I was wilding,
You
Yo,
ain't
boy.
get
what
no
you want?
fucks.
I was wilding. I was wilding. But it wasn't even just that. It was just like when like I used to be in a bad mood if I didn't like drink that day. Like every day I had to drink. You know what I'm saying? So if I missed a day without drinking, I used to get upset and want to like fight and like it's called it's addiction. Like that's basically what was happening. I had
Right.
to go to AA and all that shit. I fucking developed they said mental health and all that shit. And I was like, I don't want to kill myself. I never thought about shit like that. Like who thinks like that? You know. And
Mm-hmm.
so they always think the negative because I guess like that's how society is nowadays. It's like everybody's so sensitive and shit that you say the wrong thing to certain people nowadays, man, they want to off themselves, which I don't understand. Or like sometimes they go through a breakup, or like my dude, you broke up, you live in Brooklyn, you broke up with a Brooklyn girl. Get yourself a girl from Queens. Try that out. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Get yourself a girl from fucking Harlem or the Bronx. And try something else. Like you're gonna kill yourself because you broke up with your first girlfriend from Brooklyn. Get the fuck out of here with that, cuz. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter with you? Get it together, my guy. Like,
Hell yeah, some niggas don't see it
and
like
that
that
goes for
though.
everybody. That goes like I understand. Like, I think to be honest with you, like, and this is like I'm speaking as a man. The only time I think is right for somebody to off themselves is if they do something like something that they know they can't live with. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like if they committed like a ultimate sin type shit. Like they like molested a child or like killed the old person. You know what I mean? Or like something like that. That you're like, yo, I
Mm-hmm.
can't like kill their parents or some shit. Like then it's all right. Then like I will look at it like, all right, like that makes sense for somebody like they can't live with something like that, so they can off themselves. That's the only time I will actually look at it as a well, okay, you know what I mean. But besides that, I don't see why people should do that. Like that's
Right.
cowardly, bro. You know, it's just wild.
I feel that.
You know what I mean? And that's why, and this is why we do this shit too. Like if we do this shit, it's because you gotta get your mind off of thinking like that. Like let's fuck around and do this. Let's fucking have a fucking world title match. So let's have a number one
Yeah,
contenders match.
it's an
Let's talk
outlet.
shit on
It's
the
an outlet for
promo.
everybody to. It's an outlet
Yeah,
for everybody to just take a little break away from reality. You
yeah,
know.
man. It's like I used to do magazines and shit for the GW shit back in the days. We got a little section in the Discord and shit. Like we used to do magazines and like I was in my bag with that shit. I used to do like little trailer videos and all that shit. I'm gonna get back into that shit. It's just like I want to give the consistency too, because I feel like I should stream like every weekend, Friday to like Sunday type shit. Even though I work
Mm-hmm.
Sunday morning, but like I could still do a stream like after work, like today. Like shit like this. I could do like a three
Mm-hmm.
to 4 hour kind of thing like that, because
You
that's all
could
I
break
need
it
for
down
Twitch
one day Fight
streaming.
Club, one day boxing, one day
That's what I'm
podcast.
doing. I think Fight Club
Exactly.
should be
Yeah.
Fridays, because Fridays is like a lit day. It's Friday, right? And then Saturday should be something light because I gotta go to bed early. And then Sunday it's like this, you know, we lit. Sunday could be like a Fight Club too, or I could bring boxing back or GTA or whatever when GTA comes out.
If you don't get on GTA, you're gonna have to be on PS5 by then. You got a whole year. I don't know if it's gonna be cross-platform, so if you're on Xbox, by the time GTA 6 come out, there's nothing we can do to help you out. I'm just saying, you know.
Real talk
If you
though,
on
I
if you're
like
on PlayStation, we
it should
got
be
you. I'll
cross
make sure you
platform.
eat.
Honestly, yeah, I know. I
Oh, what's
mean,
up, Psycho?
even like,
Oh yeah,
like
question,
the
my bad.
whole
Yeah, Psycho asks, would you fight him?
who
Psycho X, would I
Psycho.
fight him?
Yeah, with Briggs, would you see Briggs and Psycho having a match? My bad. You get back to what you were saying, King.
I don't mind. Look, I don't mind fighting Psycho. Psycho is just too Psycho too hyper.
Psycho's
I
mega
get it.
hyper.
Psycho a cool dude. He's one of those guys that you know he want to be in that picture. He don't give a damn what it is. He want to get in the ring and get it
Yeah,
on.
he,
I
he
told
grinding, he grinding. Yeah, I get that too,
Yeah,
you know.
right. I told Psycho before. I told him here's the deal. I told Psycho what was it last week? The same day that DVD for Fly Guy. I told Psycho if he beat Ego, I will put my number one contenders match up against Psycho for the King of New York title.
And he
The
beat
thing
me.
with me, yeah, and he beat you, so he already had the shot, but then he went and said some shit about licking dick or something like that, which kind of like, come on, dude.
Yeah, relax with that. So you gotta calm down.
But I don't mind. I wouldn't mind fighting Psycho. I'm down with giving the newer guys a shot as well. Should I fought Mad King? Because Mad King came to me respectfully and was like, "Hey, I know you got XYZ going on, but I would love if we could have a match." And I said, "Shit." He's like, "On the next fight night, if you don't mind, I'd love to fight Briggs." And he was in the stream, and I guess he went to sleep early. But I told DBD set that up. I said, "Hey, Mad King asked for a shot. Set it up." We had a match. So if I don't mind getting in the ring with me and Psycho can go ahead and get it shaken. You know, he's just so hyper though.
Yeah,
And I seen him in the chat. He asking about my
Say
thoughts on the
eager.
tag match. Yeah, exactly. He asked about my thoughts on the tag match, and I already told him my thoughts on the tag match. We had a great ass match. You know what I mean? That match was fucking fire. But at the same time, after the match is done, I'm on to the next. You know what I mean? Y'all got to worry about
Sure.
y'all got to worry about y'all next plate. And for y'all, you should be more invested in the match that you got coming up with DBD and Mad King. That match with me, you, Grimlord, and Hitman, that was fire. But it's over now. Now y'all got to look for a whole new match. That was definitely a fire ass match though.
That's a fact.
I think once Psycho gets some more wins under his belt and he gets that confidence built up, he can definitely be a problem. Like Demon said, he has the potential to be a world champion one day, but he also has to just learn to just take the time to fall back and peek the scenery. You know what I mean? So and
Facts.
I look at shit. I say it's time to change the landscape. I see what's going on now. I want to see where I can switch some shit. Like I said, I got this card coming up that I'm getting that I get to put together for GW. I got a bunch of different ways that I can go with it. You know what I mean? Everybody is on notice. It's time to change the landscape. Let me look and see what I want to do. One of the things that I was actually thinking about was with damn, what's the dude name who got the gold man who got the Bold
Oh,
Skull
Tyler Jones.
champion. Tyler
Tyler
Jones, yeah,
Jones.
right. What I was thinking about
Yeah,
at the time, I was like, man, I'm gonna take Tyler Jones and I'm gonna throw him in the match with some upcoming guys that I see potential in. I was gonna put him in the match versus Mad King and Psycho for his title. You know what I mean? But then I was like, you know what? And the final chief. I was like, let me throw all four of them in the match because he already got a back and forth going with the final chief. I want to go ahead and give Psycho a shot. And Mad King is doing his thing. He been in a couple of title matches, but he lost them. But this would be a perfect opportunity for him too. You know what I mean? But
that's
then
facts.
got a bunch of other shit going on. So now I'm looking at it like, well, shit, I could probably throw fucking Mad King and DVD in a tag title match, versus a Pope and Hopkins and fucking Sergeant General and Fly Guys. It's a bunch of different ways you can with this shit. So I'm just looking at the scenery now, and I think that's what Psycho needs to do from a wrestling standpoint is just sit back and see where you going to catch your opportunities at. You don't have to be in every match. You don't have to call out everybody's shit. We see you. We see you. We know what you're doing. I might fucking fuck around one day and be like, man, I need to get in the ring with fucking Psycho rather than you calling me out. You know what I mean? Well, me and him could definitely get it shaken one day.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Back to what you was gonna
yeah.
say, DVD. I think we were speaking on GTA.
I, yeah. With the GTA shit, I know if it is cross-platform. I was just reading that Genie just posted a promo not too long ago, and so my name
Oh
been
shit,
dropped in there.
on your ass, throw a clown emoji on your
Yeah,
face and everything.
she on it. She on it, boy. It's
I
all
don't
good.
think I don't think it will
Shit,
be cross-platform. I'm not 100%
I
sure
hope it
about
is
that.
though, man, because it's like you know what it is. They can't give you what they did in GTA last year, like in GTA 5 right now. They gotta step it up. So they gotta do more than just give us a bigger map, right? They gotta do us better and give us like at least a cross-platform server because that's crazy that I gotta go and buy the game. The game is already gonna cost you like $150
Mm-hmm.
max. You
Already
feel me? Like,
facts.
Yeah,
that's already a plus.
that's the
So
rap.
you're telling me that I have to buy a $400 system, a $300 system on top of the
Yeah.
$100 shit? You get what I'm saying? So it's like you're killing me. Like it's not that serious for a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Just to play with my friends. You get what I'm saying? Like you can easily connect the server where I can play on my Xbox with this guy over here with his fucking PlayStation. Like, why you doing me like that? Well, Call of Duty's
For
doing
some
this shit for
reason
years.
they weird, yeah.
Like Call of
And
Duty's been
they're bringing out
doing it
Gears
for
of
years.
War, and that's gonna be
I'm pretty sure
cross-platform.
Gears of
So
War
they
is gonna
do
be
have the
cross-platform, of
mechanics.
course.
They do have the
You have
mechanics. It's
it's right
just
there, and you can make so much money like that. Like they don't understand because all they gotta do is like, all right, we're gonna make it cross-platform for everybody to enjoy these games, right? Cool. But what's gonna happen is the games are gonna go up, so that you're paying $100 for the game, which is fair. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But the only reason it's fair is because we get to play every single game that you drop cross-platform if it's online. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's the only
I
reason
agree.
I would say it's fair. But because you're already paying $70 for the game, original game, like just the regular game itself, for no DLCs or
No
no season passes.
DLC, no yeah, extra Ultimate Edition. That's just regular
No,
game,
no, no. Basically, with no DLCs, no add-ons.
regular
You're basically
regular.
for the game itself. You're paying $70 for the game itself. Now you want this special editions that brings you special things, and you pre-ordering it. So therefore, you're paying more money, and you're basically getting the same exact game with the features. Because even if you buy the regular game, you can still buy the add-ons and the features
Yeah,
separately. So like, there's
which
gonna be
comes out
some
to the same
add-ons and
price.
DLCs. Exactly, there's gonna be some DLCs and add-ons that you're gonna have that you're really not gonna be interested in. You know, it's like when
Yeah,
GTA 4 came out, and GTA 4 when they did the thing, they had like three different versions of it. Like they had the Nico
remember.
Bellic, then they had some other shit, then they had the Battle of Gay Tony. You get what I'm
Balligate
saying?
Tony and Lost and Damn, the motorcycle
Lost in
one.
the Dam. That's what it was, the bicycle shit. So now, like, some people was not even interested in the Gay Tony shit, but they'll probably
Hmm.
be interested in the bicycle shit. And then some people were probably not interested in the bicycle, they were interested in the Tony shit. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But you had to get all three of them anyway. Because me, I'm a type of person that I don't need all three of them. Because why not? You know? Like
they
if you're
did
gonna give me
something now that if you
DLCs,
have
I have the
I
season
don't know if
pass.
Xbox has it, but on PlayStation, if you got GTA Plus, they give you all the other games. Like you get San
San
Andreas, Vice
Andreas and shit.
Cities, Liberty
Yeah.
Cities, even Bully and those other games. Nori, LA Nori, all those
All the
type of
Rockstar
shit.
shit.
Yeah, so they
Yeah.
hook you up in these with that.
Red Dead.
Yeah, all those games.
Yeah. Fucking yeah, man. So like, I don't know. Just like when it comes to gaming, like it ain't the same like it used to be and shit. Like that's why a lot of motherfuckers ain't on no more like they used to be. Cause some like we were basically playing with like the kids and the kids that we were playing with. They grew up now and then now they getting pussy and shit. And so now they just chilling, hanging out, right? You know. And then they'll come back to it when they hit our age. They'll come back to it like, all
Hmm.
right, I'll play some video games again, and shit. You know what I'm saying? But right now they're exploring their life. They're going on spring break. They fucking committing sins. You know,
And
that's what they
that's
do.
how that should be. Cause I know
Shit, I
for
mean,
it was a nice period. Like I said, it was a nice period where I started watching wrestling. Same period in time I stopped gaming like that. I was,
yeah,
doing a whole bunch of other shit. But then you always fall back into it. I always kept a system. You know what I mean? Even when the
you
PS5
always
was
have to.
coming out, I was
Yeah,
definitely there to get me a pre-order, and I ended up getting about two or three of them motherfuckers. You know what I mean? So.
yeah. Not yeah, yeah. They say you always try to chase that. There was a time where like it was amazing to be like it was for the Xbox One time when Mortal Kombat 10 came out and shit. We were lit. Me, A Dot, Zay, a bunch of us, and we were lit. I was online all day. Then we play Call of Duty and shit. Call of Duty's dope too because I fuck with Call of Duty. I'm actually pretty decent in that shit too. But
I'm not a fan of that shit, bro.
yeah, some
I
niggas
ain't
don't
gonna
play that
lie.
shit. Like Ego don't fuck with that shit either. Like
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't play
my
Call of
home,
Duty and I don't play no first person games.
yeah, my homeboys tried to get me locked into that shit. I done jumped on the system and jumped in some matches with them, but I fucking hate that shit, bro.
I ain't gonna front.
Not.
I can't play it for too long because I get dizzy with that shit. Like it shit gets me like nauseous. And I'm like, yo, I don't know when this
Hmm.
is happening. And I be cooking. I'm like, damn, I gotta stop playing now because I'm gonna fucking throw up on my fucking computer. Or I'm gonna throw up on my fucking on my shit. You know, it's weird, man, but it's real life. You know how I go. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. This and that podcast was litty tonight, boy. I tell you, we still got more to discuss with Damian the King Briggs.
Oh
I want to
yeah,
ask him
definitely
Sir.
before
go
we
on.
dip too.
Definitely,
Before we dip
definitely do
though.
this again.
So for the next GW thing, I don't know what's. I'm gonna ask you like what's next for you in GW, but besides the this event this card that you get the privilege to host. Um,
Uh,
I never really had
well,
that much, like bread to cash in for that, so I wouldn't know how that works. But
you know, I actually ended up getting that bet. Well,
because
I
of that
placed a
10
couple of
racks,
bets, which is how I ended up getting that shit. But yeah, and right about now, I'm back up to like another 45,000 or something like that. So I can do this shit again when I when I want
that's
to, pretty
crazy.
much. But yeah, it's just the whole betting aspect of it. But like I said, that event we just gonna fuck around and make a movie, bro. Because the original idea was all right. So GW is dropping fully loaded on May 31st. I think if
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken, that's what A Dot says. I have the Realm of the Gods also going down May 31st. May 31st and June 1st. So, but I'm running my show early in the day and it'll roll right into GEW show. So it was all supposed to be for promotion. Like I said, my PLE is a 2-day event, but it's all supposed to form the click together. So when I originally was going to do the show, because either way it goes, I do have the IC title downloaded, and depending on where Briggs ends up falling at my PLE, he might even come out with the IC title. So I was going to, try to
that's
put
fine.
the show together that to pretty much promote both brands. And I was going to run this surprise card probably leading up to both PLEs. But I also know that I don't want to interfere with the PLE that Ada has going on fully loaded. So I told him we'll just wait around until after the PLE. I want to let everybody go ahead and get their storylines played out. So for instance, you got Ego and who is it? Midas, Ego and Midas for the world title. I want to let that story play out. I don't want to interfere in that. um BS to the next and Demon have a match to determine who fights Briggs for the IC title. Still want that to go down. Like I said, if Eagle, if I mean not Eagle, if Demon wins and he keeps the Blood, Sweat, and Tears title, I don't know if that's going up or not, but that could be a big ass match between me and Demon for that title and the IC title. You could throw it both of them. I don't know where DVD will fall into that. Like I said, if you and Mad King end up fighting for the tag titles, you know what I mean? Depending on how he has this tournament planned out to go, it's a bunch of stuff that can go on with the fully loaded PLE. So right now, I'm focused on that as far as Briggs fighting either Demon X or BS to the next. And then I have, like I said, my PLE to follow. And then the fucking surprise card is just gonna be a movie. We're gonna look at what's going on within the next few weeks, and we're just gonna plan as we go along. You know what I mean?
It's going down.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just
Yeah, man.
look, like
That's
I said, it's looking at the landscape and seeing where we could change it up. Because everything at the end of the day, look, this shit is still just fun for all of us. You know what I mean? So
Yes, sir.
absolutely,
we'll have some fun, shake some things up, and keep it pushing.
absolutely. I think that what I'm gonna basically focus on right now. It's like it's not really titles, but I'm gonna try to cash in like during this time period and shit. Maybe by like a surprise show or something. I'll see if I can try to get my hands on that Blood, Sweat, and Tears title because I pretty much need that to become Grand Slam. That's the only belt that I'm really missing to
Mm.
become Grand Slam. So if I get that to happen within probably the next pay per view too, I wonder because I'm sticking to the storyline that I'm doing at GW, which is to take out the DWO and it's Wolfstein's final, final tour. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe I'll keep fucking with him and won't fight him to his last, because to his very last match type shit.
Wolf is
Give him his
another one I got to
goodbye.
get in there with. I know you had us in the triple threat, but me and Wolf got to get in there and shape
Yeah,
with a 1v1 before he retired. I told Wolf
yeah.
in another
I
comp we
told him
were
that too.
yeah
Like he's got to
we were
fight
in
everybody in the roster. Like
we were in over in DPW. He announced his retirement tour, and that was like sometime last year. I told him last year, like because he's been there, and I had just started making my rings around there as well. But I told him I was like, before you retire, we're gonna get in the ring and shake it out. But yeah, that still hasn't happened as far as a 1v1 yet. So yeah, before he retire, me and him definitely gotta cross paths and get it in.
let's
But I
do
look
it, Wolf.
forward to that shit too.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna stay away from the world title picture. I mean, I'm still a main event picture, but I'm not in the world title picture. I don't want the world title right now because it's too early. So what I'm gonna do is I'm
You
gonna
gonna
focus on this tag
you
team
gonna have
shit and
Mad King get it. You gonna have Mad King get
yeah,
it for you, huh?
yeah. If he gets the opportunity, like, because ADOT could book you for like those chamber matches or those ladder matches and shit, and you cash in those shits,
A
bro. Or you
billion
get a
dollar
$1 billion
title.
title shot. Yeah,
Hmm.
you get a $1 billion title shot, defend that shit 3 times. You Gucci, you can get that shit. He has the potential to be a world champ. Like I can see it. Psycho too. Psycho's a fighter. That's the problem. Like a lot of people
Hmm.
don't see it. Like they see it, but they see it in a different way from the way I
No,
see
'cause
it. Because I
Psycho's
Psycho
see
good. He
has
just
Psycho as a
gotta slow down.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
exactly.
his
Psycho
peak.
got a
but
lot of heart and his core is good. It's just that
It's a marathon, Psycho.
he's so
yeah,
antsy
it's
and
not a
eager
race.
to get in the match. Like you cool, bro. You gotta let it come to you. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
You don't
gotta
have
take a
to
week off one time, once in a while too. Like you
right.
can't be on like if you fight on every show, then basically your core is gonna get tired out and he's gonna lose momentum. And it
Yeah.
comes down to it where he's gonna end up having a losing streak, probably lose like six or
Not only
seven in
that,
a
you're
row.
prone to injury.
You're
So if
Yep.
you're
prone to
gonna
injury
do
as well
that,
too.
you might as well
Yeah,
like go for like the
unless you're a
hardcore
champion.
type of, like a
Yeah, unless
TV
you're a
title
champion.
or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, the TV title's weekly, which we got a new TV champ too now.
Oh yeah,
The
General
Ivar Platinum.
Ivar. Yep,
Yeah,
General Ivar.
that boy beast.
That's a dope ass card too.
The whole Russian shit was fire. I told Shockwave from the beginning, the moment I saw them, and then the theme
Hmm.
song that he got for them, I was like, "Yo, this shit is fire, my nigga." And then the way
Hell
they come
yeah.
out together and shit on some Russian shit, I was like, "This shit is crack, my dude."
And see, I didn't even know about the whole Russian shit to start. I ended up finding out about the Russian shit a little after because I had hit Shock to recruit Pam. So Pam is a part of Faces of Fear, but I didn't know the
Yeah.
whole storyline. He had hit me with the storyline after the fact. 'Cause he was like, "Oh hell yeah, we can get Pam over there because right now she having issues with Mother Russia." And I was like, "Who the fuck is that?" And then once I started to see
Hmm.
how all that play out, like that shit is dope, bro. The whole Russian faction shit is dope.
Yeah,
But
that's real.
the storylines, bro,
That's
as long as
real.
you keep the storyline going, that shit hits, man.
That's what we do, man. That's what it's all about. Real talk.
Hmm.
That's what we do here for. But what you call it? Uh, we still got more to come with Damian Briggs. I think we're gonna run a part two. You know what I'm saying? Because there's gonna be more shit that I want to talk to you about too. About future shit that you're gonna do with TXT,
On
and I also
facts,
want to do.
facts.
I I also want to do before we end it. I wanna. I have that undisputed. I have an undisputed world television championship. It's underground. So I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking, I'm already ciphering that shit with Demon. Um, I don't know if Eagle's gonna ever run the rest of the show again. If he does, he could, you know, take parts in the belt too. Um,
I
you
have an
could feel
arena
free.
already
Man,
made.
shit, let's do it.
I just gotta see
And
what calls because since I've been doing like the shoes and the imaging, I'm kind of full with that. So I had to like
yeah,
upload, make sure everything's uploaded, and then start downloading calls.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I was like, that's what I mean. Like I wanna like cipher that belt so we can have more people in competition. The thing is, the belt has like rules with it. It's a regular wrestler match, no doubt, but they have to have a special guest referee. And you could do multiple man matches. But the thing is, the referee has to be a custom referee. It
Mm.
has to be like either a female celebrity or one of your female creations or regular dude creator, whatever. It has to
Mm-hmm.
be a special guest referee. You feel me? That's the only
Fire.
way it's gonna work. So
That's fire. I'm with it. I said, she you already started the tournament on that shit. Like and I don't even
yeah.
know if I had. I'm pretty sure I said it in the chat. I had fell asleep during that
Yeah.
damn stream, so I didn't even get a chance to watch the match that I had with Jenny. And then you didn't even put the replay up, so I couldn't watch it back the next day. But
Oh yeah, no, I don't even know where that shit was happening. I had to fix that shit today. I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, cause Ada hit me with that. He was like, "Yo, you can't see your podcast. You can't see the game, nothing." I was like, "What do you mean?" Like,
Did you
he did
get
that shit
mm-hmm,
last
flagged?
night.
Did you get
Nah,
flagged?
it was that I had it in the settings. I must have clicked it off. In the settings, it says no
Okay.
VOD, so I had the VOD off.
mm.
So I clicked it back on. I was like, all right now. So that's what it was. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I was like, don't tell me these niggas abandoning me. 'Cause that's so crazy. I know I must have slipped up and must have said the word faggot a couple times the other day. And maybe they felt maybe they felt I was out of line.
But they do be
Hey,
watching.
Hell yeah.
I mean,
They
you know,
sent me a message because the way we be talking in my chat. But I'm like, yo, we be running a UFC show, so of course you're gonna be like, yo, he got knocked the fuck out. You know, they're gonna say some crazy shit.
why
They're like,
would you
oh,
gonna ban something like that
you
though?
gotta
Like, I'm
you
a
gotta
fucking dead ass
relax with your
adult.
profanity. I'm like, yo, my shit is radar. So
You know, like you're acting like a faggot, sir. Mind your
Idiot.
business. Let me game. I've been doing this for years. All right, cut it out. Don't do me like that. What's wrong with you?
I mean, why is Seiko asking about what's going to happen with GOC?
we don't know.
Oh,
You tell us. You're
where's Demon
GOC.
at? Demon's not here to
Yeah,
answer that,
give me
sir.
a hand.
Shout out to Psycho though, man. You're a loyal dude. Shout out to Mad King, another loyal dude. Shout out to
But I'm
fucking.
telling them, they fresh and new, and they don't pay attention. I'm telling you, I don't give a damn what y'all say. I still know that y'all are all in cahoots. So
They're the
y'all got
young
the
pups running wild.
right.
They're
So
the
y'all
young
got
pups
them as
running wild.
soldiers, and they don't know what's going on. They all they know
No, you
is
know what it is though? Like, cause say, yeah, me, Demon X, and DBD, yeah, we all cool, right? But there are
mm-hmm,
certain people like, say if you got, like last year I was giving back to the new guys, you know? I was
mm-hmm,
helping out all the new guys build up. But the thing is, when you get like, say you pick like five new guys that you're gonna deal with, that's on you. You gotta
mm-hmm,
do the whole job, meaning that you gotta build them up. Also, if they get out of line, you gotta be like, yo, there's certain shit you got, you gotta can't be wilding out, you know. So you kind of
right.
gotta like that's your project you gotta deal with. Yeah, it's a branch, like an extended branch, of the group or whatever, but it's still something that you gotta like that's your project, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta keep in line and checked out. I get what you're saying.
I told him I was like, I told him the other day, I was like, y'all just pawns and y'all don't even know it because they got y'all on the opposite sides of each other, but low key they still cool. Gates get the gates of
The thing with
chaos.
them fighting each other, that was their idea. That's what he was telling me. He was
Uh
Yeah.
like, yo, what y'all doing? Like, y'all on the same team. So that's what kind of threw
huh.
everybody off. We're like, yo, y'all can't be doing that. Like you're on the same team. You should at least waited to one of your team members lost it and then cashed in. But I get it.
Hmm.
They eager. They hungry. So, but
Yeah.
they'll learn
That's
along the way.
crazy. Yeah, but that's what y'all think, man. I think that Matt King, like I said, we freestyling what we're doing, but he's playing his part and he's doing a great job at it. You get what I'm saying? And
He
it's
doing a
working.
great job because he's
He's doing
pretty
a great
much
job.
you. I tell you, boy, I'm telling
Yeah,
you, man.
that's what I was
I
trying
felt
to
like
tell
I.
him yesterday. Like
That's
I was
how it
trying to tell everybody
starts.
that yesterday. I was like, yo, you're technically under the wing. So what's gonna happen is you're about to get the mega push right now. Like people are gonna look out for you now. They're gonna be like, "Oh, word!" Like Mad King, and you're gonna get like opportunities now to make a name for yourself and become like a mid card champ. Like as far as you're gonna go is gonna be IC champion. You can cherish that as much as you
Yep.
want if you
Because
win
as soon
that.
as you hit that world title, he's gonna do you like
Yeah,
Triple H did Randy.
but once you get to the world title, you don't even look at it. Don't even look at it. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're gonna do what you said you was gonna do, and that is if you win
that's
it, you're gonna hand it
that's
over.
see, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That
Ain't
is
no way in
crazy. I
hell
want to
I'm
see
supposed
that
about.
happen.
I'm
I
about
would
to
love to
work
see
my
that
way up
happen.
to the world title, and they say, "Here you go, DVD. This is yours."
I would love to see that happen because
It's
that would
crazy
be
work.
great storytelling. Like I would love to see that happen. You know what I'm saying? I would just and then because what I'll do is I'll defend that shit. Like if I want it, you know what I mean? Like it's all good. And if I can go on the reign with it, like on some like I don't know, like Demon did 10. If I can do 10 with the
But
world title, my dude,
deep
I
down
know.
inside that you're gonna be like, even if you get the 10, say you do, and you're like shit, but technically I
I
didn't
didn't even
earn
win
it.
it. Yeah, I didn't win it.
And then
Hmm.
so
Uh,
regardless, it don't matter, you're gonna feel that.
Somebody's gonna find a way to make it sour for me. So it's not gonna I'm not gonna enjoy it. I can get like 12 and I won't enjoy it. You know, they're gonna be like,
Yeah,
yeah,
'cause
but
it's gonna be
technically that's
empty.
Mad King's reign. That's not yours. Because he won it. So
Like I told Demon, I said, that's not king like activities. That's why I had to drop the king, bro. I had to hang up my
yeah,
crown for a bit. That's not that because too many people doing stuff, doing weird stuff. That's weird. Ain't no way in hell I'm about to fight my way up and then go, let me pass this title off to DBD because he's gonna change the face of this company.
yeah, I love it. Because Ada was like, I would love to see that happen, and I was like, watch it happen. So. That's what I'm telling him. Like, cause see, cause him teaming up with me right now is like I'm because I'm not in the world title picture, but I can use him to get into the world title picture. So I can be like, yo, hey, Doc, book this nigga in like those chamber matches to get him a shot at the the $1 billion title, or give him a shot at the $1 billion champion and see if he could dethrone him and he'll become the $1 billion champion. If he gets 3 wins, he can cash in. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Like I can do that for him. I can get him that push because I can't do that for myself, but I could do it for him because I'd be like, yo, that's my partner, and like hook it up. And plus, we're already in a tag team tournament anyway, so while we're not wrestling as a tag team, he could do his solo thing, and you could book me
Hmm.
against any DWO guys and shit like that because that's the plan. And it's ironic that the DWO is the tag team champions. Like it's perfect. You know,
You trying to finish it once and for all, huh?
once and for all. Like I said, if I could dethrone them niggas, then I'm like, fuck it. You can say whatever y'all want, but you guys know I beat y'all, and I'm gonna beat Wolf on his last match. So I'm gonna bury him. Like it's gonna be like, thanks, kid. I'm gonna do what Shawn Michaels did to Ric Flair. I'm gonna look him in the face and be like, thank you, and then that's it. Down dropper. It's over.
Down dropper.
You say he gonna apologize and then hit him with a down
And then,
dropper.
I'm gonna whisper in his ear. I'm like, "Thank you, Wolf Danger. Danger zone forever." And then I walk
Oh,
off.
you a whole idiot.
He said, "Danger."
Oh,
Oh, you
I'm telling
funny.
you, the shit that pops in my head was crazy because it's a vision. I swear it is. Like I envisioned this whole entire shit that I said. That's crazy.
Thanks, Wolf
But yeah,
Danger. Hit him with a down drop.
that's just crazy. That shit is like that's like epic though. That Shawn Michaels kick to he should Ric Flair should have never came back after that. Like that should have been it
Facts.
right
Mhm.
there. Like I would have respected that more than that Jeff Jarrett shit. That shit was a disgrace. That's like seeing Bret Hart come out right now and be like, "I'll fight Goldberg in my last match." Like, why would you do that?
That's good.
Literally, Goldberg kick
I
him in the
want
face
Bill
again.
Goldberg. He
He
will
said, "I
not
want
call him
Goldberg."
Goldberg. He calls him Bill Goldberg all the time to make sure everybody knows his whole name.
He
Yeah,
said,
the
"Yeah,
Bill
whole name.
Goldberg.
Me and Bill go back." He's like, "Bill who? Bill Goldberg."
That's
He's an
good.
idiot. He kicked me in the face. He knew when he was
He's
hitting
like,
me,
he doesn't know how to wrestle.
but he really don't though. Like he's right.
Of course
Like
not.
he don't know how to wrestle,
Facts.
but they overhyped that Goldberg shit. But they were desperate, so you can't blame him. He's a big guy, he can gorilla press you, so they love it.
Military
That's what they do.
press. It's weird.
Hmm.
That's what they do, cut. Demon X in the building.
You
You're what's good with y'all? What's good?
we
Mm.
talking
Oh
about
shit.
We,
is we talking
we
That
got
about
nigga
Bret
came
Demon
back.
Hart.
X.
We talking
Huh?
about Bret Hart and Bill Goldberg. What's to go at it right now? What'll be the outcome?
Who you got right now? Bill Goldberg fights Bret Hart
Are we talking about the prime Goldberg or are we talking
right
about
now.
the
Nah, right
old
now.
No,
right
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 now?
now.
now.
Right now, right now.
So
Right
we
now.
got
Beer
oh
bellies and all.
shit. Bill
Beer
Belly, you
bellies and
know.
all. Beer and
I'm gonna have
gray
to,
hairs.
I'm gonna have to go with Bret Hart.
Ah, that's crazy. I don't think Bret Hart could take a.
What you mean?
Nah, you see what Bret looks
So
like right
he
now?
gonna put a steel plate.
Man, go.
That
Hey, Bill
nigga.
Gerber. Hey, Bill Gerber has lost a step or two. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like
You gotta
if
like that nigga
Bret
gonna
Hart
make.
put his ass in that motherfucking sharpshooter, Bill Goldberg's done.
Nah,
He's gonna
I feel
he's
like
gonna
Bret
shit all
Hart.
over himself.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like Bret Hart wears diapers right now.
I feel like
The man, the
I feel
old
like
man
Bill
diapers.
Gerber. He wears diapers too. He got those Depends on right now. You know what I'm saying?
Like he got the ones that they selling on at Walmart. Like in
Oh,
like the
this
Rite
nigga
Aid
stupid.
pharmacies, the pull-ups for the grandpa guys.
Yeah.
Bret Hart look like that. Yo, he got a beer gut. That man he got a grandpa body, boy. That man cannot take a spear right now
Yeah.
or shit himself. He takes a spear or shit himself. I promise you.
I'm pretty sure if fucking Bret Hart put him in that shower room, that man's gonna shit on himself too. We're gonna have a fucking ring full of shit.
There you go, bombshell going off. He said, "Don't disrespect Bret Hart."
See, there you go.
It's a fact, Brett.
That's
I'm
true.
telling you, Bret Hart is goaded, man.
That's a
Hey,
fact, though.
real quick, hey, Demon,
Yes.
would you reply to Psycho, bro? Because he
What do you want?
jumped in my
What you
inbox and
want?
asked me to ask you what's going on with GOC.
Hey, look, all right, look. I'm gonna write a promo. That's all I'm gonna say. Check
I'm gonna
out the
write a
promo.
promo.
He just answered your question. It's like,
You'll see when the promos. I'm cooking the promo up right now in my brain right now. So don't trip.
I'm
I got
dead.
you.
Bro, you got that boy nervous.
Hey,
Wants to know if
hey,
he's
hey.
fired. That's crazy.
That boy Psycho nervous over there. He think he
That's
gonna
great stuff, though.
wake up and be up on his own.
We'll see. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Tune in very soon. Dropping the promo.
I gotta read Jeannie's promo.
Bruh,
I heard
don't
I
do
got
it.
Ah,
tagged.
she
Don't
cooked
do it.
your ass, bro.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I
I
just
gotta
read that
read
shit
it.
right
I
now.
mean,
Hey, I just read that shit right now. Don't do that shit. Don't. That
yeah,
girl,
you
she in her
violated.
she's in her feelings, bro. She's in her feelings. You know how women are
Cook
when in their feelings.
cooked your ass.
Man, she's
I bet.
rational. But yeah, nah.
It is what it is. Shout out to GW because the storytelling is crazy. You want to tell
Always.
stories? I could tell stories too.
You never, hey. Forrest said it the best. You know what I'm saying? It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
That was uh, that was because they said I was predictable. So I was like, all right,
Oh,
let's
you took that.
predict this.
So you took that to the heart,
Oh, you know it.
huh?
Just I didn't take it to the heart. I just took it to the. I took it to the level where it's supposed to be taken to. I was like,
Hold
oh,
on, hold on.
really?
He took it to the
You know,
scumbag. He took it to the scumbag.
you liked how I played that shit too, right? Like I was like, got in the car, get in the car, anime, get in the car.
Yeah, I
I was
ain't
like,
know what to
come through
expect
your
from
city.
that shit once it actually came up. I was
Nah,
like,
bro,
what
I
the
was
fuck
tripping. No,
going on?
honestly, I was tripping. No, I'm not even gonna lie to you. When Mad King was beating the shit out of fucking I don't even fucking remember who it was. Goddamn, that's crazy. I'm so fucking out of it. But yeah, but anyways, and then when I seen him set the table up, I'm like, what the fuck? And then all of a sudden that shit went to another scene. I'm like, then I see this fool like, like motion come on, and he stopped her at the door, and I'm like, what the fuck's he doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? So then they started walking towards the little thing. I'm like, oh shit. I said, no, he's not gonna do it. Oh, he's gonna do it. Oh, he did it. Yeah. So it
That
is
was a
what it
wow.
is. That
Yeah,
was
That
that's
was a
beautiful.
wow.
crazy.
I love that
I
shit. I
like
love.
that.
That's what I'm
Not
saying. That's why I
bad.
love. That's why I love
Not bad.
GEW, bro.
I was just
That's why.
catching up on some promos. Or like I
Yeah.
said, I'm gonna light this blunt here.
Man,
Yeah,
I love. That's why I love GEW because you don't never. You know what I'm saying? Never know what's gonna happen.
that's a fact though.
I
But
was trying.
anyway, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, this was another episode of the This and That podcast. With our guest tonight was Damian the King Briggs. Make
Mm.
sure y'all tune in. TXT. Let them know the days. Again, when the shows. PLE's on Saturdays, like he said.
Yep. PLE Saturdays shows, the regular shows would be Wednesday and Friday. I'm running behind, so I might actually run a show tomorrow,
Oh,
possibly. I
Monday.
gotta,
What are the time
yep.
frames?
Usually about 8 p.m. Eastern, because around the time when I get off of work, I'm out Midwest, well, Mountain Time, so it's 6 for me, 8 p.m. Eastern. I try to run them like that. And I'll usually sneak one in if I can get an early lunch because I can make my lunch last for about 3 hours. So if I do that, then it's usually around like noon Eastern. But regular time, we'll try to just keep it at 8 p.m. Eastern. Like I said, well, Wednesdays and Fridays. But it's possible I'll run one tomorrow.
That's legit.
yeah.
I gotta work on my DBD tomorrow. So
Shit.
the moves. He's already done. It's just the moves. I'm gonna
I
tamper with
got.
him a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta finish up this fucking claw. That fucking for that Villas guy. I gotta finish his shit. I got the move set. I just gotta put his fucking attire together now. Hopefully, I'll probably finish that shit tonight, or if I you know what I'm saying, if I don't go to sleep, because I try to go to sleep right now, this fucking kid would not let me go to sleep. So that's why I'm back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, but
Anyways,
Oh,
ladies
you
and
pull up with
gentlemen,
this
like I
for?
said, let's pull up. I'll pull up for like at least a couple more minutes until I fall out. But I want to give a shout out to everybody who pulled up to the chat. and showed us some love and shit. Showed Damian Briggs some love. This is actually part one from multiple coming up series that we're gonna have with Briggs because it's more shit that we're gonna talk about. Like I said, we're gonna have more with other guests here too. So this and that podcast will continue, ladies and gentlemen. You already know. So thank you for Damian Briggs pulling up. My
Appreciate
crew,
y'all for having
you
me.
already know. Yes, sir. The crew, Eagle, the Prince, Demon, the King X. Genie Jar was supposed to be here, but
I
she's
don't know.
probably in the ER.
I don't
Probably
know.
in the ER.
I don't know.
It's in the Oh, that's crazy.
All love though. Heart,
All right.
finger things, whatever. Um, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this was another episode of this and that, and we out this motherfucker. Peace.